Yo, fam, it is I. I'm gonna use the restroom. Oh god, I'm up.
You
Bye.
literally said that right whenever I joined. And again, thank you for the raid. Hello,
course.
guys.
Hi,
Welcome.
Simori. Thank you for raiding. Sorry.
Hey guys, Sly here, and welcome to another episode of the Sly Army tier lists. And again, thank you for the raid because I wanted to make sure I started on the hour. And
yeah.
So, and of course, for those who are new, I basically do a tier list series where I pretty much go through a bunch of different topics. I've been doing this for the past 4 years with this lovely gentleman and this magnificent boy up here. So,
and this weird dog you found on the street.
Yeah. Sorry.
My god.
Sorry for anyone in Sly's chat. I'm just very happy today. That's it.
Yeah, he was
Very
drinking,
happy.
so
I had to sneak it in somehow.
yeah.
So
Sometimes I just need to drink to get through the day. Okay, is that so wrong?
Also, what the fuck were you talking about with Dylan about some kinky shit?
I don't fucking know. I forgot. I technically actually kind of forgot. I won't lie. This is me, all right? Even sober, some stuff goes in one ear and out the other.
This week has, I mean, I'd complain, but Goldie and I were talking about similar stuff earlier this week. So, well.
So, yeah.
We're friends. We're adults. We can handle this.
Yeah.
Also, you said while you were talking about your phone, I said S23. You said $20. Like you said dollar. Like
yeah,
$23.
I realized that
I have a Samsung. That's what I meant.
I read it as a dollar sign for some reason.
My god.
Listen, 100% smart. Never made it as a wise man.
Also, hello Yumi. Welcome to the stream. Also, is my notification thing up? Yes, it is.
I guess you could say, Sai, that you don't claim to be a smart man, but you definitely do know what love is.
Mm-hmm.
Judging by that conversation.
Yes. Never made it as a wise
to cut these lips. I love you.
I love you.
Oh my god.
All right. Anyways, so welcome. So let's. I guess we can begin now, right?
Actually, can I use the restroom?
Yeah, you go. I'll explain this new thing up here because, well, this is new for the series up here, and thank you, Sai, for showing me that. So.
Oh yeah. You explained that. I'll be right back.
So we're doing something a bit different with the tier list, and we did have this as a debut showcasing on my 10th anniversary stream. Because if you guys remember before, well, tonight, I basically just had it to where it was my screen here, and then I was sharing their Discord screens as well. But, well, let's just say that Sai showed me what reactive was, which basically detects whatever profile picture you're using on Discord automatically, and you can do the link for a website there. Like, you can put the website link as a browser tab, and it works on OBS right there, which is pretty awesome. So that's pretty nice. Also, I'll be right back.
What? I can't run the stream by myself. Oh god. Oh no.
Well,
Great,
I guess I'm gonna be having some stuff tonight. Goddamn. Okay.
You're gonna have some what tonight?
What?
You're gonna have some what tonight?
Looks like fish sticks.
Oh.
So.
I've not eaten those in like 10 years.
Oh my god. But anyways, oh yeah, I should probably be sharing my screen on your guys' end so that you can see what the hell I'm doing.
I mean, I just opened Twitch, but sure.
All right. Sure. All right. Is Side still there, or is by or?
He had to.
Well, I know he had to go to the restroom, but I guess while that happens, I might as well also explain what we're doing. So, if you guys remember, back in September, we did our heroes and protagonists tier list. go watch it if you guys want to check out exactly our takes on 100 different heroes and characters from video games, film, anime, television, all that fun stuff. And well, I was always planning on doing a follow up with that by doing a respective villains tier list. So, and well, I think the title pretty much says it. We're going to be talking about the bad guys, because sometimes you gotta have a good bad guy.
And I
And
really love that movie, and I'm really looking forward to the sequel.
the bad guys too. Too bad we're not talking about anything relating to the bad guys here, but we are talking about some DreamWorks villains, so.
There's going to be new characters, and it's going to be great. The internet's going to explode, and it's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
But yeah, so yeah, we got ourselves a bunch of villains here. Not all of them are from the same franchises that we talked about with the heroes tier list, so do keep that in mind. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to be real here. Sometimes there are some franchises that are more known for their heroes, others are more known for their villains. And so we're going to be like, and also because we forgot about some other franchises that you may or may not have forgotten to tell me about because you've been lost.
I may or may not have, because I don't know where my head was 2 months ago.
I've decided to make that up by having some respective villains from said respective franchises, just to kind of make up for the fact that we didn't talk about the heroes of those. So, but yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're back. All right.
Holy moly.
So yeah, if I'm gonna be honest, there really isn't much else I need to say, because this is gonna be a pretty straightforward list. The only rule that I have here is the same rule that I had before, where we're only gonna be doing one villain per franchise, because I think that's only fair, and if we didn't, we'd be here forever.
Yeah. And like, I only knew about like 2 of the villains on this list beforehand because Sly had asked me about them.
Yes, because I wanted to make sure that like I was able to get the correct ones, because some of these it was a bit trickier than you guys would think, because there are some franchises that have multiple villains that you could choose and say is the one that could be representative. But
yeah, that, as sort of Sly and I sort of discussed a couple hours earlier.
Yes.
Some franchises.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and I guess the only other somewhat rule that I had is relating to the heroes, is what really makes a villain, because obviously there's obviously antagonistic forces that are seen in a lot of movies, and well, I guess I should explain the concepts, like the 3 different conflict types. There's obviously, character versus person, character versus self, character versus society, character versus supernatural. Those are generally the type of conflicts that we're dealing with, and obviously self wouldn't necessarily be a thing, an entire grouping wouldn't be a thing either. And as far as like scale, that's kind of what I wanted to focus on, is what villains have like a decent scale beyond just kind of a local problem. Because that's what I wanted to focus on the heroes tier list, is that I wanted to do more heroes that had a bit more of a decent to high stakes sort of scenario, because not to disrespect a lot of like the great cartoons of like the 90s and 2000s, like Hey Arnold and stuff like that, where he's a good protagonist, but he's not really a hero. You know what I mean? Like, he's not like a heroic character in the traditional sense.
And on that same sort of thought, and sort of on the flip side of that, there's characters on our shows that are antagonistic forces, but not villains.
Yeah, they're not villains.
Where it's like, to the same extent, it'd be like calling the guy who cut you off in traffic a villain for doing that.
Yeah. Like
they're more
like, I wouldn't call, like, sorry to interrupt you, but you go ahead.
Yeah, it's just, I guess it's just like there's lots of characters that we would have liked to put on here, but they're more at their worst a nuisance or an obstacle.
Yes.
We're not looking at obstacles.
Yeah, we're looking
We're
at
looking
people who are willing to go out of their way to not only fuck with one person, but pretty much many different people.
We're
So-
looking at mountains here. We're looking at mountains.
Exactly. And that's kind of what I wanted to focus on specifically, because let's be real here. I gotta be honest. Sid, like, let me give an example of what I'm talking about. We're not gonna have like a villain like Sid from Toy Story, because he's an antagonistic force, but he's not a villain.
He's a child.
Yeah, he's a child.
He's
But if I'm gonna
literally
be
a child.
honest, this was also kind of, I guess this is where the subjectivity comes into play as well, because there are some villains or some antagonists that are like, people are probably screaming that you guys aren't seeing on here, being like, why aren't they on here? Specifically, I'm referring to Lotso and Cruella
Yeah.
DeVille. Is that like large scale for either of them?
No, 'cause they're
I-
like lots
I
of
feel like-
literally like an animate object, not an inanimate object, but he's an animate object.
Well, I guess it's
In the
just like
context of Toy Story, I feel like he works, but
I mean, the context of Toy Story, yes, but like if we're talking about just kind of a general, universe sense,
No,
it's much more of a smaller scale when you really think about it. And that's kind of why I didn't include them. Granted, if they were on here, trust me, they'd be pretty high. But
yeah,
I wanted to focus specifically on
grander scale.
yeah, grander scale. But that being said, as far as like everything else is pretty much fair game. You can pretty much judge them based off of how you personally think, like how you like the look of the character, how much of like a threat they are to the protagonist, if they have like a good enough of a motive and like a general purpose.
some sort of skewed moral compass.
Yeah, like, and here's the thing. If the villain even has a point, maybe not necessarily the methods that you agree with, but if like
Maybe not a but
you can at least understand where they're coming from. That's what creates a compelling villain.
Yeah.
you understand their thinking and you understand how they, and by extension people in the real world, can become sort of the way that they are.
Exactly. And so that's
And I
kind
think-
of
And I think another thing, sorry to interrupt, but I think another thing though that's really good, that does make a good villain for me, is sort of also if they are a really good representation of either what the heroes in the story, the protagonists in the story, are up against, or if they are good foil, like if they're good foils, or if they represent aspects, maybe sort of more unscrupulous aspects of the protagonists within the story.
yeah.
If there's really good,
I'm gonna
compelling parallels that you could make.
yeah.
Yeah,
I guess
and there's, like,
kind of
a
relating.
couple-
I guess kind of relating to that, I also kind of thought like, does the villain like make sense for the context of like the story
series.
or universe? I think that's also pretty.
Yeah. Because like when it comes to that, I know there's one specific one I'm looking at right now that I can't wait because I'm absolutely gonna fucking rip into them. You'll know. You will
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
You'll know.
But there's
But-
there's a few different characters that I'm excited to talk about though.
Yeah. But before we actually begin this, of course, I do want to give you guys the pleasantries to go check out Saimori and Goldie if you guys already haven't. I finally was able to figure out actually how to link Saimori's thing in Twitch, though I'll have to link your Twitch over on the YouTube streams. So if you guys can, make sure you guys follow Saimori on Twitch. They just recently did a stream with a good long friend of the channel, Zombie Slayer 2948.
Yeah.
So-
And I might be eating bread right now just to recover from that stream.
Yeah. So,
To sober up.
and of course, Goldie has an Instagram. I'll make sure that I link that for everyone in chat right now as well. So you guys
check out
can.
my Instagram, please. I demand it, please.
So, but yeah, before we actually begin this, do you guys have anything to say before we begin?
Any final words? No, I can't really think of anything.
Not that I can think of, no.
Sweet. So, alright, got the links right there. And, I guess we can begin. So, it's, again, it's all in from here. So, who wants to go first? And we'll be doing the 3 per person like we usually do.
Okay.
So, who wants to go first?
I mean, if you want to go for, I don't mind if I go first, or if you want to go first, Goldie. It's up to you.
We are at a Canadian standoff here.
I can go first.
Alright, Sai's going
You
first.
can go first.
Okay.
I don't think you've ever gone first, by the way. So
Oh, have I not?
if it's been forever.
Well, there we go.
Well, do you guys mind if I talk it on a very high note and just list my first S tier already?
Oh, sure, but
I mean-
of course, let's
I want to start it on a good note, and I want to start it with Virgil from Devil May Cry.
of
Not
course.
just a good villain. Virgil's just a very good character in general. I fucking love Virgil. Devil May Cry is like one of my favorite series. 5 is one of my all-time favorites. But Virgil, every like villain or rival like sort of character trope thing, where it's like this super powered like super powerful character, like villain character. Virgil is the originator. I feel like a lot of the villain characters like that are based off Virgil.
Mhm.
Like, because I mean, I'm sure there are other characters that probably did it around the same time.
Yeah.
I feel like he was the one that when you think of that trope, that's who you think of.
Yeah.
Like, he's obviously the brother of Dante, made his debut in the first game as Nilo Angelo, came back in 3 because the 3 is a prequel. Came back in technically 4, and then he was in 5. He had a big role in 5, but he's just the perfect counterbalance to Dante, therefore the perfect counterbalance to the hero. And like again, he's had such an impact on media that a lot of the villain characters like him that you see are based on stuff he has done. So I have to start off high, give Virgil my S tier already.
Sweet. All right, Goldie.
How do I rank Virgil?
Yes, from Devil May
I
Cry.
unfortunately have not played Devil May Cry, so I cannot.
All right.
I cannot.
Yeah, if you want to, you can create a don't know tier like we did before. Again,
Yeah.
I know everything, therefore I have to put everything on a tier. So
Yeah, no, that's
but
fair.
you guys don't have to, but I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, Virgil's cool. I remember him in the first game kind of being like, yeah, obviously the main rival.
Like obviously he was basic, kind of.
But like even back then I thought it was pretty cool. And from what I know of him, especially in Devil May Cry 5, which of course is where the picture comes from, yeah, no, he's pretty cool. I am gonna put him in A tier though.
That's fair.
So mostly because, well, I guess I'm more attached to the older Devil May Cries. But also, well, hold on, let me remind myself if this is also the case. Because I need... Oh, there's... I guess there's only one unfortunate thing about Virgil that does kind of ruin it for me. His 2013 counterpart.
We don't talk about that.
That doesn't exist. I don't know what you're talking about.
But, yeah, like we don't talk
To be
about
fair,
that.
that is 2 separate characters anyway.
I know, but colloquially, they're...
No, that's fair. That's very fair.
So... I rest my case. I rest my case.
Rest your case.
So,
all right, your
All
case
right.
has been rested. All right,
and yeah, let's
up.
make. By the way, let's make sure that these are quicker so that we aren't gonna be here talking about like the same characters for like 20 minutes, like you guys.
Oh
do
no,
with
that's
Sonic.
fair. That's fair. I think it's not as bad today, probably, but the next character though, we'll get right into it. Then is I'm gonna go ahead and choose Eggman. from Sonic.
Dr. Robotnik.
The Robotnik. Honestly, I probably put oh god, I want to put A or B for Robotnik.
Let me find him real quick.
Yeah.
There he is.
Can't fucking miss him.
Yeah,
But no,
I would throw him in a B tier.
Yeah,
because he's not exactly intimidating.
He's not really, no. Like
he's not exactly intimidating. He's more of a fun villain.
Yeah, like, exactly.
I mean, he does pretty terrible things, but at the same time, he's so easily thwarted by Sonic and crew that he's relatively harmless. Though he did blow up half the moon in Sonic Adventure, so that's He did hold the entire planet hostage. So,
and if they would have kept with it in Sonic Forces, he would have actually helped to kill Sonic. If they would have stuck with what they wanted to do for Sonic Forces, but they didn't. So
a character like Eggman's difficult because I mean the guy has two different names depending on what you're playing.
It's so dumb. Why does he have two names?
So I do not know, but a multi a franchise character like Dr. Eggman is difficult to pin down because it kind of depends on whoever is making the game, whatever team of like writers and developers are making the game / cartoon / anime / whatever.
Yeah.
So it's difficult to put that down because it's a lot of characters like Sonic is with Sonic characters it's kind of like they're usually pretty consistent on the baseline as far as characterization. Though a lot of them will have their differences. Like Knuckles is a character that tends to swap between two different kinds of personalities where he's either like the stoic type or the dumb muscle type. Like
that's the problem with Sonic as a series, and that's why I put Eggman lower, no higher than a B. It's just because there's so many different sort of iterations in a sense that it's hard to pinpoint exactly. Like he's not a serious villain by any means.
Yeah,
he's not a serious villain, but
he's not a serious villain by any means. That is the one thing that's consistent about him, though, is that he is very.
Yeah, he's an iconic villain at least.
He's very much showy and gloating.
Yeah,
that is the part of his characterization that is correct on most ends. He's very much kind of a narcissist.
Yeah. Sly, where would you put him?
I mean, you guys are probably already gonna know where I'm gonna put him as far as okay, I'm not gonna put him as low as I did with Sonic because I will at least acknowledge he's a good villain for Sonic.
Yeah,
but I still am just kind of indifferent, and so I am gonna put him in a C.
That's fair.
Like
different.
Like he's at least for me, he's fine for what he is. I guess part of the problem as well is that I'm not really the biggest fan of a lot of platformer villains to begin with. So that's going to be a bit of a spoiler alert for some of those other ones that are on this list that are going to pop up. So I don't know. I guess it's just like the mixing of like goofiness while being intimidating works with some villains on here. It just doesn't really work for me personally for Eggman.
That's fair.
So
that's fair.
Yeah, that's a fair. And again, Eggman's it can be pretty inconsistent, as all Sonic characters unfortunately can be. And that's just but that's the same for any long-running franchise that exists on multiple different mediums, not just video games.
Yeah. So, that's all I gotta really say.
Okay.
It's more so a problem with just I don't want to say the franchise itself, but just the type of franchise that it is.
Yeah. I know. In my third pick, oh god, who do I actually want to pick? Actually, you know what? I know who I want to pick. I've been playing Kingdom Hearts recently, so I'll pick Maleficent. I know this is not based on Kingdom Hearts.
Yes,
Maleficent.
Which, by the way, I need to specify is that yes, we have a Kingdom Hearts villain on here, but keep in mind he's the representative for Kingdom Hearts, and every other Disney character that's in that game it's more representative of the movie
their-
/ franchises. So I
that they
just want
came from. So.
that they came from. I just want to
That's what I'm
specify
saying.
that now. So
I just wanted to choose Maleficent because I did go against her in KH, but this ain't KH Maleficent. This is Sleepy Beauty Maleficent.
this is Sleeping Beauty Maleficent, but if you want, you can contribute that if you want, because
Yeah.
You want to
So,
put
like-
in Angelina Jolie Maleficent?
no,
not Angelina Jolie.
no.
Maleficent. I feel like I'll put Maleficent in a B. I feel like she was a bit intimidating. I feel like it's been so long since I've seen Sleeping Beauty too, so like
I mean,
that probably doesn't help. But she does her part well. I feel like well enough.
she's
Like, I do-
so fucking petty too.
Mm-hmm.
She did all of this because she wasn't invited to a birthday party.
Yeah. Oh, she
But-
really is the fucking Betty.
But to be honest, like as far as like Disney films, especially like of the OG era,
Mm-hmm.
Sleeping Beauty is definitely the one of them that is. It's aged poorly, but not in the sense like, oh, there's like a kind of racist thing. It's just
Mhm.
aged poorly in that it's kind of a boring movie.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
It's,
Compared to the other
Kinda-
ones?
I mean,
Like, I
well,
can
I just mean that like that's how it's aged poorly is that it's not very multi-layered as a lot of other Disney films, even of that time, kind of tend to be.
Well, you're not gonna like how I ranked it in my Disney tier list last year.
Dang. But it's like no one really, because like when people talk about Disney princesses, like no one talks about Aurora. I don't even think many people even remember her name.
Yeah.
And
I do.
the prince is cool though. I do like the prince, but
Yeah,
I do
Philip
think
is cool.
Maleficent. But I think I put her in a B because Maleficent is definitely one of the best parts of that movie.
I feel like
Just
she was
her
definitely
design.
the star.
Yeah, like she's definitely like probably like she's arguably the best part of that movie. Just with her design and the way she's animated, her dragon form, and the way she's voice acted.
Mm.
Like just compounded with like the mood that follows her, like the music that it's just she's definitely like arguably the strongest part of Sleeping Beauty. So I
Yeah.
would put her in a B tier.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, Goldie's wrong about Sleeping Beauty. As a matter of fact,
That's
hot
my-
take.
Why?
This is just, I'm sorry.
You
You can like what.
Be objective,
By the way,
be
I forgot to
objective.
specify this at the beginning. Obviously, if you guys have a different opinion, that's fine. You can leave it down in the comments. I'm just doing it for a bit.
He's just saying that so he doesn't get in trouble.
Yeah.
He actually like behind when the stream is off, he like demeans us for all our opinions. It's kind of
I
damaging.
do that on
actually.
camera too, but jokingly.
Yeah, but he does it like for real, and it hurts my
Yeah.
self-esteem.
Anyway. Anyways, if I'm gonna be honest, if you guys saw my Disney tier list, I actually, well, hot take, thought it was actually one of the better Disney movies of that era. Like,
Mhm.
it actually genuinely surprised me that it was a movie from the 50s. It looked like a movie from decades after that. Like,
Was it
From like
from
the
50s?
70s.
yeah, it's from 1959.
Oh.
So
Yeah, it feels more like a Disney movie from like the 70s. And I
no,
don't mean
I'd
that in a
argue
bad way.
I'd argue 80s or 90s even. Like, it
Yeah,
surprised me
it-
that much.
It's definitely one of those movies ahead of its time.
Yes, it was ahead of its time, and I think it's due to the animation itself, since it was based off of like old medieval like book pictures.
Painting,
Um,
like paintings and illustrations.
Like, that was cool, but of course we're not talking about the movie. We're talking about Maleficent, and Maleficent, I think she's actually a pretty decent villain. Which, by the way, I guess this tier list is an excuse for us to do like a pseudo Disney villain tier list here, considering, well, we got most of the major Disney villains here.
Yeah.
And
Take
well,
that, Shafrillas.
yeah, take
calling
that,
you
Shay
out.
Frillas. We did this before you could do a Disney villain tier list. So,
Calling you out.
but anyways, yeah, she's pretty good for the movie. I just wish that she was in it more in the first half.
Mm.
Like, I mean, she's in there pretty much like a perfect amount for the second half. It's just, her presence just kind of goes away after a while, which is kind of a shame. And thankfully, stuff like Kingdom Hearts was able to give her a bit more like time with like, granted, a different franchise, but showing that she could be a competent villain, and therefore I'm gonna give her a B.
Yeah.
So I think
Like I
she
said-
works for the story that is told. Just a bit more time was needed. So
Yeah. Fuck her dragon form in Kingdom Hearts, by the way. It's
Yeah.
so hard.
yeah, I would imagine. All right,
That's
so
my 3.
Golden,
now
do you
I-
want to go first, or should I go next?
Me. I'm the guest. I'm a guest.
All right, you go.
I'm a guest at your birthday party. I don't know who to pick.
My God,
I don't know who to pick. I really want.
goes
not invited
first.
to the birthday
I don't know what
party.
to pick.
Have your Maleficent arc. You're not invited to the birthday party anymore.
I'm not. Then I curse your firstborn.
Damn. Sorry, Pepper.
Should I just start with like a semi-obvious pick to
Go
comfort
ahead.
me?
Go ahead.
Sure.
On the topic of Disney villains, Scar from The Lion King. That's
Yes.
right.
Oh.
I'm gonna fucking start out with an S tier of my own.
Dang.
So, because Scar is maliciously flamboyant, and I love it.
Mhm.
He murdered his own brother.
By the way,
Tried-
spoilers for these for these. It should be pretty obvious. So,
Spoilers for a movie made in
well,
1996.
spoilers for all of this media. It should be pretty obvious. So,
Spoilers to a movie made in 1996.
94.
94. But he murdered his brother in a stampede, which I would imagine would result in your skull being smashed. So, you know,
Yeah.
cartoon censored that for you.
Probably more than your
fragile,
skull.
you fragile children.
Yeah.
But he tried to kill his brother, and he pinned it on his like fucking
Nephew.
nephew, who was like a child,
Yeah, kind of
and rose up to prominence and pretty much became a tyrant. I know some people give him a little criticism in that Scar doesn't really do anything with his power. He just literally sits around and does nothing. But at the same time, I feel like that's kind of the point. Like, he
Mhm.
just wants to be the king because he wants to. Like, because he's a selfish jerk ass and just wants to be, like, the powerful one that everyone has to respect. Like, I don't want to say I don't want to say he's like being a man child, but he's just being kind of a spoiled. He just likes being a spoiled brat. But at the same time, he does get violent. And again, he killed Mufasa and almost killed Simba at the ending of the film. And his death scene is pretty great. He gets fucking mauled to death by hyenas, so that's pretty cool.
Mm.
His death is it's pathetic, but in like all the best ways. Like, it's a good kind of pathetic because he deserves it, but because he is pretty pathetic and cowardly. He plays dirty. He turns on the people who trust him the most. Even when like Mufasa was pretty fucking kind to Scar, all things considered. But unfortunately, that was, turned on him, basically. So
Yeah.
I like Scar. His vocal performance is great.
Mhm.
Live action version doesn't even come close, and I don't think any other version would come close to the OG.
Let me
Yeah.
remind
So
you
you
that
didn't
live
have to
action. Let me remind you that live action movie, well, live action in air quotes, is getting a sequel. So
Although I heard something about the
Yeah,
sequel, but I'll talk about that when we get to my turn.
okay, fair enough.
Mhm.
Oh
I do like it when John Oliver voices the bird.
Yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna put
Zazu.
Scar. Oh, sorry, you go.
No, you're good.
Yeah, I'm gonna put Scar in A tier as well. Again, he's definitely a pretty good, sort of. funny because in Stream we were talking about distant uncle vibes.
Oh no, not this again.
Distant uncle vibes. That's a phrase I have not heard in a while.
Not the distant uncle vibes again. I can't escape.
So, but anyways, obviously being Simba's uncle and wanting to seize power, of course, it's pretty much a very big parallel. I mean, Lion King is a parallel to Hamlet, as that's what it's based off of.
Mhm.
And
It's just furry Hamlet, guys.
Furry Hamlet. But yeah, like as far as obviously being a parallel to a lot of just, you know, family squabbles, he's pretty good in his role.
Yeah.
So I guess that's all I gotta really say, is that he's a very solid villain for a pretty good movie, and, well, he's iconic for a reason, and, well, his villain song, you guys know what it is? Has the...
Yeah, I do.
Has the
Hakuna
hyenas
Matata.
doing the,
It invokes Nazi imagery, which
Yeah.
is, you know,
You didn't have to be so
it's
blunt about
very
it, goddammit.
very intentional imagery.
No, very intentional. But yeah, he's a pretty good villain. Sorry, that's all I gotta really say, because you pretty much hit it on the head, so.
Yeah, Goldie pretty much hit it on the head. I give Scar S tier for me personally. Like, I feel like he's a very iconic villain, and like, you know, he killed his brother, exiled his nephew, just because he wanted to be king. And like Goldie said, yeah, he might not seem like he does much, but he just wants the power.
Yes.
He very
Yeah,
much wants the power.
And besides, that's like what a lot of tyrants do in real life. They seize power and then they do fucking nothing.
Yeah.
Like they just sit there and enjoy like the fruits of
Mhm.
privilege, basically.
And of course, he gets killed by the hyenas who he tried to, you know,
Who he used.
yeah, who he used.
Who he tried using as, you know, 1940s Germany parallel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
Ironic.
you know what's funny to me about this, though? Speaking of the live action one, so I want to talk about Jim Cummings' performance as Scar in the original. Fucking superb. I love Jim Cummings.
Amazing performance.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very amazing voice actor anyway. But what's funny to me, speaking of the fucking sequel to the live action, I'm not sure if this is true or not, but someone summarized it like it seemed like maybe Scar became evil because he's supposed to be first in line anyway. Then his
It wasn't Jim Cummings. It was.
I know it's not Jim Cummings. Oh,
Jeremy Irons.
Jeremy Irons, but in the
Jeremy
song,
Irons.
and be prepared, it was Jim Cummings.
Yes.
In the song, it was.
Yeah, fair.
But no, apparently in the sequel to the live action, Mufasa, the only reason he didn't become king was because his pack or whatever adopted Mufasa, and he ended up becoming king anyway when Scar was in line for it. So I'm like, I feel like that does add to the pettiness of Scar in a very hilarious way. Just like, what the fuck?
He's not in like he's not even blood type thing.
Well,
So,
it's just the fact that he was supposed to be first to lie, and then Mufasa got it, and he was like, "What the fuck?" So I'm like, you know what?
That is a little understandable. It doesn't excuse what he did, but at least that's like a
Oh,
little
yeah.
understandable. It's like, yeah, you know where the discontent comes from.
Mhm. But no, if we're talking just OG though, like I still think Scar's S tier.
Yeah. New guy who voiced Scar. Sorry, but
Yeah.
you were going up against impossible odds. But
Mhm.
then again, so was everybody in that movie.
True.
Yeah. Hey, by the way,
who-
I hope you guys don't mind that I've been eating. It's just
That's
I've
fair. I'm
eaten-
eating too.
I've only
I'm
eaten like once.
drinking a coffee, so that's
So.
fine.
Yeah. By the way,
Wait,
not fish sticks. This is chicken sticks. I thought it
Oh,
looked like
nice,
fish
nice.
sticks. Okay.
Yeah,
Very
I mean,
firm, too.
you picked a good day for the tier list anyway, because it's a more vibey tier list than the usual ones.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Saturday. It's not like last time where it was kind of like a Sunday night.
And besides, most of the stuff we've talked about, like, kind of indirectly in other tier lists anyways. Not necessarily ones that we've talked about with each other, but just related to content.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I still got 2 more things to pick.
Yes, you
Yeah.
do.
We're gonna step away from Disney for now.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's not
And, this
do
is
all the
one-
Disney villains quite yet, because
Not quite yet. It might feel like that for brief periods of time, but
Mhm.
well, this is relevant to me personally. this choice is relevant to me personally, and I guess to some extent Sly as well.
Mm-hmm.
But just a quick backstory: Sly, with his infinite generosity, gifted me Half-Life 2
You're
as
welcome.
sort of a bit of an early Christmas present because it was on sale on Steam
I actually
recently.
gifted both of you Half-Life 2.
Yeah, as I say, me too. Yeah, he gave me gifted me
Yeah,
as well.
we were both. Sly, in his infinite generosity, has gifted us an early Christmas gift of Half-Life 2, which is a game, despite playing Gmod and other source games like Gmod and Left 4 Dead, I had never played Half-Life 2 before up until very recently, and I still haven't finished it yet. But I'm about halfway through.
Yep.
I'm about halfway through.
Actually, you're about 2/3 of the way.
Oh, 2/3 of the way. Is that more or less than half?
That's more than half. That's 66%.
Okay, cool. But you know him. He's a traitor. Dr. Wallace Breed.
Traitor.
Now, keep in mind, I haven't finished the game yet. So
Okay, I won't.
don't know
I
the
won't
fullest-
spoil it
I
for you
don't-
specifically quite yet.
Yeah.
But-
I don't know to the fullest extent that his villainosity goes.
Mm-hmm.
So keep that in mind. This take might age poorly
Yeah.
coming from me. But just based on and up and through it seems like through most of the game, Dr. Breen doesn't have much of a presence. Like he's there, but it's like, But regardless, I'm gonna throw him in the A tier based on the simple fact that he helped sell out humanity to the interdimensional aliens. I don't know their name. He sold out humanity.
Yeah, because Goldie hates traitors and especially sellouts. So
I do hate traitors. I do hate sellouts. I do hate people who go about with. I personally do hate people who go about with the mindset. It's like, well, I'll be considered like one of the good ones that the tyrannical group is going to oppress, but like I'll be like one of the good ones that they tolerate, and that's good enough for me.
nowadays.
Yeah, it's like doesn't matter that I'm gonna be, So like, I put Dr. Wallace Breed in the A tier.
Alrighty.
I imagine he's quite selfish. He's moralless. He runs experimentation on innocent people who are thrown into concentration camps, prison camps, basically. Well, not really prison camps because they don't really do work. They're just kept in
It's not
stasis,
concentration camps. It's concentration cities.
Yeah, I mean, true. That also completely fucked up the entire. Is completely. I mean, not directly, obviously, but completely complacent in the entire planet getting completely fucked. People being relocated and killed. The oceans being drained. Entire civilizations falling. He's completely complacent in the destruction of humanity. He doesn't care as long as he's not there when it happens.
Mm-hmm.
And that is definitely something that makes him a certifiable A tier. And who knows, maybe I'll put him in an S tier when I finish the game. When I'll get to meet the man personally.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, I do know Wallace Breen more for just being an avatar for other characters in various Gmod animations. I just know him as other characters, like from videos.
My God.
I will always associate Dr. Kleiner with like Mr. Higglesworth from Elliot Goes to School.
Oh my god.
My God. All right, Sai, do you have an opinion?
I mean, not really. I have to put him. I've heard about him at least, but I don't know anything about him.
Yeah, you'll have to
myself,
play the
so-
game, so you can make your own. Don't know.
Yeah, I already did that, so he's my don't know for now. I will play the game though at some point soon.
You betcha, because it's a pretty dang good game.
Yeah.
Hate to part you all with a basic take, but sometimes basic takes are good takes.
I mean, you're talking to someone who hated Half-Life 1 for the longest time. But anyways. I don't know if you're gonna like my answer for this one, Goldie.
I mean, don't spoil things. This is the one thing I would personally recommend you do not spoil, please.
Okay.
B tier.
B or D?
B.
B. Okay.
I mean, I can live with that.
He's a decent villain for the game, but
Though he's not really the overarching villain.
yeah, he's technically not the main antagonist. We already know. By the way, you already know who the main antagonist is of the game, right? Like you played
a
up.
Combine.
Well, more specifically, Combine
G-Man.
Overlords.
Combine Overlords or G-Man or not G-Man's kind of more.
No,
of a,
G-Man's not a villain. He's just the most morally gray person ever.
Yeah,
he's neither good or evil. That's his point.
He's intimidating, but he's incredibly neutral.
Though for some stupid reason, the villains wiki calls him the main antagonist when it's like, no, he's not.
He's not.
Yeah,
he's not. G-Man's a lot like Agent 47. Even in mannerisms, they're kind of alike in the sense that they don't really act typically human, but that's mostly because G-Man isn't probably not really human, but
was a clone. But
they're similar in that they're incredibly moral.
But anyways, okay, I guess it's kind of hard for me to not talk about spoilers because you just haven't finished the game.
This is bad timing.
Okay. What I'm about to say is not necessarily a spoiler. He has a similar problem with Maleficent, in my opinion.
He's not in the game enough.
He's not in the game enough. He will appear a lot more once you finish the game, but
I mean, essentially,
he's just more of a figurehead.
He's a puppet.
Yeah, he's more of a puppet. Yeah, like he's
like the first human who volunteered to be like, no, I'll tell like the people of Earth like what you're gonna do, so that it doesn't seem as bad. Like I'll try to be like, no, like I'm humanity's. This is good. You know, I'll try and gaslight humanity for you, basically.
Yeah, and Big Joseph was actually watching my stream, like in my second part of doing Half-Life 2, and he's probably not gonna like what I'm about to say. He's not really that intimidating, at least in my opinion. Like he's just more.
No, he's not intimidating. He's
like I guess
an old man. Like he's just an old dude.
Mm-hmm.
I just more so judge him by the things he is okay. That he's just.
Shit, I'm really convinced myself hard to put him in C tier now. God damn it.
Yeah, he's like.
Yeah.
He's just okay with a lot of the absolute depravity that the Combine like has put upon Earth, and I don't know. There's lots of people out there in high positions of power, like Dr. Breen, who have the same mindset. It's like, I don't really care if the oceans are being drained. I don't really care if people are unjustly suffering. Mm-hmm. As long as I get my nice desk and my, cushy office, then I don't really give a damn. You could say that that's a lot of people.
I don't know. It's just, I feel like it just would have been better if he wasn't like so. Again, similar to Maleficent, I just feel like it would have been better if he wasn't as sporadic in the game, and that he was a lot more involved with Gordon himself, considering that he worked with Gordon Freeman in Black Mesa. They
were colleagues.
Mm-hmm.
I wish that was played out a bit more.
Yeah, like because to an extent they are like kind of complementary. They're kind of sort of not complement. No, they're kind of complementary to each other. Mm-hmm. They kind of have a similar origin, but they both went in completely different directions. Okay, well, I got one more to pick, and I'm going to try and pick someone that's quick so Sly can actually choose for once in his own stream.
Yeah, please. Because I want to talk about shit.
Yeah, you want to talk about stuff, and Simori and I are hijacking. Who do I pick? I'm going to pick someone from... I'm going to pick Vas Montenegro.
Vas,
the Pirate King himself. I'm sure, and I know there's lots of characters that are Pirate Kings, but He's a modern day Pirate King. The
Yeah.
ones with
Yeah.
AKs, and not the ones with swords, the ones with AK-47s.
Mm-hmm.
The not Somali pirates, basically.
The not, because I don't, the not Somali pirates.
Because it's not Somalia, so.
I would put him at a pretty high A tier. For one, there's, again, spoilers now. For one, there's his personal effect with Jason Brody in that he murdered his older brother in cold blood. Kidnapped.
That's at the beginning of the game. That's not a spoiler.
Yeah, it's the very beginning of the game, so not much of a spoiler. But he kidnapped Jason and all of his friends and his brothers, killed his older brother, and subjected I think it was his youngest brother to like torture, basically.
Yeah.
Like torture in a basement. And kidnapped his girlfriends too, Jason Brody. So there's already that going for him, that personal. But also it's villains like this that I was referring to when I was talking in the beginning of the stream about villains who represent something to the protagonist. Because it's very clear that Voss is somewhat meant to be a mirror of Jason. Or as it's implied that Voss himself was also at one point somewhat of a normal person. Definitely kind of fucked up from the beginning, but like definitely not like as psychotic as he is now. To where like Voss will ramble on and make very little sense crazy. It's implied that Voss was also like Jason, kind of vulnerable, I guess you could say. Because it's not like Jason Brody came from Innocent Origins 2. He was a fucking SoCal douchebag.
Yep.
Not disparaging Southern California, by the way. I'm just using the game's words.
Yeah.
But he is a mirror into sort of what Jason could find himself becoming if he becomes too comfortable with the violence that he actively is partaking in on the Rook Islands.
Yeah.
Voss is sort of a shining sort of statue of like, don't become this guy. You will become this guy if you don't like recognize what you're doing. And potentially Jason can become the next Voss of the Rook Islands. So, sort of. So and his performance by Michael Mondo is
pretty cool.
Considered one of the best in modern gaming for a good reason.
Yeah.
And I'm not just saying that as a Better Call Saul fan, because, well, this game came out way before then. But
yeah. But yeah, he's a pretty... Yeah, he's...
good.
Pretty good.
He's definitely better than Joseph Seed. There.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, by the way, before I continue, I just want to make sure that we speed it up a little bit so that we aren't like...
Yeah, I tried to quicken it up a little bit. I don't think I did a good job, but
no, you're fine. But yeah, well, this is going to be my first S tier. Voss, I think he's a fantastic villain because, as you said, he's kind of the parallel with Jason Brody in a lot of ways. But also he's just
fun to watch.
Yeah, like he's like, well, fun in the sense of like you're seeing like someone who like he's not there, but like he is at the same time, you know. And
he knows he's crazy. He knows he's crazy, and that.
But he relishes in that craziness, and he
just doesn't care.
Yeah, like he just kind of just indulges himself in that like psycho, and the fact that he, basically, I don't want to say stalks, but he pretty much, goes after like Jason Brody throughout the entire game. And keep in mind, he's not even technically the main villain. That's the thing. Yeah, he's not the main villain of Far Cry 3. He's like a lackey, but he's left that much of an impact on like the player base that people wish that he was like the main villain throughout. I mean, fuck, he's on the cover of the game.
He's on the cover. He's on all the promotional material.
But there's a reason why he like it's they did that, it's because of just what he represents as a character, and the fact that like he again represents what someone who could have been, fine, could eventually turn if they go down a dark path.
Yeah, because and what you said about how like Voss relishes in the violence despite not knowing that it's right, that's pretty reflective in sort of you. I hate to bring up like meta shit because it easily can get pretentious, but
Yeah, just make it quick.
it does kind of represent how you play Far Cry.
Yes.
Sort of that you have fun with the violence, and that's reflective with Jason, who understands that all this shooting and killing is bad, but he can't stop himself.
All right. Yeah.
I feel like he also summed it up pretty well, honestly, with Voss. I mean, I'll give him the S tier as well, because yeah, he's not the main villain, but he's just that good of a character in general. That he left such an impression. And like, when you think of Far Cry villains, I feel like Voss is like the top one everyone.
Yeah, that's why I chose him for the Far Cry thing, because there's no other villain that can compete. Although to be fair, Pagan Min is pretty close in my opinion, and the Jackal's from Far Cry 2 is underrated.
Yeah, Pagan Min is a pretty close second.
So
yeah, but no, S tier for me.
So yeah, all right. Can I choose now?
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
God, it's been an hour into the stream, and we haven't even.
We're having fun. We're having fun, Sly. We're having fun.
Well, it's about time I ruined that fun. So.
Oh no.
So let's talk about terrorists. So.
Yes.
So we all well, we're let's go back to the 1980s.
Okay.
Don't say it. Don't say something that'll get you banned.
I'm.
He's smart. He's smart.
Let's go back. We're go. Yeah, you're back.
Okay, let's go back to the 1980s. Let's go back to, when action media was like popular, and let's talk about toy games. Let's talk about toy shows. So
we're adults here. Let's talk about toys.
Yeah.
In the 80s, where you were able to play toys where you were playing with terrorists. God. Okay. This joke's not going. This joke is not going anywhere. Fuck it. Cobra Commander.
There we go.
I'm putting this motherfucker in F tier. If you guys know me, I hate a lot. There's a reason why I don't like talking about media from before the 1990s, and especially when it comes to animation. It's because I consider a lot of it to be pretty lazy, whether it be by Hanna-Barbera, whether it be by Hasbro, whether it be by like pretty much any other company. I don't like any. It just is just too flat for me, and it's just dull and uninteresting. And Cobra Commander and G.I. Joe in general represents everything wrong with, and just everything I hate about 1980s action cartoons, because he is just not only the most annoying motherfucker as far as his voice, but also he's just a bad guy just for the sake of being a bad guy. He's not really compelling. He was made to sell toys. So,
this is before War on Terror issues.
Yes, and this was also pre-War on Terror, and this was before people started, like, well, I mean, terrorism always had a negative connotation, but, like, it wasn't, like, as sensitive as it did became decades later.
Yeah. And I think it's all... I'm going on, I'm sorry.
And while I wouldn't necessarily say that, like, that his, like, the character aged poorly, it's just the media that he's from has aged poorly in that regard. And unfortunately, it's reflective on, this. So, that's all I gotta say. Fuck this shit.
The 80s as a whole aged... well, no, the 70s aged more poorly than the 80s, but... Yeah, that's a problem I have with a lot of 80s media. I like 80s stuff. Like, I do like stuff of the 80s. But as far as animation goes, I think it is a very low period for the medium. Because, yeah, like Sly said, it was a very... I say the best way to describe it is it was a very complacent time. Not many people were interested in experimenting and taking nuanced approaches to storytelling.
I mean, yeah, Hanna-Barbera lost its monopoly on animation, but that didn't necessarily mean people were trying. So
I could go on a rant about this type of thing for hours, so I'll just cut it short with this. There's a reason why when people talk about 80s cartoons, they only talk about the intros.
Yeah.
There's that's all I'll say.
But where's your tier for this guy?
F tier. Because I just don't give a shit. I just don't care. Like, I'm sorry, but maybe I'm just too young to understand. I don't know, but like, I just don't care. I'm sorry. I just don't care.
All right, sigh.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I also put him in F tier as well.
Thank you. Based. Hold on.
Commander.
Where's my?
Hit it real quick. Thank you.
Base. We all agree. This guy sucks.
Here's my thing with it. I forgot he existed. Because here's the thing. When I think of villains from G.I. Joe, I think more of Storm Shadow, who was like the white ninja dude. I feel like he's a lot more rememberable, at least.
Yeah, but he's not the main
Commander.
villain. That's the problem.
He's not, yeah. I'm like, it's bad when the main villain's not as memorable as well. I guess we can make an argument for Far. Well, I need to beat Far Cry 3, but G.I. Joe terms, nah. Cobra Commander, I forgot he existed.
The only reason why I remember him is because Angry Joe parodies him with Corporate Commander.
Oh God.
So
this is a much better villain when you think about it. It's a much better villain.
And parodies, a decent amount of the time, are better than the original source material. Don't at me.
Yeah.
All right.
Wow.
All right. Next up, let's go with You guys did good villains, so I want to do more bad villains.
Yeah.
Huntsman from Jake Long.
Huntsman.
D.
I've kind of forgotten about this guy.
Yeah, he's just a very forgettable villain for like the show. Like, I mean, he's whatever. He just wants to destroy all fantastical creatures throughout the world or entrap them. I mean, cool.
He's a dick.
Not much depth from that, though. As a matter of fact, there's more depth with his daughter than him as a villain. So,
I'm also gonna put, for the same reasons, I'll put him in D for dick as well.
Yeah, he's D for a dickhead.
Like, I somewhat remember him now. Like, now that you mentioned all that, I somewhat remember him. But
he's not really memorable. That's my point.
Not very
name me one thing, one trait about him that I just did not list. You can't.
It's impossible.
Possible. So,
and Goldie.
A D for dick, because I don't really remember him at all.
Which, speaking of fantasy, so Goldie and I, the other night. So you guys know how much I really like, or I played a lot of Wizard 101 back in the day, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's about time we talk about this notably naughty necromancer that we've got here.
This notably naughty necromancer that totally does not look evil.
Malistaire Drake. So, I mean, this guy got upset at the Ravenwood School after his wife died, which that would have been fine. Yeah, he would have been depressed, but that'd be fine. Then his wife got replaced by a cow. And because of that, he literally took down the entire death school that he taught, so that no death wizard would be able to have their own school.
You just said, "Fuck this, I quit."
He said, "Fuck this, I quit," and then
so do all of you.
And then, out of the ashes and anger of the fact that his wife died, he went after her to see if he can get a book to revive him, to revive her. by summoning a giant dragon from a world which will cause mass genocide. But hey, his wife will be back to life.
Yeah, Honey's back. Honey, you're home.
So, I mean, obviously I'm presenting that in a very memey thing, but actually in context, he's actually a lot better of a villain than you might think. As a matter of fact, even kind of after, I mean, Goldie, you already know that it's multiple arcs, so you should not be surprised that he does ended up getting defeated. So, but once you even defeat him, even his shadow lingers around, and very similar to another villain, which we'll get to much later. His death lingers on throughout the rest of the game, and I find that to actually be pretty cool and adds a lot of even more depth than you would think with this guy. And I don't know, I'm gonna give him B tier. He serves his purpose as a decent villain for a pretty underrated MMO.
There is something to be said about a character whose actions are so catastrophic that even once they're thwarted, their work has not been undone.
Yeah.
That's just how damaging they have been to the universe of that story.
So, guys have any opinions on this notably naughty necromancer?
I mean, I put him in B myself.
All right. So you know of this guy, don't you, Sai?
A little bit. I used to play a bit of Wizard 101 back in the day.
Yeah.
I somewhat remember this dude. And for one, the meme explanation you had for him was fucking fantastic.
Thank you.
But
thank you.
Again, that's a great character. Like you and Goldie were just saying. It's a great thing when even when the character dies, their legacy lingers on.
Not only that, but also he just has that intimidating presence to him, similar to also another character which we'll get to later.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, his name is Malistaire Drake, which is you're bound to be evil with that name.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, pretty cool villain. How do you think, Goldie?
I think he's pretty cool. I've never played the game though because, I just never did. When I was a kid, I didn't really like fantasy stuff. So
damn.
But just to make you guys happy, I'm gonna put him in a B tier just to make you guys happy that I gave him a rank.
Hey.
Yeah, because at least you know of him, and we watched that lore video because it's funny.
I'm gonna give him a high ranking, but I'm not gonna give him a really high ranking because then it would just cross him to me being disingenuous.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right. I think that was my last pick. So.
Oh, was that your last pick?
Yes. So Austin,
Okay.
Back to me. Yeah, it's back to me. Okay. We were talking about good villains. Let's talk about bad villains. I want to go with my rant already because she's pissing me off. We're gonna go. If you look by Joker, like Heath Ledger Joker, if you look by him, there's Kaguya from Naruto Shippuden. F. This fucking pointless villain ass character. This fucking pointless villain. I'm so pissed. That's the one you decided to go with from Naruto. I am so pissed. If it was Madara, I'd say S tier because fucking Madara was great. And then what happens? Oh, he gets snuck because I gotta bring back Kaguya. And she comes back at the end. She's like, who the fuck are you? She comes back and she gets fucking clapped by Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura anyway. She don't last too long. And she did one of the most evil things. I mean, technically it's through Madara. But she gave infinite filler. Naruto Shippuden was stuck in filler for a long ass time because of this fucking bitch. I'm sorry. I think I've talked about how I don't like the ending of Shippuden too much with the whole Chosen One thing that they did.
Because we hate Chosen One stories here. Watch our heroes tier list for that.
Kaguya literally came from fucking nowhere. Literally fucking nowhere. I'm like, you had this cool ass villain, and he gets stuck because she's actually the big bad. It's like, fuck you. So F. Sorry, I had to go on my rant. It was pissing me off just looking at her.
Wow.
I had to get out of my system.
Goldie?
You had to rant.
Goldie?
I don't even know what Kaguya looks like.
If you look next to Heath Ledger Joker, it's going to be one.
That
That
looks like an anime character, okay.
Yeah. The white bitch.
I don't know anything about anime, so I can't make these.
All right.
I can't make.
All right.
these
Put it in the
informed
don't now.
decisions,
That's
so I
fair.
have to put her in the non-applicable.
That's fair.
You bet she's non-applicable.
She might as well fucking been non-applicable.
I'm so glad I chose her now, specifically to piss you off.
Oh god, I fucking one of the most pointless villains.
I think it's hilarious that they made her the main antagonist of the franchise too. Like
at the very fucking end, right? At the very fucking end.
I was gonna say, like, what season is this? Like,
This is like the very last few episodes, pretty much.
So
like she comes out of fucking nowhere. Now, if you would have put Madara, I would have put him in S, because Madara is a great fucking villain. I love Madara Uchiha.
Well, too bad he's not the main villain.
Too bad. Yeah, I guess you're just gonna have to deal with her being the big villain. How does that make you feel?
By the way, okay, a bit of behind the scenes for you guys here. Spoiler alert: we do not have a Fallout villain on here. Although if I did, I was so close to having Benny, so that Goldie could have the same rank.
Just so I could rant about how he fucking made me stay in his room for 4 fucking hours. He shot me in the head.
Game was rigged from the start.
Okay, you know what? Actually, hold on.
You gonna add him in there? Bonus character added.
We're adding a new. We're adding a new player to the ring.
Character.
Fuck yeah.
Bonus character. Oh.
By the way, this is not the bonus character I was thinking of saving for the stream, but I don't care. I'm adding him.
Yeah.
Was that gonna be Professor Callahan?
Just add him.
Hold up. Where's the picture?
No, you gotta add the real villain of Fallout New Vegas, Doc Mitchell.
I know it's technically fucking Caesar, but I don't care.
Caesar.
Yeah. Well, yeah, depending. Yeah, I guess Caesar.
I mean, guys, literally like.
But anyways, I guess while I work on this, yeah, D tier for her. The fact that she appears at the very end is fucking stupid. Like any villain that does that is pretty dumb.
The way you make this sound, that sounds like a certifiable F tier. Like
I
it's
mean,
just an,
yeah,
like, is it really?
F,
Is
yeah.
it really?
Yeah,
just like
yeah.
a
F.
like,
She is an F. She's a fucking F.
Like, is it really just like something that shows up like right at the end of the series?
Yeah, literally. The main villain of that point at least gets snuck by this.
All right, there you go. Refresh your pages. So
and this thing's like, oh, I did this for the will of Kaguya. Like, who the fuck is Kaguya? And then last few episodes, here she is. She's like, fuck you, shipping it. You ruined the fucking series. Sorry. Anywho, next pick. Let's go for something a lot better.
All right, no, refresh your refresh.
I already did. I see that checkerboard motherfucker looking at me.
Benny!
But I'll wait. I'll let Goldie get to him for his turn. So
I'm
gonna talk about someone else. I will talk about a different anime character though that I'm very familiar with, and I'm actually gonna put this character in S tier. If you look by Zim, there's an anime character right next to him.
It's fucking Zareth Dragonal. This guy.
Yeah, Zareth Dragonal. Yeah, or is his last name Zareth Dragonal? Is his last name Dragonal? I can't remember. But
yes,
yeah, Zareth.
Yeah, it's Dragonal.
Yeah, so I put him in. Okay, so the thing with Zareth, right? He might be one of my favorite parts of Fairy, because I understand if people don't like Fairy Tail. I do, but Zareth was definitely one of my favorite parts. Granted, I'm also a sucker for like the tragic villain backstory thing, because he's not. Because technically, he doesn't want to be a villain. His power is just very cursed. You know, everything around him literally fucking dies, and obviously he ends up losing his brother, aka Natsu. That's a whole thing. But he has a very tragic relationship with the founder of Fairy Tail, Mavis. And he ends up becoming a villain because he just has to. He's got no other fucking choice.
He was destined to become the thing that he didn't want to be.
Yeah, and he tried so hard to not be that too. One of my favorite scenes.
This guy.
Yeah, because one of my favorite scenes, because he's been hiding on this island, Tenryou Island, where he was hoping to be away from people, but that's where Fairy Tail had went for their S rank wizard exams sort of thing. But the people that tried to bring him back, like, oh, he's asleep. We need to gather these things to wake him up. He shows up, is like, bitch, I wasn't asleep, and just kills the main guy, the leader of this group, just because they pissed him off for trying to get him back.
That's awesome.
But no, like, he's just one of the best well-written characters in Fairy Tail. So S tier for me.
He's a very grumpy boy when you wake him.
Yeah, he wasn't even asleep. He's just pissed because he's like, "Day, we need Lord Zareth. We'll do evil deeds." Like, what the fuck? No. Then at some point he's like, "Okay, fine, I'm killing you."
Yeah, I'm gonna put him in B tier.
That's fair.
It's funny because we chose Natsu as the hero for Fairy Tail, and I think that Zareth is probably the biggest parallel to him. I mean, they're brothers, so I mean,
yeah,
and. Yeah, like, I think that, like, that is honestly probably one of the most interesting ways that you could have a tragic backstory for, like, a villain, is that they kind of force themselves into becoming the villain, even though they don't want to. Yeah. And that, like, adds a lot of complexion that I do think is pretty cool. Mm-hmm. I think the reason why I'm putting this in B tier is mostly because, well, Fairy Tail's so fucking long of a series.
That's fair. That's very fair.
Because he doesn't appear until, like, what, halfway through? Like,
I think technically he does. I can't remember how long into the series Tenryou Island arc is, because that's when he first appears.
Yeah, that's very. You see why I'm not an anime person as much, is because there's so many goddamn series that are so goddamn long.
That's fair, yeah.
So, and at least from what I understand, that's pretty cool. That being said, I don't know if I'd call him an emo character. That's why I didn't put him in the emo character tier list, because I know some people call him that. So, yeah. But that's all I'm going to say about that. Also, I'm assuming Goldie doesn't have anything to say either, so.
I actually have a lot to say. I don't.
Oh.
The only anime I've watched, I've watched bits and pieces of others, but the only I've watched consistently is Pokemon, and that's because my brother was into it for a couple years, and this was during 2006, 2007, so we're talking that era of Pokemon. I don't know what you call
so it. The 4Kids era of Pokemon. Okay.
The 4Kids era.
Well, it was on it was on Cartoon Network. So
no, that's still 4Kids.
Okay, so I guess it's the 4Kids dub.
Yeah.
I don't know. My brother would be able to answer that question, but then again, I don't even think he would remember.
Yeah. So don't know for you, I'm guessing for Zareth then?
That's a don't know. If I could find Zareth, I don't know what
he's right next to Zim.
Right next to Zim.
Okay, he's that guy in the cloak.
Yes, he's with the black hair. Yeah. All right.
All right, and then my last pick.
Yep.
I actually kind of glad you put him in, because there's one little funny thing I want to talk about with this character. Is if you look second row towards the right, you'll notice Vilgax from Ben 10.
Yes.
Second to the right on which row?
This guy.
I recognize the alt. He's the fucking Davy Jones looking guy.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
I recognize the art style.
From what I remember, it's been so long since I've seen Ben 10, so my memory is very fuzzy. Of course, I remember Vilgax, obviously. Yeah. I mean, I'll probably give Vilgax I'd say I'll probably do A, because I was going to B, but I'll do A for him for now. Because he was a very consistent villain. He was, you always saw him in Ben 10. He has longevity. Yeah, he's very consistent in the series. And for a funny reason, too, for me, for that, is obviously he's...
There's just something like that.
No. He keeps getting thrown into the null void, where there's no escape. Somehow, this motherfucker keeps escaping the inescapable prison. It's just like, at this point...
Then it's not an escape. Then it's not inescapable. What the fuck?
Yeah, you're right. Like, here's the thing. Like, you think at some point they'd stop throwing him into null void. They would just off him.
Hello?
They just
Is
finish
it
it.
But
is
they
it like a
can't
joke?
do that though, because it's a kid show.
I know.
It's like a
but
Joker.
funny.
It's like a Joker situation where it's like at this rate you might as well just kill him.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
it's a
but,
Joker
like,
situation
It's just
for him.
funny to me though that they keep throwing him in, and he's like, no, and just leaves.
No.
But
Is
no,
he
he's a
voiced
very.
by that? Is he voiced by that guy in cartoons that?
No,
usually be
okay.
voiced in all
I
of
was
this?
about to. I was actually gonna bring that up because take a guess who voices Vilgax without looking it up.
Okay. Is it Jin Cummings? I know
No,
it's not.
It's-
But
Is it the guy that is it the guy that like I know who you're talking about? I just don't know his name.
just say a
Okay.
name. Just say a name without looking it
I
up.
don't know the name though. I can't name.
do you know the name of the
anything.
character?
Do I know another? Didn't he voice like Static Shock's dad or something? Like
No.
he voiced like it's that
No.
guy.
No.
But you know exactly the guy I'm talking about, right?
Yes, but that's not who it is.
Oh
Does
god.
he at least sound? Is he voiced by?
You know who
Steve
this.
Blum?
You know who
Like,
this is. You know who this is.
It's not Steve Blum, right?
It is Steve Blum.
It is Steve Blum. Okay, cool. I'm glad.
It's funny because for those who don't know, I have my own wiki. I just added a Steve Blum page. Holy shit. Even I didn't realize how many fucking characters he's voiced. Holy.
Many characters he
Like,
voices
hold on.
throughout. Yeah.
I'm just gonna make a quick detour. Look at all of this.
Oh my god.
Look
I'm waiting
at
for
this motherfucker's filmography.
Yeah,
Oh my
fucking
goodness.
yeah, Vilgax right there.
Wait, Final Fantasy. Go up. Who do you voice in Final Fantasy?
He voices various characters in Final Fantasy XI.
He does.
And-
He
Okay.
voices various characters.
Yes, he's
along.
in Star Wars Battlefront
Yeah.
2. He's in Ghost Recon, Company of
I-
Heroes, Uncharted. He's in Sly 4. He's in My
He's
Life as
the-
an Age Robot. He's in Ratchet and Clank.
Bruce in Halo 3.
He's in Valorant. Like, he's in fucking
Batman's got
everything.
MC.
Like,
yeah.
Bioshock Infinite. He's in Fallout New Vegas even. He's in everything.
Even New Vegas. Halo.
So-
Halo
He's-
4.
Whatever.
Yeah. I
The
thought it said
detour
Final
over.
Fantasy 10, and I was like, if it's Final Fantasy 10, don't tell me this motherfucker's jacked. But it's not, so.
So, anyways, I'm gonna put him in. I'm gonna put Vilgax in a B tier.
Okay.
Funny enough, I mostly remember him from in the original series where he would telepathically communicate with Ben in one of his forms, where he takes him into that one thing where it's just a giant thing of his head. You remember those scenes?
I think so.
I
yeah.
don't like the idea of an adult creature telepathically communicating with a 10-year-old.
But that honestly, back then, that was pretty unsettling. I mean, besides for those reasons, but just kind of as an intimidating threat that he was
I'm
kind of.
inside your head.
Yeah.
I mean,
Get
quite
inside
literally
people's
though.
fucking heads and they
And-
feel stupid.
As far as a major threat for at least for the original series, keep in mind that that's kind of mostly my reference. I do know he was also in Ultimate Alien and Omniforce, although I don't give a shit about Omniforce. He was decent in Ultimate Alien, but
Mm.
in my opinion, he peaked in the original series. So
Oh, yeah.
B tier.
I mean, here's the thing about Ben 10 for me.
You don't like
It
Ben 10.
can't-
We've
the
established
original
this, so-
series. The original series aired at the tail end. Well, the tail end of the series was airing when I was first developing memories regarding watching cartoons. So I remember
Damn.
Ben 10 being on the first version and the second version. See, I don't even know the names.
Alien Force.
So
that's
I
the
remember it
second
being
version.
on, but if I remember correctly, as a kid, it was just something I watched as filler in between other things.
Yeah.
So I know of Ben 10. I watched it back in the day, but it didn't really have much of an effect on me as a kid. So I don't really know much. I don't remember much, and it's just not. I just know that the intro kicks ass, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Damn.
And so I know a lot of my classmates and friends back in elementary school loved it and talked about it, but I was never into that. I was a pussy wimp. I watched SpongeBob, which was like all of us. So like, but whatever. So I just put this in like a I don't know because it's
Alright.
like I don't know. I just
Alright.
don't. I don't know the specifics of Ben 10.
Alright,
Okay.
fair enough. Alright, well, it's your turn now, so.
My turn.
Yep. I mean, if you need a good first pick, he's looking right at you, staring at you.
Oh, is
You
it
know who I'm
Death's
talking
Hand?
about. No.
Is it Death's Hand? Well, we're gonna pick Death's Hand because he's
No.
the first face
Or
that I
it's
saw staring at
it's
me.
Death's Head.
And
So
Death's Head, and he does have a pretty like he does like to sinister, he does
from
like to stare
Wolfenstein,
at
by the
people
way, for
with
those who don't
grin.
know. So
Yeah.
Yeah, for the Death's Head from Wolfenstein. Now, this is kind of easy because, well, he's basically Joseph Mengele. He's a Nazi scientist. So,
I mean,
like,
yeah.
I think that's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah.
He performs almost cartoonishly but then again, so did the Nazis, performed almost cartoonishly inhumane and grotesque experiments on innocent people. And took great pleasure in doing so.
Yeah, he's a
And he
fucked
has
up man.
and he has probably one of the best examples of a slasher smile that I have ever seen.
Yeah, the old man jump scare. Like,
Yeah, the old man. The dude is literally like the old man SCP if he was like just a regular. He literally is if he was just like still a human. Though
yeah.
even then, I don't really know if Death's Head is human anymore. The shit he's done.
Yeah, this fucking.
So yeah,
So,
what do you guys have to say?
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, I am kind of talking colloquially, not just from Wolfenstein, like the New Order, but also the Old Blood, and also Return to Castle Wolfenstein in the 2009 game because he's in those as well. Well, what you didn't do a tier for him?
Oh, S tier. Goes without saying, he's a Nazi scientist.
But like, is he a good villain, in your opinion?
I mean, he's a good representation of the Nazis.
As in, is he a good villain?
He's a good villain in the grander scope of the universe. They don't call him Death's Head for nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I mean that's it. That's a fair take because I'm gonna put him in A tier as far as I guess I'm just trying to say like you better not be saying that he's a good character in the sense like that's fine.
No, yeah, I kind of got that vibe. Like I think we should kind of clear up that
we're talking about
we're ranking them. We're ranking them on villainy.
No, we're just ranking them based off of if they're a good villain. I've told you this. Like this is So
we're ranking them on how bad they are, and I don't mean bad as in like they're bad villains. I mean like in how bad of people they are.
Yeah, because like
we're not ranking them on like who we like personally. Like, well, we like them as villains, but that doesn't mean we like or identify with them.
Yeah.
At least not all of them. Definitely not Death's Head.
Yeah, definitely not. And well, if you
unironically
think he's a good guy, that's a self-report on you. So
yeah, unless stated otherwise, we truly do believe that these characters are evil fucking people, and we hope that none of them, no matter how fantastic or grounded, are replicated in real life.
Yeah.
Unless specified otherwise, assume that we would not want these people to exist in real life.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like your ass is covered
anyone
now?
To emulate their actions.
You good?
We got that little PSA out of the way.
Death's Head's a good villain. Especially for the New Order. Like they made him into a creepy motherfucker that you pretty much want dead by the end of the game. And well, you do just that. But he was also in the Old Blood in that as sort of like a prequel introduction-ish with the newer Wolfenstein universe. And yeah, no, he's He's the type of villain that you definitely want dead. Like,
you want him dead.
but like
Again,
in a good way. Like,
yeah,
because
again,
holy shit.
He's like the old man SCP, but if he was like still in human form.
Yeah. So
takes way too much pleasure in the grotesque suffering of others.
yeah, there's a reason why I've not streamed the newer Wolfenstein games. Not because of the imagery, but because
Not
of
the imagery, but
because I've streamed World War II games before. It's because of, well, some of the gross shit that's in that game that he did.
goes without saying, not safe for work.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
and definitely not advertiser friendly.
But he is a pretty good villain. So, but as far as Sai, do you have any opinions on this motherfucker?
No, I haven't played any of the Wolfenstein games myself, so unfortunately, no.
All right, fair
I've
enough.
been told I need to play them.
Yeah,
Though.
you need to play New Order. That's for sure. Like, you will understand what the hell we're talking about with this guy once you do.
Yeah.
But yeah, next villain.
Oh yeah, it is my turn.
Yeah. Your second pick.
I'm trying to think of a villain that would have a good segue to come with it.
Excuse you.
Why don't we let's go from a Nazi scientist to a literal single-cell organism. Sheldon J. Plankton.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
If I'm gonna be honest, I was iffy with this one, but the more I thought about it, he qualifies.
Yeah.
So.
He's pretty much the he's. I mean, I put Plankton in a B tier and under the same under the same prerequisites as, like Dr. Robotnik.
Yeah.
Because Plankton himself is all, I mean, when you have a cartoon that has run for over 20 freaking years.
Yeah, 25 years.
Plankton is definitely 25 freaking years, longer than I've been alive, by the way. Plankton, as well as pretty much every SpongeBob character, is fairly, I wouldn't say inconsistent, but it's just that it's a victim of flanderization.
Yes.
Plankton's not exactly, but granted, as far as characters in SpongeBob went, he is one of the ones that has kind of suffered the least from flanderization. That being said, even
it still happened,
show,
but Goldie,
it still happens.
But he went to college.
He did go to college, but so did George Bush. So,
God.
So but at the same time, again, I put him in with Dr. Eggman because, for one, Plankton is very much a harmless villain. Yes, he does messed up things. He does want to rule the world. And in the movie, he doesn't really rule the world. He just rules Bikini Bottom. But regardless...
That's a big enough scale.
Yeah, and does kind of start, Caesar's Legion. But anyways... not really. Definitely not. But
okay, choose your tier.
B. I already said B tier.
B.
B tier. I'm sorry.
B tier because he's pretty harmless, and 90% of the time he's just treated as just kind of a joke, anyways. That being said, he's got ambition. He does love his computer wife,
and he did go to college.
Who is voiced by Doug Lawrence's wife in real life. So that's a cute fun fact.
Oh.
So yes, that Karen is voiced by Mrs. Lawrence.
And he went to college. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and he went to college. Yeah, S tier. He went to college.
I'm sorry. Your little quip was way funnier than it should have been.
We didn't all go to clown college.
Sigh.
I'm not having you talk about Yale that way.
Yeah. But no, I put him in B as well for the same reasons, technically, as Goldie. For one, he went to college. But I feel like he's a good villain in the sense of how SpongeBob is as a show. Like, he's not a serious villain.
Yeah, he's a good villain for the show because, I mean, SpongeBob isn't a show that takes itself seriously, so why should you have a villain that takes
It's
itself
SpongeBob,
seriously?
Like,
although,
if you expect, that's why I thought it'd be funny to go from Death's Head to him, because it's like,
although
you know,
I hate that you mentioned the Caesar's Legion thing, because now I'm thinking about when you go up to Kaisar, but instead of Kaisar there, it's just fucking Plankton.
That should be a mod now for Fallout New
Yes,
Vegas.
please.
And replace all of the Caesar Legions guys with, like, bucket heads.
yeah,
Yes,
please. Bucket.
Anyone who knows how to mod, if you're watching, please, I am begging you.
The amount of New Vegas mods that are out there, I wouldn't be surprised if it was already like done, at least to some extent.
Oh, probably.
Alright, so B tier. So
Yeah,
B
B
tier.
tier.
Alright.
Yeah.
C.
Okay.
Fair. If we're going by
Flanderization.
like, maliciousness.
I rest my
Yeah.
case. I rest
C
my
for-
case.
C for college.
C for college.
I'm sorry, I don't know why that's my favorite line from him. Like, it's just... I went to college!
Sheldon J. Plankton.
Alright,
Crabs.
your last pick.
Mm-hmm.
That is my last. No, this is
No, you
this is
have
my
one
last pick.
Yeah, this is your
No,
last
this
pick.
is my last pick.
No,
Yeah.
you...
Do we go serious again? Do we stay silly, or do I find somewhere in the middle? Tier
Do
lists
somewhere
are
in the
hard.
middle. Do somewhere in the middle.
Well, we already did someone in the middle. We did Plankton. So he's got to do, like, someone else.
Somewhere in the middle. Okay, but I'm gonna have to take a little look see.
Okay.
Make it quick, because... Yeah.
Make it
Just
quick.
so-
Make it quick. I'm gonna give one that you guys can talk about, because
Oh.
you know
Okay.
that you guys can talk about. Gray Man.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna put him in D tier.
Could be quick. I know of him. I know there's the brothers. There's there's Blue and there's Red, and then there's their like bastard third brother. Their third bastard brother, Gray,
Mm-hmm.
who I think is the one who's hired like all the mercenaries to fight each other to begin with.
Technically,
think.
yes, but he's also the one that was kind of... He's trying to obviously manipulate Banco into just, consolidating to himself, but eventually that failed, and so he just unleashes the robots within the man versus machine mode. So...
Also, I like how his design kind of feels like what Senator Palpatine would look like if he was in our universe.
God.
Like if he was
Stop.
an actual
Stop.
like if he was like an actual
Stop.
United States senator, like I feel like this is what he would look like.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm assuming you don't have anything to say, right?
I don't. I only know scant information
All
about
right,
him. I
I'm
thought
s-
this would be a fun one that you guys could pop off on.
Alright,
Yeah.
Psy.
Well, you can pop off on him. Put him in don't know. Who the fuck is this man?
He's from Team Fortress 2,
Ah, okay.
which, yes, has its own
Nice.
lore.
I did not know that.
Boy, does it have its own lore.
Or does it have lore?
Yeah. Like,
That-
I knew it had lore. I just don't know too much of the in-depth lore stuff, so...
You don't know how deep it goes.
Yeah, I don't know how deep it goes, so...
But I'm not gonna
Well,
lie, I just don't care about
when I saw this
guy.
fucking Pixar-looking motherfucker, I'm like, who is this?
Well,
Yeah.
Palpatine is technically a Disney character, so I guess that's
Stop! I swear to God. Okay. I just don't care, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, I mostly just put him on here just to kind of do filler, if I'm gonna be
Mhm.
honest.
Okay.
Because,
And you're allowed to not care, Sloy.
well,
You're allowed
it's
to
just,
do that.
it's just the thing is that it's just kind of your, like, I mean, unlike, Scar, his attempt at trying to consolidate power is just not really interesting, at least in my opinion. Like, So
is he just kind of your typical like corporate goon villain?
basically,
I mean, that's kind of what he looks like. Again, he looks like a United States senator. So like,
but yeah, that's all I gotta say.
I did a truly right there.
All right, let's finally talk about. Gotta talk about Benny now.
Yeah, okay. We're bringing it in.
I did my 3 picks.
No, yes, you did. You did your 3 picks. You did Death's Head, you did Plankton, and you did Gray Man. I get to choose Benny now because you didn't pick Benny. So.
Well, because I gotta talk about Benny.
Which you were.
Yeah, Benny. For one, she shot me in the head, and that fucking hurt. And I had to spend time with Doc Mitchell, of all people, which is the real villain of Fallout New Vegas, by the way. I lost, like, all of my previous memories. He robbed me of my life, kind of. Buried me in a shadow grave, but with a bunch of, like, drug addicts. Like, with the cons. Like, had the cons bury me. And I could fucking forgive that if the man could at least be true to his word and actually fucking talk to me when I confront him. If I survived a shot to the head, I think I can survive a whole lot worse. And to keep me waiting in his fucking hotel room for 4 goddamn hours while he sat there doing whatever it is that Benny does for fun, which is locking people in his room for 4 hours. That kind of made me upset because I genuinely thought that he was going to come in. His suit looks like a couch. He tried to kill me with his goons when I fucking wised up. Barely made it out with a pool cue. So yeah, S tier. He's like,
fuck,
kind of
my head's
basically. He's like kind of my nemesis, basically. Just because he's an.
Oh my god.
Just because he's annoying. He's not. I mean, obviously, he's not like important, which somehow makes me hate him more.
I don't care. He's my choice for Fallout. Deal with it.
Because he thinks he's an. I tried to get you to put Caesar, by the way, because we could have actually.
I don't fucking care. It's my stream.
We could have actually
I
had a
think Betty was the best pick though, just for that rant alone.
We could have had a genuine conversation, but you had to make me talk about Benny again.
Oh, by the way, okay, I got.
Me baby also. He likes to call me baby, which makes me really uncomfortable because, one, I'm not into you that much, Benny, okay? I'm sorry. I'm just not into you, okay? I'm sorry, but, you know.
Oh my god.
I can understand that you might be turned on by someone who can survive a shot to the head. It's very impressive. Don't know how I did it, though, but I did. So,
oh
yeah,
my god.
Stop calling me baby.
Yeah. He's a mailman, but he survived a shot to the head.
Okay, I need it. I gotta tell a story. I gotta tell a story.
Okay.
Are you gonna provide context?
So,
we'll see.
Well, you already provided half the context. So you guys know I don't like Fallout, but I bought Fallout New Vegas because, well, of that scenario that just happened, that you just described. And
should I tell it or should you tell it?
I should tell it because it's my. So basically, after that whole playthrough that he went through, I decided, you know what? You did the wrong thing. I'm gonna show you what you're supposed to do. And well, I got up to level 8, went over to the strip, got into the fucking whatever the fucking scene was. I don't even give a shit. And
Tops.
And I.
Hey, fellow, welcome to the Tops Casino.
And right as, like, they're supposed to confiscate your weapons, I just said, fuck you, shot the guards, and I blew off Benny's head with a grenade launcher. Or, not blew at Lake's with a grenade launcher.
Yeah, because all the while, when we were meeting with Benny, all the while, like, Sly was telling me, like, he's gonna turn on you.
Yeah, I told you! Yeah, I fucking knew it! But you were like, oh no, he's just gonna be fine, or whatever. Sends fucking goons after you. Also, didn't you like
I
die to
wanted
them or
practice-
like?
Can you die to that? I don't. I think I might have at least once, because I just remember being very desperate to like. I don't know. I might have either died to them once or twice, or I got really close to death. Because I just remember like desperately like managing to kill one of the goons with a pool cue, and then like frantically grabbing his pistol and like spraying and praying on the other two dudes.
But yeah.
So either I did die or I was very, very close to death.
Also, in that same playthrough, after I killed Benny, I just shot Mr. House in the head without knowing.
Mr. House in the face.
Yeah.
After his like 170-year cryostasis.
Oh
You
god.
fucking shot Mr. House / Walt Disney / Howard Hughes / Ryan
Andrew
Ryan in the face. I almost said Ryan Johnson, but no.
Oh yeah, I disintegrated Caesar with a las rifle.
As you should.
I mean, I would have
So,
done more
but yeah.
Caesar, but
So yeah, that's the story on how I bought Fallout New Vegas, and that's why it's on my Steam. It's specifically because of Goldie.
To spite me.
Yeah.
You bought Fallout New Vegas is not something for spite, Sly. It's something that brings people together.
Well,
I mean, it definitely brought you two together. That's for sure.
No, it was FNAF that brought us together, but we'll talk about that later.
I think we did become a bit more closer that night, though, Sly.
Yeah. Just to show how to deal with Benny.
But keep in mind, I was only a level 10 when I killed all those guys.
Yeah, you were a low fucking... You did like a mitten squad. Like, may rest in peace, by the way. But you did you did a mitten squad. Can I kill Benny at level 1? I'm pretty sure he did make a video like that.
Anyways,
Oh my god, do I get to talk about Benny now? Yay.
No. Oh, well, okay. I'm
Benny.
You know, because of that, best villain.
Best villain. He represents everything I hate, basically.
Yeah, he's how I feel about Gregory to you from FNAF.
Oh god.
I mean, I'd argue that your hatred for him is a little more steaming than mine, but sure.
All right, Sai, how do you feel? How do you feel about Benny?
I mean,
What's your Benny experience?
My Benny experience, I mean,
make it quick because we've been on this motherfucker.
Same for most people. I mean, granted, I scared him. I've actually killed him. I've let him escape and get caught by Caesar's Legion, and then let him escape from Caesar's Legion, only to get shot by me instead. So
you gave him false hope.
I gave him false hope. I mean, I'll give him a B because like he does play somewhat. If his thing does lead to like,
I know he's not the main villain of that game, but I don't give a fuck.
He does basically kickstart the plot, though.
Yes, he's the plot initiator.
As minimal as he is in the as he is like in the game itself, he's unwittingly kind of kickstarted everything that happens in New Vegas.
Yeah, and plus he is trying to technically take over New Vegas in the way that you could do it instead. My favorite route.
Also,
that's kind of why you wanted platinum.
Also, you can You know what the funniest thing about that though is?
What?
You can seduce him and have sex with him in the game.
You can. I didn't want to bring that up because it makes me want to fucking throw up at the thought of that. But yeah.
Yeah. Also, I put him in B for that reason. Also, quick tangent because you mentioned House and Jude. New Vegas players, if you want a nice little quick achievement, this is just a little side thing, real quick, super quick one. Kill him with a golf club. There's an achievement for it in game.
There's a nice little achievement that's a reference to a pretty good game.
But no,
all right, can we go back to not acknowledging Fallout now?
Yeah.
Rude, but okay, yeah.
All right. Okay, let's actually get an unironically cool villain here.
Yeah, now you can actually like choose something that's prevalent to you and not me.
All right.
In the same way, In the same way that you downloaded Fallout, you bought Fallout New Vegas and killed Benny to spite me, you chose Benny as your first pick just to spite me. When will it end? You two were my friend.
All right, we are friends.
We're my
We
brother.
are friends.
Anyway,
My brother's not.
okay, I'm actually gonna choose a non-ironically cool villain. Aku.
Ooh, Aku.
I'm gonna make this quick. He's funny, but he's also intimidating at the same time, and he's not a villain that you take super seriously, but like he's still kind of a creepy motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like
You know that he's dangerous.
yes, because
Very dangerous.
I mean he's literally like an ancient demon dude, who took over the world, and well sent Jack to the future to try to foil any sort of hope. But that sort of, tension from this guy, I think is still warranted. And, well, he's pretty iconic for a reason. I'm going to put him in S tier.
Okay.
I will share the same opinion.
So,
Yeah, I'll put him in. I mean, I'll do a high A, but for the same reasons.
Mhm.
Like very high A.
He walks that line of being entertaining and intimidating at the same time.
exactly.
Mhm.
He's one of the best examples of doing that, which is very hard to do.
Is that all we got?
Yeah, I mean, not much else to add.
All right.
Can we really argue with perfection?
All right. Last villain for me. I'm going to go with Dr. Nefarious.
All right.
Dr. Nefarious.
Again, very similar to Aku in a lot of ways. He's a villain that is a bit more jokey, but whenever he's serious, he's kind of intimidating. And well, I am a little bit biased because he's the main villain of my favorite Ratchet and Clank game. So don't at me. And I mean, he's become the most iconic villain for Ratchet and Clank. Even though I think Drek is pretty good, Nefarious is kind of the main villain of the franchise, I'd say. And he's pretty good. I'm going to put him in A tier.
Yeah.
So
Same here.
I have yet to play a Ratchet and Clank game, so unfortunately, I have to put him in non-applicable.
That's fair.
Dang.
I've backseat gamed when Sly played the first Ratchet and Clank, but I have not played any since, or I've not actually personally played any, so I sadly cannot offer any input.
Yeah, make sure you grab them before they start raising the prices. So
they are selling them at a local like retro game store near me.
Get
so
them now.
I don't have a working PS2, but one day
get a working PS2 then.
Yeah. Easier said than done. Sly.
Yeah. Or get get a first generation PS3. Then you'll be fine.
Well, then get money.
All right, sigh.
I mean, like I said, I just put him in A as well.
No, I know. It's your turn.
My turn. Yeah, that's right. Oh, shit. So, what I'm going to choose, actually, I think I know what first the three I'm going to go for. So, I'm going to start off with the two you had asked me about, because there's a couple series Sly asked me about, like, hey, who should I put as villains for these series? So, I'm going to talk about both of those real quick. So, we're going to start off with Merrick from Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yep.
From what I remember in Yu-Gi-Oh, I'll probably put him in A. From what I remember, because he was the spirit of the Millennium Ring was a genuine like villain, and Merrick was a bit Was there a bit tragedy in Merrick's backstory, or am I remembering wrong? It had been so long since I've seen Yu-Gi-Oh.
It was somewhat, but like,
yeah,
it was.
But
more,
I mean,
yeah,
I'm not putting B. I mean, there's also the scene with Odeon towards the end of the series, where Odeon gets the shit kicked out of him in a duel, and that just makes him go fucking full on evil.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, the reason I told Sly Merrick and not Kaiba is because Kaiba's more of a rival character.
Yeah, he's not a villain. He's
not necessarily a villain.
Yeah, he's not a villain.
because like,
despite
even-
what all the memes online would tell you, he's not the villain of the show.
yeah, because like obviously there's the protagonist, the hero who has Cypher, Sky Dragon, obviously Tormentor, which goes to the rival, and then there's the villain who has the Winged Dragon of Ra, which is Merrick.
Yes.
So I feel like he counterbalances Yugi and Kaiba in a good sense of being a villain. So I give him B for that.
I'm gonna give him a C, most because keep in mind is that like I watched the not very good dub of this, and even just kind of considering that in mind, there's just better villains on here. Like, it's not that like he's a bad villain, it's just
Yeah.
It is a very kind of it's unfortunately kind of a similar situation that I have with a few other villains, but it's basically just I guess it's kind of the inverse on how I feel about Zareth.
Yeah.
Where it's like Zareth at least has kind of a cool tragic backstory going on. It's just it takes a long time to get to that. Whereas with this guy, it's just I don't find it to be as interesting.
Yeah.
At least for me personally.
I feel like Zareth definitely has the more interesting backstory from what I remember.
Yeah, that's all I gotta really say.
Him boring.
I don't think.
I mean, I wouldn't call him boring. I mean, I call fucking Huntsman and like Gray Man boring. So
yeah,
but
well, of course he's boring. He's gray.
Yeah.
All right. You're next.
What about you, What about you, Goldie?
Goldie probably doesn't have an opinion.
I don't know Yu-Gi-Oh.
Okay.
Again,
I just know that the main character's a cheater.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? You're right. You're absolutely fucking right. But
That's all I know.
He stacks.
And I feel like that's all I needed.
And he's the real villain of the series. But we're gonna talk about. I know this is gonna be another one you probably won't know, Goldie. But this is the other one which I'm actually want to talk about this too. Is Black. If you look by next to Bill Cipher, you'll see this pirate-looking motherfucker. Blackbeard from One Piece.
Yes.
Is he actually the real life Blackbeard?
The real life Blackbeard. He had a devil fruit.
Wow.
He ate a fruit and he got superpowers. But no,
so
I mean,
that's why we couldn't find his head.
Yep, exactly. That's funny you mentioned that, but
got decapitated in the one and sent to the One Piece universe, and like a starfish, he regrew his body.
I'm fucking imagining that now. S tier for him, but for me, okay. I do want to talk about this a little bit because this is another one. Slide asked me like, "Hey, who would be a good One Piece villain?"
Too long, so
yeah, I'll try to not make it too long. I told Slide Blackbeard. Now I know there's a couple arguments that could be made for a good villain because like Blackbeard, I think is the best choice. I know Emu, who's a character that isn't really delved into as much till later.
But he is technically the overarching villain. That's why I kind of asked. So
yeah, and then I guess you could technically count Akainu from the Marines. If you know, you know. But Blackbeard, I feel like of all of them is because he's like the I would say a parallel to Luffy, maybe. Kind of like he's just a straight up villain. He's a very tactical and smart villain. Obviously, if I don't want to delve into spoilers for anyone who hasn't seen One Piece that wants to, let's just say there's a couple characters. One he kills directly, that really affects a lot of things, and another he didn't kill this other character directly, but he was definitely responsible for it. And there's the fact that his power, he was able to steal another devil fruit. So he's the first user with 2 devil fruits. And there's a lot of mystery surrounding him. A lot of mystery. But he is the perfect counter to Luffy, who's like this very good, hero character.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll give him S. I want to talk about it more, but I don't want to spoil too much for anyone who wants to watch the series.
Yeah, and also we want to make sure that we can get through as much as we can.
Yeah.
He's whatever for me. Admittedly, I am someone who's about like the look and the, I guess, as the cool kids call it now, drip of like a villain or like an antagonist. It's not really the style that I like as far as like looks for like a villain.
You don't like You have a thing
It's not. I don't
pirates.
like pirates. I like pirates. It's just a bit
like
too
fish.
goofy, even for One Piece pirates, if that makes sense.
That's
So
fair. That's fair.
I was gonna say, like, isn't One Piece kind of silly? Like,
It kind
I've never
of.
seen it.
I mean,
like, isn't like kind of part of the appeal? That's
Yeah.
kind of silly.
I will say for his outfit here, it matches his character.
I
I'll
mean,
say he's not.
He's
He's
dressed
definitely.
like a
I guess it's just another.
multi-billion-dollar
It's just another like Plankton Robotnik situation. And granted, he's a bit more serious than those two guys are. To be fair,
a lot more serious.
but like it still kind of invokes some of that, and so because of that, I'll just put it in a C.
Okay.
So, just not my type of. It's not the type of villain that I seek out.
Yeah. And
So.
then you don't know.
I don't know One Piece. Yeah. I have not watched.
That's okay. I might pick a character we all know. Actually, from a game I've recently played this year that I've been enjoying, I'm gonna go with good old GLaDOS from Portal.
There you go.
I saw you. Where the fuck did you go?
S.
Oh, there you are. Yep.
It's
S tier.
not even question.
Yeah, not even questioning.
I fucking so like I said, this year was like my first time playing Portal. Oh my god, I love GLaDOS as a character. GLaDOS is so fucking good. I absolutely love her. And then fuck Wheatley, he gives me too much James Corden energy, but we'll talk about that another time.
Yeah.
GLaDOS though, even in Portal 2, anytime GLaDOS would be back instead of Wheatley, I'm like, oh thank God. But no, I feel like she's just I love her sarcasm especially.
Yeah, that's what kind of sells it for me.
Mm.
Very much just a malevolent AI in the way she. Who knew that it
I mean, it's technically it's not AI. Technically,
like I haven't even gotten to the reveal, but I already know enough from stuff that happens in Portal 2 that I'm like, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, like I think you're at the point where you already know it's technically not an AI.
Yeah, because I'm listening to the because it hadn't said it directly, she's not, but I listened to one of the things from after you get her, and was it Stone, the guy's name? You're listening to the audio log.
Yes, that's like.
I'm like, okay, yeah, she's not AI then.
You mean Cave Johnson?
Yeah, Cave Johnson.
Yeah, Cave Johnson. Space Sparks are incredible.
But yeah, no, S tier for me. I fucking love GLaDOS. GLaDOS is a villain, but as a character in general.
But yeah, I mean, S tier, it's pretty obvious. She's considered to be one of the best gaming villains of all time because of the way that she just basically like just kind of taunts you throughout the entirety of Portal 1 and a pretty good amount of Portal 2. And just the fact that like she's I mean, she's the one who's just kind of watching over you while you're going through all these, tests and experiments, obviously in air quotes.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it's just kind of a creepy sort of thing. Obviously inspired by 2001: Space Odyssey. I'd say that's probably the biggest inspiration from GLaDOS. And yeah, she fits for that story. So that's all I got to say.
Yeah, unlike a lot of villains here, where they're good but they don't have enough screen time, GLaDOS is a good example of she's good and she has a lot of she's got a lot of time to shine.
Yes.
As a character. So definitely a welcome relief from a lot of these other characters.
Yeah, she's not simply in the background for a decent amount of time. So yeah, S tier.
So, yeah, that's definitely.
All right,
and
Goldie?
It's definitely impressive that you could make an AI voice that is pretty much does not have the ability to register tone, still sound full of personality.
Yeah, no, that is a really good part about her character.
I don't know how you did that, Valve. I don't know how you do
that. That's partially why I do consider Portal to be my favorite Valve series. So, but yeah, Goldie, you're up.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Yeah.
My turn.
Your turn.
Let's just go back to Disney. Let's talk with the evil queen.
Yeah, it's been a while since we
Yeah.
brought up Disney villains, which is surprising because we thought we would have brought up more. So.
Yeah.
The evil queen from Snow White, is that her name, or does she
Yes,
have like an
she's
actual...
just called the Evil Queen, which, by the way, she is
Okay.
technically the oldest villain on this list. So,
Yep.
1937.
Way back in, fucking 1937, like before my goddamn grandparents were born, this movie was made. So that's pretty. Actually, wait, maybe not. I don't know. Probably not, but barely. Anyways,
I'll put her in C because I mean she's pretty basic, but like this is from
it's
like
also the first ever Disney film, so like
yeah,
I don't
like
cut some slack, but at the same time, like I will throw her in a. This is my funny. This is my first C tier, by the way. This is my first C tier, by the
damn.
way.
Same here, actually.
Dang, I've been putting a bunch of C's.
Yeah, you got yeah.
I guess I just have higher standards.
You've been fence sitting all night, Sly.
How the hell was I fence sitting whenever I have like so many like S and A's and I have like several like a few F's? That's not fence sitting.
You've been fence sitting all night, and it's making us all really uncomfortable.
But yeah, no, I think if anything, I find her more. I find it interesting that she's able to change her form because you know the old hag from that movie, that same character, is just kind of hard to put two of that on the same thing.
Oh, he's an apple.
And I mean the fact that she
starts killing a 14-year-old. Because Snow White is 14 in that movie, just so you know.
Yeah, again, 1930s.
So, you know.
But I don't know. I guess just sort of that jealousy and just that spite. Kind of was at least she's a proto Disney villain. I guess is the whole point. So I mean, is she in Kingdom Hearts? Like,
technically, yeah, she's in Birth by Sleep. I don't know if you see her evil queen form. I know she is.
Do you have anything to throw in from that, or no?
Not really. She really does not do much except you interact with her a couple times.
All right,
because with only a couple of the characters, I think, because Birth by Sleep is a 3-character one, but she really doesn't do too much.
Okay, fair enough.
You even get to kill her.
I don't think so. I think she just helps move some of the plot along between the 3 characters that you play.
Well, that's dumb. I want to kill villains. Why even buy the game? I want to kill people.
You can fight other. You can fight other Disney villains. She just does. She's there.
Why can't I kill Disney characters? That's what I want, game.
Yeah, you know what, Gabe? C tier for you. Go to college.
Go to college. Go home. Where's your wife? Where's your family?
All right. Next. What's your next character?
Oh yeah, this is my rotation. Fuck.
Yep, your second choice.
Oh. I don't know. I'm starting to run out of people. That,
oh my god! Already?
Not really, but like I'm torn and like I want to save them for like later, but also
you
like
play your cards if you have to. Like
play your cards if you can. Let's just fucking I don't know. Can we talk about? Why not? You know what? I'm talking about Disney villains.
Okay.
Let's talk about a DreamWorks villain for once.
Oh. Okay.
Tai Lung.
Hey.
From the first Kung Fu Panda movie.
Yep.
And I mean, I'm torn, but I kind of a C tier, to be honest.
What?
Oh.
Cause like I just don't. I don't know. Like I just think like, yeah, he's good. I like his backstory. I like how he does represent sort of, I guess, an evil antithesis to. No, not more so to Tigress rather than Poe, but well,
You're just saying that because
I
they're both
just
tigers.
well no, because like they were both turned down of the opportunity to be the like
Dragon Warrior.
the
Yeah,
dragon warrior.
Alright,
They both were like turned down after being
Fair.
mentored from childhood, like by Master Shifu. Like they both
Yeah.
have like yeah, they're both tigers, but they both have a very similar like upbringing and character backstory.
Yeah.
So
And they handled the rejection differently.
exactly, and and it is an interesting contrast with Tai Lung and Poe's outlooks because Tai Lung starts to kind of views that it's almost his right to be the Dragon Warrior, where Poe literally kind of happened upon becoming it.
Mhm.
Arguably happened, arguments of destiny and, what have you, regardless. They're definitely very contrasting figures, but I don't know,
Yeah.
Tai Lung's just I don't know, like I think he's good for what he does, but I don't know. Like he's just okay for me.
All right.
It's a good performance. He's just okay for me. He does what he needs to do. That's all this, and that's all I can say here, sports fans.
Mm-hmm. All right. I mean, I put him myself. I put him in B, like high B, very high B, because I mean, I think he is a great contrast to Poe. And then, like you said, for what's her name, Tigress,
Tigers.
and Tigress, yeah. When you bring that point up, yeah, they were brought up this sort of same trade by Master Shifu, but the way they reacted was definitely different. Sort of like a branching, a split path sort of thing. Like one,
Yeah.
still helped the Dragon Warrior, and one against the
Yeah.
Dragon Warrior.
Yeah, especially
I
because
do.
Tigress could have very easily, given her temperament, could have gone the Tai Lung route, but didn't
Mhm.
because she just has a lot more maturity than Tai Lung does.
Yeah,
Because while Shifu kind of spoiled Tai Lung, Shifu was incredibly hard on Tigress.
yeah. But no, I feel like also for a first villain to Poe to go against, like he was definitely a very, very good choice for a villain. He's a very intimidating villain as well. Like he is. So I mean, I gotta give him high B, very high B. It could be into A, is what I'll say. That's Sly.
Goldie, you're wrong again.
Goldie's wrong again.
I think that he actually is a pretty good villain because I do like the fact that he's not really a parallel to Poe. But the reason why I think, like, not just because of what Sai said about that, but also I think I like him in the sense that he's an antagonist that is stronger than Poe, or at least throughout most of the movie. But of course, Poe eventually he starts to finally get in the motions of being like doing kung fu. Granted, there's definitely some hardships during that time, and well, let's just say a lot of tension. But ultimately, he's able to just go up. Like eventually, he's able to grow and go up against Tai Lung, and I see it more as like a villain that's more of like being able to like overcome, if that makes sense. Like I see it more as like I see it more in that perspective.
Yeah.
Like it's more like he serves the purpose of being able to be like that sort of force to overcome, if that makes sense. Which usually that wouldn't really be like the case, but like I mean, I will just admit this as well. I think his design is pretty cool, so that raises points there. So I'm gonna firmly put him in A tier.
Okay, I don't like cats. All right.
So, well, yeah, because you're
I'm
a dog.
I don't like cats. They make me bark.
Yeah.
You're a dog. we'll.
I'm a dog.
Good dog.
Yeah, I'm a dog.
All right, what's your last pick?
It's my last pick. I gotta pick a last pick. I gotta pick one that's not gonna disappoint you guys because my self-worth is dwindling by the second.
Oh no.
How about we go with the wonderful choice of. Can I just get this one out of the way?
Go ahead.
Can I do one that's like just get it out of the way?
Who?
Black Hat, I think is his name. Or Black Hat.
Black Hat.
This has been hotel knockoff looking motherfucker. I put him in not applicable because I haven't seen the show because I just don't. It just seems like it's kind of like. Did this come before? I think this came before though. Like,
Technically, it came out before the pilot for Has Been Hotel.
Yeah.
So it
That
just
being
was.
said-
It's just the English dub didn't come out until I literally think earlier this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't. I didn't really like Villainous when it came out
So.
because I give it respect for being like the first ever like, you know, Mexican cartoon that was given in like an English dub on Cartoon Network. That is,
Actually,
pretty
that's not
cool.
even true. There are a few others, but you know.
Oh, okay, then I don't have to give it respect.
Damn.
Some other cartoon did it first. Sorry,
Well, a
guys,
few others,
but-
but you know.
Some other cartoons did it first. Sorry, guys, but it's kind of funny because I just feel like it was. I just feel like something like Villainous just sort of. I think people might get mad at me for saying this, but I think a lot of the reason why it's popular now is because it kind of rides off the. I know this came before technically, but I feel like it kind of rides on the coattails of that audience that Has Been Hotel and Hell a Boss brings. I think it definitely owes its success. I think it definitely owes its success to shows like that, and I just think
I'm sorry.
it's too perky for me. Okay, like it's too perky, and you know,
This is not perky.
I just don't care for it. It's too fucking. It's not my thing, so I just don't really care. I do like making fun of it though, for like having suspicious similarities to Has Been Hotel, with this fucking Alistair ass smile over here. Just like
No.
kind of feels like it could be in the Vivziverse, not gonna lie.
I mean, yeah, but it came out in January of
It
2019.
did come out before. It did come out before. I'm not gonna go as far as to say it's
Came out
copy
before the
because-
show. It came out before the show. I want to
Yeah,
iterate that because Has Been had been.
No,
public
it
for a
came
lot
out before
longer.
the pilot. So this is
Pilot,
technically
yeah.
because this
it's-
released
it
in like
is a- it
January,
is-
February 2019. The Has Been Hotel pilot was released in October of 2019.
Well, yeah,
So-
but Has
Yeah,
Been had been a
but
thing
it's-
since at least 2017.
It's
Yeah.
just a
Yeah, but, like,
very it's just a very close coincidence. I will acknowledge that. It is just kind of a bit of a coincidence.
I mean, I'm assuming you're putting this guy in like what, D or F?
I just put it in non-applicable because I just didn't really care enough to watch it.
Damn. I
Yeah.
mean,
Oh,
I'm
jeez. Sorry,
probably just
I'm
gonna put him in like, honestly, probably D tier. It's mostly just because like I don't even hate the design. Well, I guess the part that is kind of annoying is that he was, fun enough, he did actually air in another show because he wasn't just in Villainous. He was also in Victor and Valentino.
Oh yeah, because those. I mean, I know Victor and Valentino is another like Mexican-made cartoon that was dubbed on Cartoon Network.
Yes, that came out in 2019
I-
with the
I
English
knew
dub.
there was crossovers, but I didn't really know the extent of like, is it canonical or is it just kind of?
Yes,
like...
it's canonical because he's in multiple episodes. Like he's a regular guest.
Oh, okay. So it is like a connected universe
Correct.
between those two cartoons.
Yes.
Okay, it's not just like a funny like haha, you know, like Sonic and Okay, Let's Be Heroes.
Yeah.
Type thing.
He's I think they used him better in that than the actual show that he came from, which is ironic.
Yeah. I know for me personally, I put him in C because like I feel like he's definitely not ace. He's more of a goofy sort of. I do like.
Well, also keep in mind is that like he is an example of a villain who is technically a protagonist.
Yeah.
So
exactly, but no, I mean he's still like a very silly and goofy villain, much like Eggman and Plankton. He just does not have like the iconicness of them, which is why I don't put him in B. Plus, I feel like villainous even, like I'm not like I'm all about villainous. Like I do enjoy the show. Like if I ever do see it, whenever I see it, but it even then I feel like recently you don't hear much about it anyway. Like it's sort of
it was kind of a fad for a little like a few years.
But like I do understand the similarity you mean with with Hasbro. I do understand the similarity art style wise. It's just that particular art style.
Well, that's kind of what I was gonna get into as to why I'm not like putting this guy as high. I do agree. This was definitely a show that was made for a specific crowd, but honestly, I don't think it was for the Hazbin Hotel crowd. I think it was for the
I think it is just.
Oh, definitely.
I was thinking
definitely not.
It was made for the Hot Topic crowd.
Yeah, and I think that is partially why I wasn't into it, especially when it first came out. Because for one, it's not my crowd, and two, that's just what it comes across to me as like it's trying to artificially appeal to a demographic.
You know what this? You know what villainous feels like? You know what villainous feels like? Granted, I don't know if you'll know that. I don't know if you know them, Goldie, but I know Simori does. Feels like Motionless in White.
Oh my god!
Who's Motionless White?
They are a metalcore band.
How fucking dare you?
You know it's true. You know it's true. Deep down, you know it's true.
I like Motionless in Light and Villainous, but
I guess we know it's true.
You know it's true. Everything I do that no, but
a band that has a discount Marilyn Manson, who got really big around 2017-ish with their album that was kind of doing a new metal thing, but also appealing to like the alternative crowd for a little bit.
Yeah,
and basically was just kind of doing a lot of what Black Veil Brides was doing.
It's fake. It's kind of what.
Okay, look, all right. Let's move on to the next topic. I will not take Motionless in White slander.
Yeah, that was basically final thoughts with just Villainous. It just comes across as too fake for me, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
I wouldn't call it fake. It's just more disingenuous.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right,
interchangeable.
And again, it didn't last too long, fad wise.
Yeah, it didn't. I think a lot of people caught on to that. Even though people really like that one character, but that's where we're going to leave it off.
Yeah.
It's your pick.
Here's the thing, too, I'll add before we move on. Just one quick little thing. The difference between this and Hazbin, at least Hazbin had some stuff in between the pilot and the actual episodes, because
at least it gave us hell of a boss.
And then a lot of the Honeycast streams from Ashley Nichols, who used to be a storyboarder for Hazbin, where Villainous, the pilot dropped, and you really didn't see much in between.
Well, also, I can think of. Well, also just because Hazbin has substance to it.
Yeah.
So like.
Yeah. But now that that's done.
All right, Goldie, I think you have one more. Oh wait, was that what you?
I thought that was my last pick.
Oh yeah, it was your last. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, my turn. Fun.
Yeah.
Your turn. Wise turn, everybody.
All right.
What's he gonna pick?
Should I just get him out of the way?
Go ahead.
You can get him out of the way.
William Afton.
Oh my God. William Vincent Afton.
William. Can we not spend too much time talking about him, please?
All I'm gonna say is that this guy's probably the least high stakes on here, though he still was able to fucking make it because able to
He
resurrect
did kill
himself.
like 6 children, so like yeah, but
Um,
also it's like
I'm not gonna lie, I did put him in A tier in our FNAF character tier list, at least in this original form. But as the years have gone on, B or C.
Okay.
He's like right in the middle.
Yeah.
I just put him in an F tier because I'm fucking sick of him. Can I just be like not objective with this one, please?
Okay.
I mean, this one's a subjective tier list. I've told you, like.
Yeah, so like I'm just tired of fucking seeing him, and I don't think he's cool. He's just a child murderer. Whoop-de-doo. And that's all I'm gonna say. Because I don't like talking about this guy.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I put him in C because this motherfucker keeps Michael Myering it because he keeps coming back.
Which, yes, I know. I know what you're going for there. But yeah. I hate how people seem to think that this guy is cool. He's like the least cool fucking person on this fucking place in this tier list.
Cobra Command is worse. Cobra Command is worse.
I mean,
yeah, true.
I mean, they are both sitting comfortably in F. So
yeah,
they are both sitting comfortably in F. So
I still like him better than I like Kaguya, but
you realize that like everyone that's on our server is gonna go after you now for this.
That's okay. I can take it.
I mean, compared to most of the villains, though, in Goldie's defense, compared to most of the villains, though, he's a very regular dude.
That is fair. He's definitely like I definitely do agree. He's definitely like one of the lesser villains. I don't hate him. It's just
I feel like how much he keeps coming back has definitely dwindled him as a character.
Well, okay. I think what broke it for me was the original like ending for them with Security Breach. I am thankful they fucking retconned that shit. Because yeah, that was dumb.
He's a joke even within the fandom itself.
Yeah, he's become more of a meme.
I mean, I remember the old days where before he was William Afton, he was Vincent and he liked toast.
Vincent, yeah, and he liked toast.
Because that looks like a fucking piece of toast.
It was like 2014, all right? We were silly back then.
We didn't have a name for the man. We just needed something.
All right.
Those were the days, but damn.
Next villain.
Next villain.
Okay. If you're gonna do that one for F tier, I'm gonna choose another F tier villain. White Diamond.
Well, I mean, yeah.
I mean, I hate Steven Universe, and well,
I lost interest. I'm sorry.
No, you go.
I'll just say this: I lost interest in Steven Universe by the time she started coming around, so I don't know anything about her. I barely know a thing about her.
All I'm gonna say is that they tried justifying like someone who wanted to commit like widespread genocide, and I don't like that. So
that's where all the memes come from. Okay.
Yes, that's where all the memes come from, and honestly, that's granted. I have a million criticisms of Steven Universe, but that is partially where part of my criticism comes from. Is the fact that like she literally wants to destroy the entire universe. Like, and wipe out countless lives, but
the writers
with the power of friendship, it's okay.
Yeah, the writers of Steven Universe have always been like suspicious. Maybe not suspiciously, but always been like weirdly forgiving of characters. Like almost as if it's almost as if they were afraid to demonize characters, even if they've done stuff that's deserving of demonization. I don't know why that is. I assume it's just something personal with the writers themselves, but that's just something they seem to be consistent with, is that they really don't want to go all the way with their villains sometimes. And that's fine. You don't have to do that, but the villain, it has to be worth redeeming. And if you want to commit a genocide, you can't really redeem that. That's like one of the big ones, That's like one of the big ones up there. That's like, no, you cannot Like objectively, you cannot argue for that. That's one of like the few things that you can't spin.
Yeah. So
Yeah. Now
admittedly,
you guys know I love Steven Universe, so I want you to guess where I put White Diamond.
if you put this an S, I'm kicking out the call.
Are you gonna subvert our expectations and like put her like pretty
Just
low?
Just give me a guess. Give me a guess. What do you think I'm gonna put her at?
If you put her an S, I'm kicking you out of the call.
Okay, so
D.
Sly's guess is S. Your guess is D, Goldie?
D.
You're right. It's D.
Okay, Thank you. Hold on.
The reason I don't put her in F, I'll say, yeah, thank you.
There is hope in this universe. There is hope.
The Stevie Universe. Now, the reason I don't put her in D, she would be higher if we were talking about before the end of Steven Universe, the series, because she was just the, like a straight up villain. Like she wanted to wipe out and conquer. That's what she wanted to do. And I was like, oh, yeah, exactly. But the reason I don't put her as high and I put her down all the way to D is because of the forgiveness. I'm like, this is the character I wish they did not do that with. Like, with yellow and blue, right? I feel like they kind of did it decently enough. But with white, it's just like, bro.
She wanted to commit genocide. You can't be forgiving to someone who's genocide. Like,
yeah,
like
that's like
you have enough of that. You have enough of that in real life.
That's like
come on.
That's like giving for forgiveness to Pol Pot. You can't do that. Like,
So he said he was sorry.
Yeah. It's like me saying sorry for saying that one artist sounded like a car crash, despite the fact I didn't know that he passed in a car crash. But
yeah,
White Diamond's a D for me. Like, I feel like that the forgiveness thing definitely ruined her character, in my opinion. And that's just so Ronaldo's a better fucking villain character than White Diamond. And he's a fucking Redditor. That's it.
but no one likes Ronaldo. Even Steam Universe fans don't like him.
But nobody likes Redditors and nobody likes genocidists. Is that a word, genocidist?
Apparently they like them more than Redditors. But
apparently they like them more than Redditors.
All right. Oh, yeah.
I
finish.
No, okay, I was gonna say, yeah, no, they ruined her character with the forgiveness shit.
Okay, I need to step out for a minute. I drank way too much coffee.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Fair enough.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to hear this next pick. I'm sorry.
Don't worry, we'll catch up with you when you get back.
All right. Let's do one that I know he's not gonna have an opinion on.
Okay.
Frieza.
Okay, yeah, Frieza.
This one's another one that I'm gonna put low, as in like F tier.
Oh, okay.
I mean, keep in mind, I'm not the biggest fan of Dragon Ball to begin with.
Yeah.
So already I'm not gonna really like where this character was going. But also, I'm not gonna lie. Going back to my comment on character design, Frieza is just a character that I just cannot take seriously because of his design. He looks way too goofy, especially for a show that takes itself way too seriously. So,
okay.
That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean Frieza for me, I do put him at a B tier myself, a B for Bingus, but the reason I do that because I think Frieza was a good villain. I mean, I still think he's not bad as a villain, but it's the point where I feel like it's like an afterthing. He keeps coming back. Which, granted, Frieza was a great villain in the Planet Namek arc. He does his shit in the Tournament of Power, and then his form, like his final form, which is pictured, I still like it, but they definitely recycle it a couple different times with Gold Frieza and Frieza Black.
Mm-hmm.
But as much as I like Frieza, I'm also in the same vein, which I think some other Dragon Ball people who like Dragon Ball are like, we just want to see a different villain come back. Like, if you're gonna bring back villains, bring a different villain. It's like Frieza's come back like 3 or 4 times.
I don't know. I hate the design. If I'm gonna be honest, like it
That's
just
fair,
looks. Again, I'm someone who's about aesthetics. Oh shit.
Hello. Oh yo.
Oh Kai, we're doing a tier list right now.
Okay.
Oh, my shit was muted. Okay,
Hey,
I keep thinking that
hey,
this controller
hey.
starts off with muting
Yeah,
me.
we're doing a tier list right now.
Okay.
So might want to. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. There we
Right,
go.
sorry.
Yeah.
I'll
Oh, you're good.
I'll cut that
But
out.
okay, you're good. You're good. But yeah, no. Frieza for me a B tier. If he had to come back as much, I'd say A, maybe even S. But I'm just like, just give us something new. Like, give us a new person.
Yeah.
Like, or even like bring back Cell, and not the way they did it in superheroes, but like bring back Cell. You can bring back literally anyone. Oh, we talked about Frieza, by the way, Goldie. We know you're not an anime guy, so
Is that
yeah.
Dragon Ball Z? I think.
Yeah, it's Dragon Ball.
Yep,
So.
Dragon Ball Z. Yeah.
And I do not know. I do not
Okay.
know.
All right,
Perfect.
I made the correct call on that one.
Yeah. Slides was F for him. I was B for him. So.
Oh.
But no, is it my
Dang.
turn?
Yes.
Contrasting opinions.
Oh my goodness.
I just hate his design. He looks fucking stupid.
I would have put him higher up again, but like he just keeps coming back. I'm like, can we get someone new? But now it's time for my first pick. Shit. Okay, I think I know who I'm going for. This one you probably won't know again, Goldie, but I'm gonna go ahead. If you look in the second to last row, right next to Ursula, there's this decrepit looking motherfucker. I'm going Shigaraki for my next pick. For my first pick here.
Rapid looking nerd.
This guy.
Let me check your stream. Next to Ursula. Yeah.
All right, yeah. This
The
My Hero
dude.
Academia, right?
Yeah, My Hero Academia.
Yes.
The guy is this a ghoul from Fallout?
I told you not to acknowledge that series.
But
It's
I mean,
too easy.
I'll give Shigaraki a high A for me. Like when it comes to like the My Hero, I feel like Shigaraki does have like some good character development as a villain. Obviously, he starts as this conniving little sounding fucker that's like, oh, I just want to kill everyone. That's his thing. But eventually, he gets some character development as a villain that makes him so much better. And even then, for the way he was in the beginning, it made sense. He was definitely this controlled kid, gaslit and all that by the big villain, one of the big villains, All For One. But he's a perfect. Yeah.
I'd be pretty easily manipulated if I didn't have a nose.
Okay, but I mean, knowing his backstory, he's also a very good villain in My Hero because he is the counter to Midoriya, like Deku. So I put him in A. I feel like the character development definitely helped him a lot.
Yeah, I'll just put him in C tier.
Okay.
It's a good counter on this.
I'm just kind of indifferent because keep in mind, My Hero Academia is not literally a series that is my thing, but as far as being the direct antagonist, he seems to at least be decent. So
yeah,
that's all I gotta
say.
And
like I said, later on stuff when he gets his more character development as well, he really peaks.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm guessing it's a don't know for you as well, Goldie.
Don't know for me. I am not the. I feel like at this rate, I need to create a tier that's just like anime. For me, it's anime.
Yeah.
But I feel like that would come across as me being like, "Oh, it's anime."
No, you're fair. Yeah, it's honestly fair though. It's honestly fair.
That would come across as I was degrading it. It's no, it's not my sport,
But we'll go for my next two picks are gonna be a couple iconic video game characters. We'll go for one The first one is from my favorite series, Kingdom Hearts, which is Xehanort, who's in between Voldemort and Zim.
Yeah, Xehanort.
The bald old guy.
The bald old man.
With the glowy sword.
Yep, the glowing
a lot of old
keyblade.
men are bald.
Good old Wrinkle Nort. But I mean, I'll give Xehanort. What do I want? As much as I like Kingdom Hearts, y'all know I love Kingdom Hearts. I guess I'll go ahead and give him I'll give it an A. Like a lot of stuff, in Kingdom Hearts, he did construct. A lot of it was his fault. And knowing his backstory too, he does have a very tragic backstory. If you're familiar enough with the mobile game Dark Road, which is based on him and another character that has to do with him.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, he's like the big bad of Kingdom Hearts. Even when he's not himself. When his Heartless, the first big bad of Kingdom Hearts, his Nobody, the big bad of KH2. And then he comes back, he's this masterful, Keyblade wielder. He's a very good strategist and manipulator, I feel like. Because, a lot of the events that happen in Kingdom Hearts are because of him.
Yep.
So, I'll give it. The only reason I don't give him S? Okay, there's a little thing towards the end of Kingdom Hearts 3 where he's tiny bit redeemed, not necessarily. And it's not, they didn't do it in a bad way. But I just would, I just feel like, after that, I'll go from S to A for him.
Mm-hmm.
You just weren't vibing with it.
Yeah, I mean, I vibed with it a little bit, but I'm like, I could have done without it, but it's not bad.
I could go without.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna put him in a B tier. I think part of the problem is that, didn't he have, a weird moment in 3 that happened that people really did not like?
Probably that ending thing I'm talking about.
Yeah, so, admittedly, kind of hearing about that and how kind of dumb that was.
Yeah. In the context of his backstory, I could kind of see, it kind of makes sense. Kind of. But, it's still one of those things where it's could have just not redeemed him.
And I just admittedly think he has a cool design. And,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, as far as a Kingdom Hearts villain, and yes, this is the representative of Kingdom Hearts. The representative for that frame.
This is the man.
This guy, he's not even in a Disney movie. This guy?
Yeah, he's not in a Disney movie. So.
Or a Final Fantasy video game? This guy?
Yeah.
Well,
he is a Disney character, though.
Yeah, he is. He is a Disney character, technically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because Kingdom Hearts is Disney. It's not Square develops it, but Disney owns it.
Yes, because Square doesn't just make Final Fantasy games; they make a bunch of other franchises.
I know they made. Yeah. I know they've made a bunch of other games.
They own Just Cause. So.
I guess I never really knew who held the keys to that franchise.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Hey. Sorry, that was a good one.
I did not mean for that. I did not mean for that. I swear to God, I did not mean for that.
Oh, it's perfect, though.
I swear on my mother, I did not know. I swear on my mom, I did not know.
Your mother was a broken down tub of junk with more gentleman callers than the operator.
Okay.
That's me.
I'm sorry.
But no, you know what you do know is where you put this Disney character.
Well, I did say my I didn't wait. Yeah, I said my tier, but yeah.
I do know that it's not applicable because I've never played Kingdom Hearts.
Well, I guess I was just gonna say it's he's a good villain for Kingdom Hearts, at least from what I can tell. So
yeah.
That's kind of what I wanted to finish on.
Yeah.
But if he was in any other franchise, who boy?
I still love the fact in KH3 that Woody tells his younger self, "You have no friends."
You have no friends.
No one fucking loves you. He literally pretty much just told young Xehanort that. I'm like, damn, Woody, calm down. Hold on.
How to way to secure your own destiny, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
God, what's up with fantasy villains having like the most tragic backstories? You know, Malistaire Drake fucking having his wife die and get replaced by a cow. Xandahort gets fucking told that he has no friends.
Well,
like,
his younger version that's in the same timeline as it, it's complicated. I mean,
same fucking thing. I don't care.
I will say for you guys, he had friends. They all got pretty much.
They got killed, but like
fucking Maleficent told that she's not allowed to be at a birthday party. Like,
yeah.
fantasy
Now,
villains have it the worst.
Yeah.
Villains do have it the worst.
They really do. But speaking of fantasy villain, you could count Legend of Zelda as a fantasy.
Yes,
I guess.
yes,
But
it is a fantasy.
About a very iconic villain from
Yes.
the Nintendo franchise, Ganondorf.
Yep.
Ganondorf.
Now I'm gonna go with S for Ganondorf. I fucking love Ganondorf. Like,
by the way, I know
Legend of Zelda.
technically Ganon's somewhat different, but I guess colloquially, it's kind of tied. So you can
kind of tied, yeah.
You can kind of tie it in if you want.
Mm-hmm. But no, I mean, I'll give Ganondorf S tier. Like, very iconic villain, very ruthless, not redeemable, which is like, cause he never really gets redeemed ever.
Well, yeah, because he's because it's the whole idea that like Link is it's the idea of balance between Link and Ganon. Link is light, Ganon is dark.
Yeah.
So,
like, granted, if they ever do a final fucking Legend of Zelda game, I could see them like coming together and all that and fighting this other force. But that's a theory for another time.
yeah.
For now, Ganon's still an S tier villain for me. Good God, I love this man. Also, shout out to Matt Mercer voicing him in Tears of the Kingdom. He did really fucking well with it.
Funny enough, I'm also going to put him in S tier. Usually, I'm not the type of person who likes it whenever villains are reused in like over and over and over again. But thankfully, not only is Ganon not actually reused in every single Zelda game, thank God.
There's quite a few that he's not in.
Yes, because he's not in Majora's Mask. He's not in. Is he in Twilight Princess?
He is.
Oh shit.
He is towards the end.
Skyward Sword.
Not an Echo.
Yeah.
Also,
Oh god.
Is he Skyward Sword or no?
No, he's not.
Okay,
He's not
Skyward Sword. Four Swords, Minish Cap, Oracles. Like, there's at least several games where he's not the main villain.
I think Phantom Hourglass he's not in. I could be wrong, but
like, I like that's refreshing. But like, even whenever he's there, specifically in games like Ocarina of Time, Breath of the Wild, I mean,
Tears of the Kingdom,
Wind Waker's fine.
Wind Waker.
They definitely made him into a pretty opposing threat, and I don't know, just his presence, especially in Ocarina of Time, like, it's just gonna
very intimidating. Fella.
Yeah, very menacing, and I don't know. I just also like the idea that, you know, this isn't just his only form. He has his form in the form of Ganon, which I know is technically a different thing, but like, it's still tied with the character, but
tied to the character at least.
So
reincarnation stuff, which is why I think in most cases, I know it can be annoying for like, oh, they're using character. The way Legend of Zelda is set up, it works.
Yes.
Because it's a big part of the storyline.
Yes, like I said, there's always a Link and there's always a Ganon. It's the constant light and the darkness.
Yin and yang.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
There's a yin to every yang.
Yeah, that's kind of the whole arc. So, Ganon, I think, is Ganon and Ganondorf, I think, is a pretty cool parallel in that sense. And he has a pretty cool design.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Speaking of design, I can't find him.
He's the buff dude with red hair.
Yeah.
I know what he looks like. I just can't find him.
He's between. He's between.
Be.
Yeah, he's between Frollo and Gygus.
Oh, I thought he had green skin.
That is green skin. It's just a different. It's just the tint.
Yeah, it's just the lighting.
Oh, okay. Well, put him at a nice A tier because
A.
just to keep things moving along.
Mm.
An A for A.
A for Olage. Sorry, I tried to
A
make
for
Alright,
it.
was that your last character?
Yeah, that was my last one.
Alright, Goldie. You're up.
All right, me. I'm up. I gotta stop doing that. I'm so sorry. Let's talk about. Should. I'll get one out of the way. I'll get one
Okay.
out of the way that I have nothing to say about. Dr. Wily from Mega Man. Non-applicable. I've never played Mega Man. Don't know what that is. Okay, got that out of the way. Well, I know what he is, but you know.
Yeah.
Well, I got one thing to say.
Okay.
What?
F tier.
Oh.
How have you not arrested this motherfucker?
Because he's rich, Sly. Don't you know?
Stop falling for his pleats every goddamn time.
I don't know if he's rich or not. I just assume like he's like, I don't know.
And well, Mega Man fans are gonna hate me for this. He's basically just a worse version of Robotnik.
Yeah, pretty much. I think Robotnik could kick this guy's ass.
Probably.
I rest my case.
I mean, I put him in don't know. I'm not familiar enough with Mega Man stuff to. Obviously, I know who he is. I know Mega Man. I have interest in eventually getting into Mega Man a bit, but I don't know enough about.
But
Wily.
don't play it for Dr. Wily. Play it for literally everything else.
Yeah.
Just the gameplay. Okay, I'll get another filler one out of the way. Damn it, I lost it. Where is it? This is a scavenger hunt for me. I don't know where any of this shit is. This is too confusing for me.
Well,
all these pictures, they're too confusing for me. I don't know where's where. And
well, I had a
can't-
key in the server for you.
I know, but I can't read. Okay, I don't. Is that the devil himself from Fantasia?
That's Chernobog, yes.
Chernobog. I'll pick Chernobog.
Alright.
Should I just put it? I kind of feel like I should just put him in S tier because he's literally the devil himself.
Well, it's how you personally
And,
feel about the
well,
character. So.
Definitely. Honestly, you could make a pretty good argument that he's the closest that Disney's gotten to like actual horror. With Night on Bald Mountain.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
the score, the imagery, it's definitely an intimidating design. And the guy doesn't even do well, I mean he does stuff, but it's like all he really does is just, you know, fuck around in hell, which I mean that's what the devil does. The way those little demons always moved, like, it gave me nightmares as a kid. Because it was so uncanny. Because I know, because it's like from, 1949, but like... Chernobog and Belobog.
Actually, 1940. So.
From 1940. But, yep, literally Satan himself. I'm trying to speed run a little bit because, I want to, like... I don't want to keep us for too long.
No, you're good.
Well, he's not actually technically the devil. He's his own character. But anyways, sigh.
Close enough. Yeah, I'll put him in. I'll put him in B myself. For sort of some reason, like he doesn't appear too often, but my God, does he have an intimidating presence for the short time that he's.
Yeah, he's definitely someone who's more for like his stage presence.
Yeah.
And I feel like has just kind of honestly, like, it's weird because he kind of transcended the original media that he came from, which is from Fantasia. But like, it's just a really good just design.
Yeah, it's very simple but effective, I feel like. And also, what adds it to me too is he actually, fun fact, if you two don't know, he actually is a boss in the first Kingdom Hearts game.
Yes, I did know that.
And even then, he is quite intimidating. So,
I guess my main conundrum is that is he an effective villain? because he's not really a villain.
It's difficult with Fantasia because it's not like it has a story. It's just kind of, I mean, it's literally just sort of a
it's a collection of
showcasing.
scenes.
Yeah.
Yeah, just showcase it. It's just kind of, and I mean this in good faith. It's just kind of Disney flexing their muscles on what they can do.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of the point is like this is what we can do with animation. Like
Yeah.
support us. Like back when Disney was still starting up, was still out, which hard
When
to
they were
believe
like
was,
actually like a small studio. Like,
yeah, very hard to believe. But every big mega evil
Yeah.
corporation starts somewhere.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I guess that's kind of my thing. That being said, it's weird that I'm doing this, but he's probably like the most middle of the road the most middle of the road on this tier list for me.
Okay.
But I am gonna put him in B tier because I think that his presence is good and that he was able to transcend the media that he came from, and I think that says something.
Yeah, that's some big props right there.
So
I mean, I guess if you put it that way, I'll put him down to a B because if we're not going to be judging, I guess I judge more on aesthetics and sort of what they do, like in a vacuum. You know what I mean? Like I do judge what they do in the context of the story, but you know what I mean? Like
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like my decision with Dr. Breen, where it's like they've done awful fucking things, even if they might not have much of a presence. Like
I'm just judging I'm just doing it based on whether or not I like the character. So
I mean that too for some instances, but you get what I mean.
Yeah. All right, what's your next pick?
That's my last pick. I mean, this is a filler round for me. This is a filler round for me.
Okay.
So
I mean, don't worry about choosing filler because obviously I'll have a speed round regardless. But
okay, so why not we go with oh boy, why not we should we go with our Can I be an edgy boy? Can I be an edgy boy right now?
what do you want to be an edgy boy for?
Can I just do Heath Ledger's Joker, be an edgy boy?
Yeah.
We live in a
The
society.
bridge will explode in 10 minutes if you don't stop me, Batman.
God.
I'm the Joker.
Fucking
A tier. A tier, definitely. Regardless, jokes aside, A tier, one of the best Jokers. Not my favorite Joker, actually. My second favorite Joker.
Oh wow.
My favorite Joker will always be Mark Hamill's Joker.
That's fair. Yeah.
Can I include, both the Arkham
Well,
games
this is
and
this is
animated
colloquially the Joker in general. I just chose Keith Ledger because he's the most iconic.
Yeah.
He's the best live action. He is the best live action movie Joker.
So you can include Keith Ledger here. You can include Joaquin Phoenix. You can include Mark Hamill.
But also Jared Leto Joker exists, and it's
God
like
damn it! You caught me at that. You caught me. God damn it!
It's not real.
Yeah, it's like I can't. Like that's sort of the problem with Joker is that like there's similarities, but like it's all like certain actors, certain iterations of the Joker play up different aspects of his personality. So I mean that's why I like Mark Hamill's Joker in say the Arkham series because he perfectly sort of balances both like the silly like Looney Tunes-esque cartoon antics of the Joker, but still being like a goddamn like menace and intimidating. Like whereas you have like Heath Ledger's Joker where he loses a bit of the silliness, but really amps up like the whole, like fucking domestic goddamn terrorist angle and like the philosophy behind the Joker. And you got stuff, but you also got stuff like Joaquin Phoenix's Joker, where it's a bit it's kind of like that, but it's a bit different. There's a bit more of it's a somewhat different philosophy, I guess. Like, not really, but like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
he's different from a lot of them, and just sort of
So so
playing more into the
I guess if you're
delusional.
just judging this off of like how you personally feel about just where would you put it? I guess I don't know.
I guess I'll put him in an A tier because
All right.
I can think of many good examples. I can think of quite a few bad examples. Which is, again, the pitfalls of a character that has been around since the goddamn 1930s. Because, I'm not even, or I don't even know when the Joker was first
Late
introduced. Like the
40s, early
30s,
50s.
Yeah, like we're talking about a character that's been around since the 1940s, and I'm not even mentioning the comic books because I don't know the comic books of the Joker. I don't know those. I only know like
Yeah.
movie, video game, cartoons.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, it's a little bit difficult to say. Like,
All right. Sai?
but yeah,
I mean, I put him in S tier myself, because like when you think of Batman, like obviously Batman has plenty of villains,
But like he's the most
But, like,
iconic, and he's the most
the
iconic
most,
DC villain by proxy. That's why he's here.
yeah,
and definitely he is. I mean, he's Batman's arch nemesis through and through.
yeah. Like he is, and here's the thing too that I like about it. Like he doesn't want to kill Batman, like too.
Yeah,
Like because most villains
He just wants a
it's like,
psychological
I want
torture.
to kill. Yeah.
He wants to fuck with Batman. Like, he loves sort of sparring with him mentally.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
And like
he loves to
obviously
fuck with him.
he's had like different interactions with other DC characters as well in the past. Like there was something that happened in the comics where I think Joker responsible for the death of Lois Lane. What does Superman do? Straight up punches through him and kills him.
Yeah, he
But-
straight up murders his ass. The Injustice series,
Yeah.
I think, is what it is, right?
Yeah, it's just
Yeah, because that Justice series is based off some comics that came out. I'm pretty sure.
yeah.
But because I mean, I'm familiar with show stuff, some game stuff, movie stuff, and some comic stuff. So that's why I'm able to put him in S tier. Because
Yeah.
remember, he loved iconic stuff. How iconic he was. No, Jared Leto's Joker's not fucking real. That's not the Joker.
By the way, you know what's funny about that?
It's the laugher.
He's the only one who's ever said. He's the only Joker that has ever canonically said we live in a society. So.
Exactly.
But I feel confident with S tier for me.
Well, I don't think anyone's gonna like my answer.
Okay.
I'm gonna get
We're
some
not gonna
shit.
put him.
I know I'm gonna get shit for this.
Oh god, how much shit do we give you?
How much am I gonna give you?
Watch your screens right now.
Hold on. Wait.
What do you mean?
Let me move me over.
What are you doing?
I'm watching my screen. I'm watching on Twitch, so.
I'm watching on Discord.
No, watch through Discord.
Watch through Discord. Okay. Let me go through here.
What are you doing?
Me?
No,
Let's watch it.
Sly. What are you doing?
What are you about to do?
Dang.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
That was his mistake.
What?
I'm upset. I am angry.
That's me. That was me. I had the soundboard on Discord. I had to.
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say this right now. My dislike of the Joker has nothing to do with the character itself, because I think that obviously Heath Ledger is an iconic, like, his portrayal as Joker is iconic, and he really does make the Dark Knight. I mean, that's half the reason why the Dark Knight is as good as it is, because of his portrayal of the Joker in that movie being pretty damn good.
Yeah.
I mean, so good that people argue that led to Heath Ledger's death.
Yeah, rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
Peace.
I'm just sick and tired of the fucking weirdos online who fucking worship Joker. With like,
yeah.
It does set a. Yeah, I
Like-
I agree, but
it's kind of
Yeah.
it's kind of the same situation that I have with, well, another character, which I'll bring up in a second. That I'm just kind of sick and tired of people fucking worshiping, and like, you know, doing the weird memes like we live in a society, and like, well, using him for like
to the
not very,
Joker, Little Caesar's crazy bread is
using
normal
him
bread.
for not very good you know, messaging,
Motivations, to say the least.
and it's just
Yeah.
like I just don't want to fucking deal with like Joker as a concept. Like I'm sorry. It's like, if I'm gonna be honest, I'm like borderline on it, like close to putting him in D tier. The only reason I'm not putting him any lower is because of, you know, Dark Knight and Mark Hamill.
Yeah.
Everything else I can give less of a shit about, and just guys
Yeah.
online, just shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
Seriously.
no, once you said that, yeah, no, I understand completely where you're coming from.
I
So
get that. I guess it's just I would prefer, like in my decision making, like I would just prefer to separate and like.
But
outside
at the
factor.
same time, though, once it's done enough, it's sometimes hard to separate it.
well, and also
Yeah,
keep in
but-
mind,
yeah.
keep in mind as well, is that this is just, I'm going based off of like how I personally feel, anyways.
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
Fair enough.
Which, well, speaking of how I personally feel, because it's my turn,
Mhm.
Thanos is in a very similar position. Speaking of villains that people have worshipped, this one for a different reason, though, with people saying that he was right after Infinity War.
He's not right.
No, he's not.
His
He's not right.
His motivations are understandable and even sympathetic to a degree, but that doesn't make him right. And I mean, to me, that's why I would put him in a B tier, even though I'm not really a big Marvel movie person. I do like how, you know, he is somewhat sympathetic, but at the same time, the movie still doesn't treat him like, you know, it doesn't, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't vindicate him of his actions. And I think
Yeah,
that's something
like,
you rarely see in a lot of movies and shows, where it's like, no, you're right to feel this way, but your reaction is completely unwarranted. There's like you crossed the line.
I mean,
And
if
I
I'm
think
gonna
we
be
need a lot more
honest,
messaging like that
if
in
I'm gonna be
films.
honest, the way in which I see both Joker and Thanos is the same way that you see William Afton.
Just
I really
overhyped.
just do not like any of these. I don't like Joker was ruined with me because of online bullshit, and Thanos was ruined for me also, like, for because people were being stupid about him. And well, not really caring for Marvel to begin with either, because I'm not really a big superhero fan, or at least not a big DC or Marvel fan, with a few exceptions.
Yeah.
So I know I'm gonna get shit for that, but that's why I'm gonna only put him in C tier.
Hmm.
So he's not the worst villain, but
Yeah. I mean, for
Yeah.
me, I put him in B myself. Because I again, he could be a sympathetic villain and like see from side doesn't make him right,
yeah,
but like
Yeah.
it's
And
at
I
least
like
one
how-
of the. Oh, go ahead.
Well, and as I said earlier, I like how the movie does handle Thanos, where it's like, yeah, it's understandable that you're sort of upset about what's happened, but you're not excused.
mhm.
Yeah, and like I feel like what's the name of the actor? Was it Josh Groban?
I don't
Is it-
fucking know.
No, Josh
Uh,
Groban is a completely different person. Josh Brolin. Josh Brolin did a fantastic job as Thanos in the movie. I didn't watch them all completely, but I did think the movies handled Thanos well,
Mhm.
well as they could. Though I think he's as iconic as like Joker. Here's the thing: even outside of comic circles, people knew who Joker was. maybe people did know who Thanos was outside of comic circles, but I feel like not as much until like Infinity War and all
Yeah,
that
because
started
people
coming out.
forget before Thanos, the most popular Marvel like villain was, I want to say it was Doctor Doom.
Yeah, Doctor Doom.
Yeah, Doctor Doom.
Like,
But
Thanos
after
is
the
still,
MCU came out, like Thanos kind of replaced him as far
Yeah.
as iconicism.
yeah, I still feel like Thanos still had a significant like, hey, that guy like in the
But he
comic
definitely
circle still.
wasn't like a household name like
Yeah,
Doctor Doom
yeah,
or
yeah,
Doc
yeah.
Ock or
until the movies come out, Green Goblin or Venom.
yeah, like so.
So B for me. Like, I still think the movies handled him pretty well, but
All right, well, I mean, I like Joker or Thanos, but well, I don't know if if you're gonna agree with me with this next villain, but I think Goldie's gonna agree with me that this villain sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, heh.
Yeah, that guy sucks.
I can't take Voldemort seriously. I can't take him seriously.
that's fair. That's very fair.
Like, he looks stupid. His fucking plans are like fucking dumb. Like, why? Also, the fact that like, you know, this is part of my problem as with urban fantasy. You know, you've amassed an entire army of magic users, but nothing
Shoot 'em
else,
with
just
a gun.
magic users. And well, there's not a lot that there's not a lot of like other options besides that. And the fact that this takes place in a universe where the real world exists, why can't you just shoot the motherfucker?
Yeah.
Shoot him with a gun.
Nice stick. I introduced gun.
And don't
Yeah,
say that
that's
there's
true.
magic wards that block bullets. That is not a consistent thing throughout the series. So, because his plan hinges on people not knowing where he is. But, well, when he's out in the open, it's super fucking easy to kill him. Like, his plans make no sense. So, like, because... I can go on and on. I already ranted about Harry Potter in the past. I don't want to really repeat myself, but let's just say that, like, because the rules make no sense in Harry Potter, it kind of ties into why his plans don't really make any fucking sense on trying to, you know, kill Harry Potter or like take over the Wizarding World.
Yeah. Well, I'll talk about that when it gets to my turn.
All right, Goldie.
Pretty much where you've been on. I've never gotten into Harry Potter though. I've only ever had the first book read to me by a teacher. So I have no context other than just how fucking silly he is. And I don't mean that in a good way.
I guess I just also can't take him seriously because in the movies he's always like making those weird
He's very hammy.
Like,
but like again,
hammy, yeah.
not in like a good way.
Yeah, you're not fucking Palpatine, dude. Come on.
Just that one Steve Harry getting his fucking brain trying to take over. Just that one terrible green screen background. Voldemort going, ah! There. I mean, I'll put him in D myself. Like, I'm not gonna put him higher than that. Like, he's very hammy. He's also basic vanilla, like Harry is. Kind of in a sense.
Well, it's not the fact that like he's basic that's a problem. It's just, well, he kind of has the same problem as the villain from Lightyear. In that he's a villain that the writers thinks that he's clever, but he's not. He's fucking stupid. And that's what annoys me.
The writers either
so the 10 pieces.
The writers either think he's clever or they're just kind of bullshitting and hoping that you do think that he's clever.
Yes, and also it should not surprise you, but well, J.K. Rowling, We don't fuck with J.K. Rowling in this house.
He's a piece of
So-
shit. Yeah. But like, the reason I don't put him in F specifically, for what, like, because he's heavy. The reason he wants to kill Harry is so stupid, but I love it still. It's just because a baby beat him and lived.
Yeah, it's fucking
Yeah, I do
stupid. It's
like
fucking
that idea.
stupid. Like, just
I do.
Like, I mean, it's
I
just
do-
fucking petty, is what he is.
I do think that's kind of funny though. That like
it's
that's,
so.
you could kind of do something good with that. You
No.
could kind of do something. Fun with
There's
that, I
only
think.
so much dumb shit that you can do to where it just gets annoying,
Yeah.
and
Like,
he
it's
crosses the
stupid.
line.
Plus,
So dumb. It's genius.
No, it's stupid.
I can't. Plus, I
No.
cannot. In good, at
It's
least
fucking-
he's a villain straight through. At least I'll give him that. I cannot put him lower than White Diamond. That's also another reason I cannot. But like, I don't hate him as much as like I hate some other villains.
Oh, I can
I
put him.
definitely don't
I can
think
put him
he's
below
great.
White Diamond. I hate this motherfucker.
But
if
I mean,
if I'm gonna be honest, he's probably my personal least favorite villain on this entire list.
mhm.
I
Oh, at
hate.
least,
I
like-
hate this motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like, I
You know
hate
what? Nah,
Voldemort.
fuck it. I'll put you below White Diamond. I'll put him in F. But
Thank
now
you.
I think about it more.
Thank
Harry-
you.
Yeah.
There is hope in this universe.
There's hope. He's still not my most hated villain, but
Well, let's go to the
You know
opposite
where
because
that
I feel like I've been negative tonight. I should not be negative tonight.
You're a negative Nancy.
I shouldn't be a hater tonight. So
Don't
we're
be
gonna do a
hater.
good villain. Frollo.
yes.
Ooh.
We're putting this guy in S tier.
Yeah.
Anyone who's
Just thank
seen
you,
Hunchback of
Joe.
Notre Dame knows exactly why he's an S tier. And, well, if I'm going to be honest, he is objectively the best Disney villain of all time. And it's not even close. The fact that
man
he's
is
not
the-
a part of that little, like, 13 reflections of evil thing that Disney has formed is a fucking crime. Because this guy is, honestly, one of those villains that, very similar to Death's Head, you kind of want to see die. Because
Mhm.
Thank you.
holy
You
shit.
do.
this guy is a fucking creep. And this guy
Man
is a
man
fucking
is
piece of
literally
shit.
a sexual predator.
Yes.
Mhm.
Man is literally a sex predator.
But, like, it's presented in a way that makes it to where, yeah, you kind of want this guy dead. And, well, need I say more about Hellfire? Like,
Mhm.
one of the most
Probably
iconic.
the best Disney song.
Yes, it's
Mhm.
Disney
easily
villain song,
one of
sorry.
the best, if not the best, Disney villain songs, period. And just his fucking presence is, it like, again, very similar to what I mentioned earlier with Malastare, or even like Maleficent, is that he has that like stage presence that shows that like you can't trust this guy. And
Mhm.
No, I mean just look at him. Like it's his design too. Just the dark robes, his bony face, his sunken eyes. Just he looks like he looks malevolent.
yes. That's actually probably the most genius part, is that he's a devilish design who runs a Catholic church or a
He
cathedral.
works for God. He's
Yeah.
a man of
Like
the
he's
cloth.
he's a contradiction.
Yeah.
He's a man of the cloth, but he almost represents everything about like the devil himself.
Yes,
Like,
and
he
that's
exhibits-
why he is a genius antagonist. Now, granted,
exhibits
is he an accurate
merely-
representation of Frollo in the original story? No.
No.
But as far as like making someone who is as damn good of a villain is, it's actually impressive that Disney was able to make a villain like this, and we're never gonna get another villain like this ever, and that's sad.
Yeah.
So easily the best Disney villain.
Oh yeah, S tier for sure.
So
Yes.
all right, Sai, your turn.
Yeah, because we all got put on an S. Now, I feel like talking about a certain frat boy type character that's on this list. In fact, He's the very first character on this list.
Oh,
Talk about Adam.
Adam, the newest villain in this list. So,
Yes.
and
I mean,
well, speaking of servants of God in air quotes.
Yeah.
Servants of God that are the antithesis of such. Well, I'll just say this first and foremost.
It's
Adam
funny
is
because
man.
I'm wearing Has-Been Hotel.
He is man, and when you really think about it, men are pretty evil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, so what better way to represent, the most evil of humankind than
The first man.
Human.
the
Yeah.
first man? Because men are pretty evil. I'm joking, by the way, but
I'm not.
Even though he's ascended into an archangel in the series, but
Yeah. Like he's just such a I mean, I'm willing to put him in A tier just because of how much of an irredeemable ass he is. Like, he's a very selfish character, obviously.
Mhm.
He's just the oh god, what's the term for it? Like, he's definitely
douche?
he's a douche, yeah. He's a very big douche. Like, thinks like, oh, I'm so much better than you. I was the first guy.
I
Everyone
got to
came
see
from me.
Alex Brightman, his voice actor in real life earlier this year.
Oh hell yeah! I mean, Alex Brightman did such a good fucking job with Adam too, though.
Yes, he did.
It's so good.
Yeah,
He
I fucking rule.
Yeah, but no, I mean, A tier for me, just because I think people are catching on. I love me some fucking irredeemable villains. I love tragic backstory, very tragic villains, and I love irredeemable ones as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna put him in a high A.
Mm-hmm.
So the only reason why I'm not putting him in S is that okay, spoilers for everything. Kind of wish he would have been in season 2 because they killed him off. So
quick question: when characters die in the Vivziverse, when they're in the afterlife, do they just die, or is it like?
they
or
die.
Is it
like basically.
Is it like Coco Rules? Is it like Coco Rules, or is it just like they're dead?
Well, the ending sort of possibly complicates.
Well,
things a
basically,
bit, but...
what's implied. Well, we already talked about it. Is that okay? For context, I was doing a project for one of my classes, and while I was doing that project, we've determined that the ending of season 1 Has-Been Hotel may have confirmed that this might be Muslim hell.
Oh yeah, we did talk about that.
So, as in, you can go between heaven and hell, like if you die in like one of those. But the thing is that that's only if you're able to redeem yourself as a person in hell. If you die in hell and you don't redeem yourself, you're gone, just permanently. Say that's basically how it works. Okay. But whatever. Season 2 will probably explain it more. Again, we're still.
So is there like super hell, where it's where people who go to hell?
No, you just die. It's basically, actually, it would be Coco Rules, kind of, because they die if you die in the underworld in Coco.
Yeah. Well, there's also the one character, but.
Well, I guess by Coco Rules, I was referring to you don't really die until you're completely forgotten. It's only until there's some other metaphorical death.
Yeah, it's similar, but yeah.
Damn it! I want my hell inception.
Too bad. Just deal with the fact that this is Muslim hell.
Welcome to super, super, super hell.
Welcome to Muslim hell.
But anyways, what were you gonna say, Sai?
I can't remember, but I mean, I already said what I needed to say about
Oh yeah, all right, Goldie. I mean, you don't care for Has-Been Hotel as much, so I'm assuming you're just gonna have a don't know.
I'm gonna have a don't know because
Damn.
I am a good Christian boy, and I would never watch something that glorifies Satanism like that.
Good job being pro genocider here.
Yeah.
What?
Okay. Anyway, next character.
Uh,
Is it my turn? Yeah, it's still my turn. Davy Jones.
yeah, Davy Jones.
I'm willing to put. You know what? Honestly, I might, from what I remember, I might put Davy Jones at a low S. Like from what I remember, I feel like Davy Jones was like one of the best Disney villains introduced. He was obviously, for one, good use of CGI.
Yes, it's easily one of the best
Yes.
uses of CGI.
Even to
E-
this
I
day,
will
it is
say
still impressive.
you can nowadays you can kind of start seeing that it's aged, but it's not as bad as you think. Like,
Yeah, it's still one of the
It's a
best
product
examples of
its time,
CGI.
but
Yeah.
in a good way.
yes,
Exactly. But no, obviously, he was a great villain for Jax because, as far as I know, again, he never really got redeemed, right?
no,
Never.
yeah, no, he got fucking yeeted. Like he got
Mhm.
heart stabbed, gone.
Yeah. And obviously, this is the man that almost technically did kill Will Turner. And obviously, he has
Well,
his own
Will
little
Turner
threat.
technically didn't die. He was just cursed.
Didn't die. Yeah,
He cursed.
got
He was cursed permanently to be on the Flying Dutchman.
Dutchman, yeah. And then obviously, he's a mix of like he doesn't get redeemed, plus he does have some tragedy to him a bit
Mhm. Yeah.
with the whole Calypso story.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, S tier. I mean, one of possibly the best villain. I say that because
Barbosa.
Barbosa technically gets kind of redeemed anyway. But
Yeah, well, yeah, because Barbosa's only really a villain in the first movie.
yeah. Oh, Jackie shot him, remember? No, I didn't. But
No, I do not.
yeah. What do you guys think though? What do you
But
guys
yeah,
think of Davy Jones?
honestly, I'm gonna put him in an A tier.
Mhm.
Like, not just because of his design, but also because of his tragic backstory and the fact that he was originally in love with the goddess Calypso, but, well, that didn't really work out. And just the fact that he is someone who is mostly evil because of the fact that he is a literally heartless man. He is
Mhm.
someone who cannot feel true compassion because, well, he can't. And
Yeah.
the fact that he's tied to the ship adds a lot more to the fact that he basically made himself his own prison. Like the ship is like
He's literally in a hell of his own creation.
Yes, correct. And I will say the reason why I'm not putting him in S tier is because he is the main villain of the second movie, but he was made into the secondary villain of the third movie. Because it's really Governor Beckett who becomes the main villain of At World's End. And so he kind of ends up becoming the main antagonist for that movie. But that's not to take away from Davy Jones as being a pretty damn good villain for the second and third movies. If only they just would have stopped after 3.
Mm.
If only.
So, if only. I'm not one of those people who hates At World's End, because I know people fucking hate that movie. I don't hate it, but I'm definitely not one of those people who likes On Stranger Tides or Dead Man Tells No Tales.
Yeah.
So,
The
but yeah.
last Jack's fucking Pirates of the Caribbean movie I watched was, I don't even know what it was called, but it was where they tried to rob a bank and they accidentally like
That's
the whole
Dead Man
bank.
Tells No Tales.
Is that a good one or a bad one?
That's not a good one. I saw it in theaters. It was.
Is it a retelling? Like I was really confused.
No, it's still a continuation after the previous movie.
Okay, because I was really confused. I mean, mostly because I wasn't paying attention. And I only saw like that beginning scene. I went back up because my brother was watching her, and I went back upstairs when the crew leave Jack.
Mm.
Yeah.
That was it. I guess it's kind of funny that they stole a whole bank.
I mean, it's sad because that's the best part of that movie.
Yeah, because it was entertaining to watch.
But yeah, where do you place Davy Jones though?
A tier.
Okay, okay.
Sweet.
Alrighty, tidy. Am I up?
Oh, it's my third choice.
It's your. I'm sorry.
My third choice now. You're good. You're good. You know what? I'm gonna go for character. I think is S tier as well. I know another S tier already, but Azula from The Last
Azula.
Airbender.
God.
Azula. Sorry.
Azula.
I don't know why I said Azula. I don't know why the fuck I said that.
Azula.
Azula.
I'm
All
gonna
right.
make fun of you for that.
In my defense, I had I was thirsty earlier. Anywho, S tier, very S tier.
Yes.
Yeah, S tier.
Fucking crazy fucker.
F tier fictional crush choice, but S tier villain.
F tier fictional crush choice, but S tier villain.
Yes.
Yes. But like, again, she's the way she is too, because she wanted to please her father, who's
was jealous of Zuko, because Zuko got all the attention from mom.
Yep. And then of course her friends like eventually ditching her, and she just fucking loses this. Yeah.
If you have an Azula in your life, do yourself a favor and move to another country.
Yeah. Now you better
let's also not forget the fact that she was complicit in an ethnic cleansing of the Earth Kingdom.
Yeah.
And also did take pleasure in Zuko's,
Suffering.
mutilation by their father.
Yep.
Like actually took joy.
Like she's actually a psychopath.
She is legit a sadist.
Yeah.
Like in the truest sense of the title. Is sadist a title? It is now.
Yeah.
I can't find her. Where is she? Oh, there she is. She's by Bill Cipher.
Yeah.
I was looking for red, but it's blue. You guys are fucking tricking me. I know it.
I mean, she uses blue fire.
I know, but you guys are tricking me.
She'll show you lightning. But no, of course, the last scene with her when they finally
complete mental breakdown is like
it's so satisfying. That makes me smile with glee.
It's like kind of terrifying, but it's also like really satisfying to watch her just crumble into just like a pathetic like woman child. I guess that's.
I'm not gonna lie though. I guess the only thing she is a villain like Frollo or Death's Head for me, in which I kind of wish she would have had finally been,
killed.
But because it's a kid's show, they can only do so much. But
arguably, she does just spend the rest of her life as like a cackling loon that no one takes seriously, which you could argue is worse. Just thrown into the loony bin, as she does kind of deserve that as well.
Yeah.
No power whatsoever.
But yeah, Grey Delisle did a fantastic job with her. So,
Grey Delisle, you are great.
Legend.
You are great at voicing the character from Avatar: The Last Airbender, Azula. Well, some people refer to her as Azula.
Shush.
She was also Carmelita in Sly 4.
She was also Carmelita in Sly 4.
Yes, she was.
Nice.
She can be sassy, but she can also do psychopaths.
I mean, she's also in High Harry Puffy on Yumi, but she's been in a bunch of fucking things. She's like Steve Blum. She's in like so many things.
Yeah, she's also Mandy.
Yeah, she's Mandy as well. I thought she was also Angelica from Rugrats, but she's not.
No, she's not.
Guess similar voices.
I think her voice. I think Angelica's voice actress has also like done like a notable role that's like a complete opposite, but it's also like
it just sounds like a very similar tone. So
it's kind of but regardless.
But all right,
Goldie.
Yes.
I mean, pretty much all the. Oh shit! Okay, it's my turn. I'm gonna pick. Let's just get this out of the way. We talked about Cobra Commander. Let's go with the. Let's go back to like the 80s for a minute. Skeletor. I put him in. I put him in a C tier because he's kind of like so bad that he's enjoyable. Like definitely a so bad he's good villain. I am not nice. Like. I can't do his voice, but I love his voice. And
I am not nice.
I am not nice. Like he's definitely like again, He-Man is also a very egregious offender of bland toy product 80s cartoon where the intro is like the only good thing about the show. But Skeletor, he's at least entertaining to watch in a vacuum. So like I give him a low C tier. Because he's at least like kind of entertaining to watch.
I know for me, y'all are probably gonna think I'm crazy for this, but I can explain it. It's not S. It's not S.
Okay.
I want to make that clear.
S.
But I did put it's not A. It is B, however. Now, yeah, now I can explain this too. I can explain this too. Because most of the '80s cartoons like He-Man, G.I. Joe, they're just bland, just to sell the toys. I think it's safe to say that the most entertaining part of He-Man definitely was easily Skeletor. Because he's just this goofy ass villain character.
A fucking skeleton, Like,
yeah.
He's just a skeleton.
Till we meet again. But
we meet again. I just find skeletons funny too. Like,
yeah,
I just find them funny.
And
we'll all be a skeleton one day.
One day. Well, I mean,
unless we're
technically,
cremated.
But
unless we're cremated.
Yeah, but no, I mean, I give him credit for being the most entertaining thing about those cartoons in the '80s. Because like he's not, I wouldn't say he's bland at all. I'll give it.
Oh, he's got personality.
He's got personality compared to the fucking Cobra Commander. So much difference. But no, I mean, I'll put Skeletor in a B. I feel comfortable with it.
Sly, we already know. I think I can guess what your opinion's gonna be.
Is he really that different from Cobra Commander?
Cobra Commander has no fucking personality.
He's at least entertaining.
Is he though?
At least people remember Skeletor.
Yeah, people still reference Skeletor outside of Angry Joe.
I'm still putting. I'm still putting this motherfucker in F tier.
That's fair.
Maybe I also just like Skeletor because I watch a lot of Vine Sauce with Joel, and Joel really likes Skeletor because he does a really good impression of him.
Yeah,
but that's possible. I don't blame you for putting him in F for putting him in F. But all right, next pick. I'm gonna go with. I'll get this out of the way. The Lich from Adventure Time. we have to have this conversation again. Sly and I have to have this conversation again, where we had to explain that we both find Adventure Time hella overrated.
Yeah.
And that it kind of. I know this isn't completely valid because you can't really judge a show by what it unknowingly starts, but it is kind of frustrating that Adventure Time set a precedent for a lot of other shitty cartoons to try and emulate, which tends to kind of bog down the 2010s as far as animation sometimes. Again, I won't entirely blame them for it because, it's unintentional, but it did sort of start a lot of things that people would grow to be annoyed with in cartoons as the 2010s moved on, that thankfully we're finally starting to kind of get out of.
Yeah. What's that trend, Goldie? So
it is that trend. And that
what trend are you talking about as far as like
having an art style that I could fucking emulate in 5 fucking minutes?
Oh,
that's what
I mean, yeah. I guess I was also referring to. I thought you were also referring to the fact that like this set the trend of setting of villains halfway through your series.
Setting of villains halfway through your series, and as such, they're half baked. What can you tell me about the Lich? That he's evil? That he killed all humans, I think? I mean, that's pretty bad. He did commit human genocide. But also, I don't care. Well,
here's why you don't care, though. Here's why you don't care.
Don't take that out of context.
Well, no, but here's why you don't care. It's told. It's not shown.
It's told, not shown.
Which is writing 101.
He spends half of his fucking time in amber, like a mosquito from Jurassic Park. He spends half his time trapped in fucking candy, for Christ's sake. Which doesn't exactly make him intimidating. You know? Isn't he literally, like, trapped in, like, hard candy or something?
I think so.
And he's only, like, I'm sorry, but, like, you can't have the villain be, like, evil genocider, but also, like, you know, he's trapped in, like, caramel.
I don't know.
Caramel.
You ever tried to escape from a Jolly Rancher?
You ever tried to escape from a Jolly Rancher?
So where are you putting this guy?
I put him in a D tier because he's just like, yeah, he does bad shit. I do like his design. His design is pretty unsettling that he has no lips.
But it's a waste.
But it's a waste. It's kind of just like he feels like a very hasty decision.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Maybe
have to.
not to the what's her name from Naruto, but
Yeah, at least he appears not towards the very fucking end. But
at least he appears and doesn't like tread on anyone's toes. But it's like, and again, I don't like Adventure Time at all. It feels like it wanted to be silly, and then like halfway through, they're like, "We're gonna get serious."
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you. I don't like the Lich, and I'm gonna put him in D tier. Even if I did like Adventure Time, I still wouldn't like this villain because, again, he's a villain that is set up halfway through the show, and well, that was a bit of a trend that I feel like has happened a lot. The only time that that has happened where I thought it was justified was Bill Cipher, which we'll get to later, but every other instance does not work.
Yeah, I've been saving him.
So,
yeah,
because it seems like every other time it has been not very good. And
because usually it's always, you can tell that this wasn't planned from the start. And
Exactly.
I'm not saying you can't make additions, like you can't come through with breakthroughs after you've had your concept, but it's clear that he wasn't a part of the Adventure Time's vision from the get-go. It was clear that there was always going to be a greater story in Adventure Time that would be at least implied. And I think that was the thing. They wanted to have something grander and keep it implied at first. But then they decided to sort of lean into it, which I don't mind, but I don't think they were prepared. I don't think the execution was done as well as it could have been. And they didn't really properly let go of the wackier aspects of the show. And that's, it's either you do the balancing act or you don't, and not everyone can do the balancing act. Case in point.
Yep.
Yeah. I know you got another. Take a guess for me.
I think you tend to be more forgiving with Adventure Time, so I think you'd put him in a C tier.
Okay. And what about you, Sly? What do you think?
I'm feeling B.
I put him in D.
Oh,
here's the thing, too. I feel like
you're coming closer to the light. You're coming closer to the light.
Now, look, I still love it.
Giving you so much praise tonight, Si.
I know. I'm not used to it.
Sai is becoming a hater like me, and I love it.
Like turning you into a hater.
I feel like the Lich is like. Here's my thing: is the Lich is all right. I still think he's all right-ish, but I think he does suffer from coming halfway in the series for me.
Yeah,
because like I don't remember.
Just half baked is the problem.
Yeah, and like, would I even say the Lich is the most? He's not really the most interesting part of the series, obviously. Anyway, for me, but he has a great design. Don't get me wrong. I think
it is a really cool design, especially in a show like Adventure Time.
But it's just wasted.
I would have rated him higher if they had introduced him earlier.
Yeah,
but he just comes in.
If he actually felt like an organic addition to the show.
Yeah, like it seems like they just, for me at least, they kind of just threw him in, and like they tried to make it work, which props to them, but I think it was just a little too little, too late.
We do not grade on effort, Si.
Well,
we grade on results.
That's why C's for college. Anywho, your next.
That's why I'm going to college, because I want results.
All right.
All right. What's your last pick?
What's my last pick? Sly, you know how you picked Benny just to spite me? Just to spite me?
Oh no.
I'm gonna pick Risky Boots and, let you kind of talk about a franchise that you really like.
Oh.
Oh, thanks for giving me actually a pretty good choice. I'm gonna put her in a B tier.
Even though this goes into not applicable because I've never played Shantae.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just gonna be nice to you because I'm desperately hoping that if I'm nice to you enough that you'll pity me and you'll throw a bone my way. And I'm not just saying that because I'm a dog. I just mean
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for giving me a choice.
Stockholm Syndrome's kind of setting in, I think.
But anyways, Risky Boots. She's not even really that most intimidating of a villain. She's very similar to some of the other villains where it's I think it works for her because she's a villain that wants to take herself seriously, but no one else does. And I think that's what makes her shine out.
And I like characters like that. When you do them right, I like characters like that.
Yeah, and
it just devolves in the main characters sarcastically quipping at the main villain. Mm-hmm. Just kind of, and they have kind. I'm not they kind of have a friendly somewhat.
Well, only in Pirate's Curse. Only in Pirate's Curse. Not the other games.
I guess I wasn't talking about Risky Boots. I guess I was just talking about that type of dynamic.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's sort of not really friendly, I guess kind of passive aggressive, but it's they treat this character the same way you would treat a dickhead coworker or a school bully that is not really harmless.
Yeah.
That is harmless. It's you're yeah, whatever, you're annoying, but you're also somewhat amusing. You're amusing to me. I don't know. That's my. Am I right? Am I kind of spot on though to an extent?
Yeah, you hit it right on the head. She's definitely more of a character.
Genius.
I mean, the only time in which she and Shantae worked together was in Pirate's Curse, although that was because of more or less just an alliance of convenience rather than them wanting to work with each other.
It was a begrudging alliance.
It was a begrudging alliance, but I think it definitely worked, and even showed that, well, they can still have pretty funny banter regardless on, if they're working with each other or not. And, I mean, I don't know, she's just kind of the type of villain that, she knows that she's, an antagonist, but she kind of relishes in it.
She loves it.
Yes. Mm. And I can respect that. And it's funny because, well, Shantae is voiced by Christina V. Mm-hmm. Risky Boots is also voiced by Christina V. So
it's Christina V just kind of, it's like Seth MacFarlane with Brian Stewie Griffin in the episode in the bank vault. It's just Christina V just, talking to herself.
I guess. Yeah.
I'm glad that I was able to compare Christina V to Seth MacFarlane.
Oh my god.
Never thought I'd be able to do that. I'm really proud of myself.
I put her in Don't Know because I still
God damn it.
I really want to.
This is your thing. It's anime game.
Sly, we talk about this every fucking tier list.
But
I do want to. I probably want everything to you. I have an excuse. I have an excuse.
Yeah, Goldie has an excuse because he's not the anime person. But you, my guy, you obsess over this shit. You made this your whole thing.
Listen, motherfucker. Listen. Okay, shush. L word. I will play Shantae sometime. I promise. I have been interested in you for years. I just don't.
Get it on the next Steam sale then. Get it on the next Steam sale.
Prove it. Buy it now and play it. This is a Let's Play stream now.
Steam, open up.
We're halting the tier list. We're making it a
okay, we're not pulling it. We're not pulling a 10th anniversary stream for Wizard 101. We're not pulling that.
Okay.
All right.
My only thing is you're gonna have to let me know what order to play it in, so I know what to get first.
Like the
Actually,
Game Boy version.
Send me a list.
okay. All right.
Tier list
Item
time,
was
though.
30 years of discreet.
All right.
Tier
That was your
list.
last pick, right? So it's my turn.
That was my last pick. I did that
Yes.
just to spite you. Hope you're
Yeah.
happy.
All right.
Take
Well,
that,
I
Tim.
hope you're happy with my next choice, because we're gonna talk about villains like a lich. Let's talk about Toffee.
Frick. Oh man.
Speaking of villains introduced halfway through the series, fucking up the franchise.
Yeah, good fucking job for contributing to like. I mean, it's not your fault, Toffee. You just had the misfortune of having writers that are pushovers.
Yeah, this
Fucking
guy's
pushovers.
his very existence, I feel like, hinders the plot.
Is this from Star?
Yes, this is Star versus the Force of Evil.
I somewhat know Toffee. I don't know him enough to rank him, but
I love his design. Like,
So you,
I love how, he's
how
just like a
far are
lizard
you?
guy.
how
Because
far am I? I'm very here there. Like I know stuff.
what season? What season?
That's the thing. I haven't really watched the show completely myself.
Okay,
I just know
I would
everything. I know who
highly.
Toffee is.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this to save the trouble for you now.
Okay.
Season 2 is the series finale for you. They introduce
Okay.
this
Cheers to
guy
Pete.
in season 3, and his very existence is, it's not the only reason, but it's one of the primary reasons that unfortunately ruined the show.
Mm.
I do
Granted,
like his design. I
he's
do
not
like
the
how he's.
yeah.
Yeah, I do like how he's just like a lizard in a suit with an American Psycho haircut.
Well, yeah, because
But like,
I guess he's trying to be like a Patrick Bateman parody. I don't know.
yeah, it's like Patrick Bateman's like scaly persona, but also
But yeah, that because of like what he represents, I'm putting him in D tier. Trust
yeah,
me.
I gave him
Yeah.
I gave him a good old D tier.
Hmm.
Nothing else?
Okay, is that your nothing else? Because you know, if there's one thing that makes me sad, it's wasted potential.
I mean,
And
yeah.
Star versus the Forces of Evil is a poster child for waste potential and for pushover writing. You know how we talk about like cowardly writing?
Yeah.
This is just pushover writing. It's almost like it's the opposite of letting the fame and admiration go to your head. It's just letting the small minority get to you. I'm making no sense right now, but like that's kind of what it is, like just letting the small minority of rabid fans like get to you.
Yeah.
So don't listen to people, okay, guys? Don't listen to people. You are right. Always just do what you do. Never question anyone. Never listen to advice. They're trying to fucking bring you down. Think like an individual, not like a common man. I don't. Okay, is it my turn?
No, that was my first choice.
That was my first choice.
Oh yeah, the Lich was my last choice, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No,
I
your last
forgot.
choice was Risky Boots.
Oh yeah, despite
yeah.
you. I remember now. How did I forget? That was 5 minutes ago.
Anyways, you know what? Let's talk about a villain that is, funny enough, was featured in a recent playthrough of mine.
Oh.
Revolver Ocelot from Metal Gear.
Fucking Ocelot.
I'm putting this guy in S tier.
Ocelot.
Fucking Snake. But not Solid Snake.
Not Solid Snake. Just Snake. It's
Yeah,
complicated, but it's Kojima.
He's a
so
fucking
of course
he's a fucking
Backstabber?
yeah, he's a fucking backstab manipulative piece of shit. And he relishes in it. And well,
Yeah, speaking of thinking like an individual.
yeah. and obviously he worked with Big Boss, which, Big Boss is kind of the pro-antagonist. I don't know how to call it, like, a protagonist who turns into an antagonist.
Yeah. I mean, we just say like anti-hero, like
He's not an anti-hero.
Yeah.
so like a villain protagonist.
It's complicated because he was a good. It's characters like Anakin Skywalker, where it's like they start off as a hero, but then they became the villain.
Villains, yeah.
The protagonists rise and fall.
Yes.
And it gets so much more complicated with
Yeah,
Boss.
with Big Boss,
it
but
is Kojima.
It is Kojima, and as much as I had my criticisms of the length of the cutscenes within Metal Gear Solid 2, I think that, well, his appearance in both MGS, MGS2, and even his appearance in MGS 5, which I know people say, oh, that's MGS V. It's Metal Gear Solid 5. Everyone fucking refers to it as Metal Gear Solid 5. I'm not gonna fucking debate. Anyways, he's basically someone who, yeah, he's just a fucking bitch. Like, as far as, like, he's basically the type, again, another type of villain, very similar to Azula, who just relishes in fucking around with everyone. And, like, basically playing it against everyone's hand. And I like that. He's someone who, like, basically plays 4D chess, but it makes sense in the context of whatever he's planning. And I like that.
I guess to steal like a term from TV tropes, he has a case of chronic backstabbing syndrome.
Yes.
Or chronic backstabbing disorder.
He's like a certain character from my favorite game of all time. If you know, you know.
Certain guy.
I think Sai knows exactly who I'm talking about.
Yep.
So
that I do.
I have my suspicions.
I can't tell you because I'm making you know about the game on your own.
Yep. Trust me. You'll know when you see it, you'll know.
Yep.
You know.
But yeah, Roller Ocelot, I think he's a fantastic, villain. I know he's technically not the main antagonist. Big Boss technically is, but he is the character that you see the most throughout the games. And
To steal another TV tropes quote, he's the dragon, basically.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, not really, because the dragon implies that they're more of a right-hand man to the antagonist.
Yeah, I feel like a good comparison for Ocelot and Big Boss would be Voss and like the actual guy you've encountered.
Hoyt. So
Hoyt. Yeah, I was gonna say Buck, but no, Buck is not the main antagonist. He's one of the but no, he's
but it's that same vein where like you see Voss a lot more, but you see Ocelot a lot more.
He takes the spotlight while the main villain kind of skulks in the background and does their thing behind the scenes.
Correct.
Yeah. Pretty much, yeah.
All right.
I mean,
oh wait. What's your? What's your opinion?
You first, Goldie, or me?
No, you're. Oh, yeah. You guys talk about Ocelot.
I already said my piece.
Okay.
Yeah, because you don't know. You don't know any of these.
Yeah. I mean, I put Ocelot at a high A. I don't put him at S because technically, I have not played the Metal Gear games myself. However, I know a bunch about them due to a friend of mine who's a huge Metal Gear fan. I've seen some of the Ocelot stuff. Good God, this fucking man.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, that's a fucking character right there.
Backstabber.
Mm-hmm. Very big backstabber. And like, I'm willing to give him a high A because I'm like, even as not just in a villain sense, I already get the sense like, okay, this guy's a fucking good character. Like from what I know about Metal Gear, which might not be as much as you, but again, when you have a friend that's very obsessed with the series, you learn some things. So, high A for me because Ocelot is. I was definitely impressed with what I've seen with Ocelot.
Yeah.
As a villain. Even though he is a fucking snake.
Fucking
Snake?
snake.
Sorry. Anywho, what's your last pick?
Dutch v Vanderlyn.
Oh my god.
You can't pick him. I was gonna fucking pick Dutch.
I think we all were gonna pick him.
Are you doing like what I did with Risky Boots, where you pick a character that you know that I'm gonna pop off on?
You're
To be
welcome,
fair,
Goldie. Take
I
it
think I
away.
would. Yeah, take it away.
Me?
Yeah. Yeah, you.
Where do I start with Dutch? I mean, there are like hour-long videos talking about like this guy's psychology. Like I don't know where to start with Dutch Vanderlyn. I know originally we were considering to represent the Red Dead Redemption franchise. We were originally going to consider Edgar Ross. And while Edgar Ross is a pretty decent antagonist, you know, he does represent, especially in regards to though he is more of the antagonist of the first game. He appears in the second game because, well, Edgar Ross used to be a Pinkerton before joining what would become the FBI.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But so, you know, he's around, but in only a few instances, and generally is just the second, is just kind of the lackey of the Pinkerton antagonist, you know, of the game. Milton, I blanked out on his name for a bit, Agent Milton. But Dutch Vanderlyn, he's in a very unique position where when the game starts out,
Red Dead Redemption
you know,
2, by the way, for those who...
Yeah, Red Dead Redemption 2. I guess I can talk a little bit about, you know, Red Dead Redemption 1, because he is also technically an antagonist in the first game. It's kind of like him and Edgar Ross sort of switch roles into, you know,
Weird.
as far as like priority of antagonist goes. But Dutch starts by the beginning of RDR2. I mean, if you've played the first game, you know that Dutch is eventually going to turn on you to some degree. That he is going to end up becoming a villain. And you know, there was lots of foreshadowing in the first game. Well, I guess it's not foreshadowing, but because RDR2 is a prequel, but you do know that Dutch used to be semi-honorable, as John mentions frequently throughout RDR1.
Yeah.
And you get to see that for yourself. You get to see that Dutch is, well, yes, he's the leader of an outlaw group that kill people and rob people, and that Dutch himself is a very... The best way to describe him in the beginning is that he was kind of a political extremist. You know, he was very much like an anti-government sort of type person, and committed his acts of crime under sort of a anti-government, anti-civilization philosophy, which, you know, given the way America was during the late 1800s, it's, you know, it's easy to see where he's coming from.
Yeah.
Considering it's 1899, we're set in the Gilded Age. But you get to see Dutch's degradation into becoming more cold, less honorable, more callous, and more selfish and reactionary as the game goes on. But there's also plenty of points geniusly sprinkled in throughout the early chapters of the game where you see those little bits and pieces of Dutch's darker side, but they come in moments where it's either justified or it's minor enough to where you can kind of ignore it because you've already acknowledged, like, well, he's not exactly going to be the best person. He's, at the end of the day, a gang leader. But he's very likable at the same time in the first couple of chapters. And by the time you get to chapter 6, you know, sort of the final chapter before the epilogue, he is at times downright hateable in the things he does, in the betrayals of Arthur and John, who were basically like surrogate sons to him. And to the rest of the gang as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
And just the betrayal of his own ideology, too, even to becoming just as tyrannical and just as inhumane and just as cold as the greedy, like coal barons, and even to other more morally dark gangs like the O'Driscolls, even, or even to the same level of cruelty as the Pinkertons.
Mm-hmm.
To where he's straight up murdering innocent people, like, just because they piss him off a little. And I won't get into too many spoilers because I don't want to ruin the experience of that game's story for anyone who hasn't. It is, if you can't tell, it is my favorite game of all time.
So it's S tier.
Definitely an S tier, to sum it up shortly. And I think what's most genius, what's really interesting, is that even in the later game, when Dutch is downright despicable, you still kind of want to like him because you know that he's better than this, Like, at least with my experience, like, I never hated him. I just felt disappointed in him. Like, just the same kind of feelings that Arthur grows to feel. Slight spoilers.
Yeah.
Towards the end, where you want him to see reason, even though you know he's not, because you know what's going to happen in the first game. And his final scene in the first game is genuinely kind of heartbreaking, because finally, for the first time in years, he reflects on what he's become, and you can tell that deep down he is disgusted with what he's become. And it's honestly, and what he says to John, not gonna spoil it outright, but what he says to John, who again is out to get him on the government's behalf, he is proven to be sort of correct, at least in that one instance.
Yeah.
So that's my big rant about Dutch. Great villain. Again, there's a whole videos that stretch on over an hour talking about this guy's psychology.
He took 10 minutes just talking about this guy.
All in all, one of the most interesting characters I have ever experienced in a video game or in any form of media. So what do you guys got to say about Dutch?
Saimori?
I mean, I put him in S tier as well. I feel like Dutch, between both games, is a very well-written character. Like you can tell, this guy's he's definitely the guy, of their game. When you first meet him as John in the first game.
He does have a showmanistic quality about him, even in his better days.
Yeah. And when you play 2, which of course, is of course the prequel, and you see, the story of their game and how events that happen in the game caused Dutch to spiral into what he became in the first game. I feel like that definitely added a lot more to him as well. And I just thought, again, they did a very good job with it, with handling Dutch's character between the 2 games. First, of course, introducing him in the first game, and the small interactions you have with him towards the end, and of course the backstory behind everything. And of course, he's always got a plan. He just needs the money.
Always got a plan.
Arthur, I need the money.
I've got a plan, John.
So, anyways, he's gonna be a B for me because he seems cool.
Okay.
Arthur, my son, my boy.
So, anyways,
little guy.
So, okay. I was kind of thinking, do we want to have you guys each have one more round for you guys, or should I do a lightning? Should I just do the lightning round?
I say we do a lightning round, do a bit of a power hour, because it is like my time. It's like 11:12 p.m. and
yeah, I'm gonna try to.
All
right.
Okay, yeah.
Do a little power hour.
All right, let's do it. All right.
There's gonna be a bunch that I don't know, so.
All right. First off, Agent Smith from The Matrix.
Okay.
B tier. He's fairly iconic.
Yeah.
Put him in
I'll
C
put him-
tier.
Yeah. I mean, I'll put him in low B.
He's just.
Yeah, low B.
He's not the technical main villain, but he serves his purpose. I guess it's just I'm not a big fan of the Matrix.
Proto G man.
Proto G
Proto
man.
G man.
That's fair.
Albert Wesker from Resident Evil.
For what I remember about Resident Evil stuff, A tier. I'll go A for him.
B tier because he can be kind of goofy sometimes, but you know, even in like the first game, he can be kind of goofy sometimes, but he's still an entertaining character nonetheless, and definitely a despicable human being.
Oh,
Also technically a twist villain. Technically,
yeah, he is a twist villain.
So,
and the most iconic villain from Resident Evil.
Yeah, that's why I chose him. I'm gonna put him B tier.
Way more than like Oswell E. Spencer. Again, another one of those situations.
But yeah, B tier. Like I think he's pretty cool, and I just think overall, he's.
And the man looks good in shades.
I mean, he looks good in shades, but I think it's just more so just his actions that really do kind of bring out just how fucked up he is, considering that he was basically the person who started all this. So
yeah,
he did start the zombie apocalypse.
So yeah,
well, the zombie outbreak, not zombie apocalypse.
Yeah. All right, Alma from Fear.
Don't know. I've never played Fear.
Same here.
If we were talking about just the first game, I probably would have put her in an A tier, but Fear 2 and 3 unfortunately ruined her character, so I'm going to put her in D tier.
Damn.
Is it a Pyramid Head situation?
Yes. Andrew Ryan from BioShock.
Andrew Ryan. Definitely an
Which
A
I'm
tier.
surprised you did not pick. Like, so.
I don't even know if I want to. Can we save him for later? Can we save him for later? Because I feel like I'd want to like talk a little bit about him.
Okay, we'll save him for before the villains I want to talk about.
Yeah, we'll save him. We'll save him for my next.
Yeah, I'll go and say that he's on a don't know for me because I still need to play the BioShock games for myself.
Yeah,
they're next up, I think, for me to play.
Yeah.
Good.
Andros from Star Fox.
Ooh, Andros from Star Fox.
I mean, C tier. He's just a floating head.
He's a floating head, just like a creepy evil scientist that decapitated himself.
Yeah. Definitely, like, if you're talking about Nintendo villains as well, not the most iconic of them. Like, he still served his purpose.
It's
but, like,
weird that they completely changed his design from the original to the 64.
I think his design is creepy because, like, it's it's N64 graphic, 3D graphics.
Well, have you seen the Super Nintendo version of this motherfucker?
I have not.
Star Fox, Andros, SNES.
He looks stupid. Ew.
Oh, that's him?
Yes, that's the same character.
That's the Monkey Man?
That I've seen.
So,
That I have seen, but I just thought that was a completely different character.
No, that's the same character.
I didn't realize
It's because the limitations of the Super Nintendo, because it technically was capable of 3D graphics, but very primitive 3D graphics.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, fair, I guess. Fair technical limitations. I retract my sarcastic. I retract my sarcasm.
All right. Arthas Memedil from Warcraft / World of Warcraft.
Never played Warcraft, so I don't know. Not my MMOs are not my thing.
Yeah, don't know because I haven't gotten that far into Warcraft.
B tier. He was interesting in Warcraft 3, And whenever he was in Wrath of the Lich King, he was cool. That's about it.
Yeah.
Bowser. Mario, of course.
Yeah, smart. Bowser for Mario. I'll put him in. Oh, do I want to put him in A or S? Oh God, now I'm debating.
Well,
I'm putting him in a high C tier because
hey, same. I'm putting him in C tier because, as I
Not
mentioned
exactly
earlier,
the
I don't
big-
care for like a lot of platformer villains, and well, he's another
I
one
like
of those.
Mario, but I'm not the biggest Mario fan, and I just don't think Super Mario's strength is not in its characters. It's
Yeah.
kind of the opposite of Sonic, where like for me, Sonic's strength is like with its characters that I find really likable.
Bowser's more iconic for his design rather than his, motives and characteristics.
Yeah. I do like how he's a loving father. He does have some characterization, but like
that's bad.
it's also Super Mario. Like it's more of a gameplay heavy franchise, which is not a bad thing. Because Mario games are pretty much in general pretty fun. But it's just as far as characters go, the only character I pretty much like genuinely really like is Luigi.
Yeah.
I'm in it for Luigi because I like that guy.
All right, Captain Hook from Peter Pan.
The guy named after the worst tragedy of his life.
Shmee.
I'd say it's a B. He's not exactly intimidating, but like he's very entertaining and funny to watch.
He's easily the best part of that movie. I don't like Peter Pan as a movie, but oh my god, he's the thing that saves it. I'm putting him in A tier.
Yeah, he is a very fun villain. Again, more of a goofy villain, but definitely fun.
But he's the type of goofy that I like.
Yeah.
So
plus, like for me, in the context of Peter Pan, like in the world of it, he fits as the villain.
Yeah. Well, exactly. Yeah, that's kind of why he would be kind of campy. Just like
poor fucker got his hand bitten off by a crocodile.
Poor fucker got his hand bitten off.
Where'd you guys put him?
I put him in B. A.
All right.
Put him in a B tier.
All right. Dr. Xanatos from Gargoyles.
What does he look like?
He's the right by death. Literally
I've been wondering, like, who is this guy?
Yeah, he's from
Which
Gargoyles.
I guess kind of shows where I've never watched Gargoyles, so not applicable.
Yeah.
I mean, admittedly, he's kind of one of the weaker parts of the show. I'll put him in C tier. He's not the worst villain. He's just kind of more of your serviceable villain.
Yeah. I mean, I put him in Don't Know. I do know who he is. It's just been so fucking long since I've seen Gargoyles.
Yeah. Fair enough. All right. Death from Puss in Boots.
Like,
do you guys want to save him for later, or?
No, we can get through him.
Let's get through him.
We can get through him.
I mean,
I'm putting him in another B tier because one, he's death itself. Two, is a really cool design, and he pretty much represents Puss's, fear of death. I mean, quite literally, he is the personification of death.
Yeah.
So like, he literally represents everything Puss fears.
Yeah, he's just death straight up, like legit death. I mean, I'd put him in A tier. I think he's an S tier character. For me, I just put him on A because it's a villain's tier list. I don't see him as a. He's technically just carrying out his job.
Yeah, he's just doing his job. Like he's kind of just he is intimidating, but he's just doing his job. Death is not exactly a nice business.
Because Jack was more of the villain in it, but Death was the antagonist of it at least.
Well,
because again, he represents Puss's fear of mortality.
Well, I hate to be that guy,
he is
but in my opinion, he's not the best representation of a death-like figure in media.
Yeah, honestly, I really like wolves.
Okay, but you're the anthro lover of this group here.
I'm a furry, I know. So don't.
To be fair, that whistle is intimidating a bit for me.
I mean, it sucks because I prefer Death from the series that we're gonna talk about with this next villain after this, but
Ooh.
And I like how they ship him with Luna.
I don't like that he ships with the Luna. As a matter of fact, that's why I put him in like a C.
Yeah.
Don't be jealous, Sly.
Teehee. Well, who's next?
Who's next?
Dracula from Castlevania.
Bleh. What is a man?
I actually am gonna put Dracula in S tier. I fucking love him, especially in like the Castlevania TV show, but also in some of the games from like Symphony of the Night onwards. I think that he's just an enjoyable version of Dracula that fits the like when you think of Dracula, this is what I think of. Or when I think of Dracula, this is what I think of. Like some fucking badass lord who has his own undead army and
is refined as fuck. Like, kind of.
Like he's refined
kind of
as
like
fuck, but he's willing to go on a murdering spree, especially considering that his wife was burned at the stake. So
he's kind of like a smug royal, basically.
Not really a smug royal. I would say just because he's the way he is, just because of the townsfolk like burning his wife.
Yeah.
He's like a malicious, I get, royal thing.
But yeah, no, Dracula, I fucking love him in Castlevania. I don't know how you guys feel about him, but he's pretty great. His boss fight in Super Castlevania 4 is a bitch, but he's still cool.
But it's a lovable bitch.
Exactly.
Like a dog.
Yeah.
Like a female dog.
But you know, S tier for me as well, though. Like, am I as experienced with Castlevania stuff? No. I definitely am familiar with Castlevania enough. I'm confident with my choice.
Yeah.
I also love that you put the pick the Dead by Daylight picture.
I mean, that is a cool picture. Which
It is.
It's
It
weird
really is.
that he's in Death by Daylight now. Like I know it's a horror thing, but he's not. I don't really.
He is fun though. I mean, they got fucking Laura Croft and Nicolas Cage in there.
They got Bill from Left 4 Dead in there.
Well,
all right, Goldie, how do you feel about him?
I think he is a B tier because I like.
You just like that quote from Symphony of the Night.
I like that quote. It's really funny and genuinely really well acted. Like
yeah.
What is a man?
What is a man?
Also, he can turn
miserable pile of secrets.
He could turn into a wolf, Goldie. I just want you to know.
Yes. I had to fight him as a wolf.
Then I'd like him even more. Why can't I do that?
So, I mean, that's weird because that means he's both a vampire and a werewolf.
Yeah,
I was gonna say like so he's a vampire and a werewolf. That makes
although
him
to be
fucking
fair, I think in some folklore there are some vampires are typically those who died that also were, accused of being werewolves. I think.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, hey, if he can turn into a bat, then I guess turning into a wolf isn't exactly far off.
All right.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Bats
all right.
are the wolves
Let's
like
start.
flying.
Let's start getting the rest of the doctors out of the way. Dr. Doofenshmirtz.
He
So
is an S tier. Best backstory. Most tragic villain backstory. His parents didn't even show up for his own birth. But also, it's like, I find it hard to call him a villain though, because like,
yeah, he's like the least removed of being a villain on this list. But let's just say that in certain episodes,
he does
allude to a grim universe that he takes over.
Yeah. But all in all, like, he's just kind of like a guy who's like really scientifically smart who just gets annoyed at stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like he has like all this like prowess and inventing innators, and he just uses it to like settle petty disputes he has with the world.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put him in A tier. So
yeah, I'm gonna put him in for S because he is a goofy villain, but I feel like he's a goofy villain that works very well.
Yeah.
I mean, for a show like Phineas and Ferb too, like I honestly like feel like the Doofenshmirtz and like Perry the Platypus stuff is way better than the Phineas and Ferb stuff in Phineas and Ferb.
Easily. Easily.
I kind of just wish the show was just the two of them.
Yeah.
Even if it meant like it would just be like a series of shorts. I don't care. Like I feel like that's what sells the show for me.
I mean, they try bringing him back for Miles Murphy's Law, which, well,
Yeah, and
mixed results. So.
Mixed. It's hard to hate him, so like I don't mind, but
yeah.
I mean, I'll defend Miles Murphy Law, but you know,
yeah, it's decent.
I'm sorry, but it's just I don't find Phineas that interesting as a character. I like Ferb, but
yeah,
Phineas is kind of two-dimensional. I'll be honest.
Yeah, he's a kid. Whatever. Dr. Doofenshmirtz, I think he's cool. A tier.
Dr. Doof.
Again, he's just like me as far as villain types, and I like that.
Yeah.
All right. Dr. Draken, which I know people are upset that I didn't choose Shigo, but let's be real here, he's the actual villain of the show.
He is the actual villain. Series.
Which
somewhat similar to Doofenshmirtz in a few ways.
Yes, and he's still he can still stand on his own. I give him a B tier. So, oh shit.
I don't know why he's blue, but you know.
Well, he's supposed to be like a Dr. Frankenstein sort of thing.
Yes. So, yep, B tier. A solid B.
He's a good villain for the show.
Not a B minus, not a B plus, a B. An 80%.
We all agree?
Yeah.
I agree.
All right. Dr. Facilier, the latest of the iconic Disney villains.
Disney villains. Which is sad because, that movie came out like fucking 10 years ago.
15 years ago, actually.
That movie came out fucking 15 years ago.
I mean, Princess and the Frog is a flawed movie, but if I'm gonna be honest, Dr. Facilier is what really carries that movie, because he's actually a really damn good villain. He's A tier for me easily. Honestly, he has the potential of being an S tier because of just his presence and just being a pretty messed up manipulator when you think about it. I don't know. He's pretty cool.
Yeah, another good A tier. Keith David, one of his best roles. And Keith David, another voice actor who's been in a lot of things.
He's RB!
He's also Husk and has been.
He's also Husk, which is, oh my god. Wait, is he on my shirt? Yes!
Yeah.
Here he is!
It's also funny because I'm also recently, as of last night, started replaying Mass Effect. And he's Colonel Anderson.
Yeah, he's Colonel Anderson.
Also, Jim Cummings is in that movie. He's Ray.
All right.
He's
the
Cajun.
Facilier.
Dr. Facilier.
Yeah.
I love Dr. Facilier.
Good A tier.
Yep.
Great A tier.
All right. Dr. Neo Cortex from
Dr. Neo
Crash
Cortex.
Bandicoot.
Voiced by Clancy Brown.
I'll put him in B tier.
That's the same.
Put him in a B tier.
He's like Dr. Draken in a lot of ways. So.
Yeah, just kind of silly. Like, I mean, there's one word to describe him. There's an N on his forehead for a reason.
Nerd.
He's a fucking nerd. And that's pretty much the best way I can describe him. He's a fucking nerd.
Nerd.
But like of the annoying variety. But like in a good way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Deals your girlfriend.
Your placement?
B tier.
All right.
Yeah, B tier as well.
All right.
I love his voice.
Emperor Bellows from Owl House. We're making up for the fact that you forgot about Luz. So.
Oh, in the heroes tier list.
Yeah.
Bellows.
Yeah, Emperor Bellows.
Tier. Guy wanted
this fucking design. My God, like.
Cool design. Guy did want to commit witch genocide.
Yeah.
Because he was upset that his brother. Because spoiler alert, Bellows is also a human.
Yeah.
Except he's a human from like the fucking 1700s. But, he wants to commit witch genocide because he was upset that his brother fell in love with a witch and had a child with a witch. So he's a genocidal racist. He's a fantastical douchebag.
Yeah, he's A tier for me. Obviously, I still need to finish the show, but from what I know from him so far, yeah, no, he's pretty.
Oh shit! Okay, I was gonna spoil something right then and now. right.
It's a good thing you didn't.
Yeah.
I was gonna really spoil something.
I didn't spoil anything for the stuff that you guys haven't seen. It's only fair if you do the same for me.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's keep going. Let's keep going.
All right, fair enough.
I
All
also
right,
put him in
Father from Codename Kid Next Door.
Okay, father.
He's not like my father, not at all.
B tier?
Yeah.
Mostly because I thought I found it endearing that he redeemed himself, kinda.
Mm-hmm.
So.
He was a design that always kind of like it scared me as a kid.
I
but
mean,
not
it
in the
is
sense that
creepy. It's just some fucking like shadow dude.
It scared me in the sense that it's like I don't know what he looks like, and I didn't like that.
Well, that was the point. Is that like he was like hiding himself of his true form?
Yeah. I love that it's just an outfit too. It just gets fucking ripped off when it does reveal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just he smokes a pipe in his office like Clay Puppington.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, he's a good villain for. He's a really good villain for Kid Next Door, even if he's technically not the cold like overarching villain. Technically, he's still like the one leading like the main group. So
yeah.
And that's counts for something.
Clay Puppington would have been a good contender for this list if he wasn't such like a smaller scope villain.
Well,
yeah,
that's kind of what happens.
At the end of the day, he's just an abusive father.
Yeah.
Still a very interesting character, but yeah.
All right, this fucking dude.
This fucking dude.
Or thing. I don't even know what this is. Gygus.
A fetus? I don't know.
What the fuck is this doing in a mid-90s Super Nintendo game?
Movie.
Jesus Christ.
I put him in an A tier because he absolutely fucking terrified me as a kid. Like absolute, like literally, like I would get flight or
this
flight.
This is a Super Nintendo game.
Yes.
Nintendo.
I know. I would get fight or flight reactions when I would see him as a kid. Nothing. There was a time where I don't think anything scared me more.
Sai, you have anything to say?
I don't know where's Gygus from. I know
Earthbound.
Earthbound. Okay, that's fine. I haven't played Earthbound myself. I do need to. I've heard my friend Doodle absolutely loves Earthbound. But
my fucking okay.
Gygus seems like it'd be terrifying.
What I like about Gygus is that he's mostly the fear of the unknown. He actually plays more as a horror villain more than he does like a traditional villain.
Ooh.
And I think that's why he's interesting. I am still gonna put him in a B tier though. But like I like the fact that like they build him up, and usually I wouldn't like that, but the payoff for it I think works in its favor because
so memorable.
You don't expect this, like ever.
There's a reason why a lot of people who grew up with this game like still talk about Gygus.
Yeah,
I don't even know
like
if he's a he. I don't even know if it's like
it's supposed to represent the potential corruption of the human mind, if that makes sense.
The human mind. Yeah,
that's why.
I know like a quick like little backstory about Earthbound. I know Earthbound was inspired by, I forgot who the creator of Earthbound was, but it was inspired by like when he was a kid, he was at a movie theater and he accidentally walked into the wrong theater room, and it was showing like a horror movie, and like it was during like a really brutal scene that kind of fucked him up as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And like he credits it as like sort of the beginning of his loss of innocence.
Yeah.
And it was sort of that experience that inspired it to make Earthbound, about like, maturing and kind of losing your innocence to a degree as a child.
Yeah.
So like I know Gygus is meant to be somewhat of a representation of that as well. Well, yeah, corruption, loss of innocence, what have you. Whichever way you want to put that.
But yeah, I think that he's definitely an out of left field villain for Earthbound though. But regardless,
in a good way for once.
yeah, in a good way.
Yeah,
Which, speaking of
I put him in an A tier just for personal reasons, because again, this fucker terrified me as a child.
Which, speaking of 90s villains, and going back to Disney villains,
Yep.
Hades.
Hades.
He's an A tier.
Fucking A tier. Yep. I love this guy.
He's out of the Disney. Is it safe to say that he's the funniest villain from like the Disney Renaissance?
I'd say so.
I'd say he's the funniest.
I mean, it's definitely sassy as hell.
Yeah, he's sassy as hell. Portrayed greatly by James Woods. Did a phenomenal job. He's
you guys talk
really
about him. I'll be right back. So
it's a really interesting take of Hades too. Whereas he's just like a fast-talking con man, basically. Like he's just a fast-talking, like sleazy con artist, just manipulative as hell.
Mm-hmm. Guys, Olympus is that way.
Just like great villain. I don't know how to keep talking though because Sly isn't here, and you know we're trying to do a power hour. We're trying to get through things because it's getting late. Everyone's getting sleepy.
Oh no.
Not me, but like I know you all in the chat are probably getting very, very sleepy.
Yeah, y'all are probably getting possibly sleepy.
Y'all are probably very sleepy. Your eyes are getting heavier. You're getting more tired.
Yeah. But I just love how Hades gives off gay best friend vibes.
Gay best friend.
You know what I mean?
To say that he's zesty, as the kids are saying these days.
I think he also gives the same vibes technically in Greek mythology as well. So like I think
kind of like that in Greek mythology. Like, is he kind of like?
But he's definitely
like,
not as bad. He's definitely not as bad as his brothers in Greek mythology.
Yeah, because isn't Zeus like, you know?
Yeah, Zeus is the actual asshole in Greek mythology.
Yeah.
So.
And then Poseidon is like very angry.
Poseidon's just a very angry dude.
All right.
Yeah.
So A tier. Wait, what'd you guys choose?
A tier.
All right, A tier. Okay. Handsome Jack from Borderlands.
Handsome Jack.
I fucking loved Handsome Jack as a villain. Good fucking God.
I'm not a big fan of Borderlands. I don't really like its tone, its sense of humor. Like and a lot of its characters is kind of obnoxious to me, but I do appreciate Handsome Jack as a character, and he is one of the few characters that I do find charming.
Mm-hmm.
So with that, I do with respect, give him a B tier.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll put him B tier as well. He's kind of like GLaDOS in the sense that he's a villain that taunts you throughout the entire game, but it's not to the point where it's annoying. It's more so just an intimidation factor. And I think that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So. Easily. Granted, the game Borderlands 2, the game he came from, is still like the best Borderlands, in my opinion. Like a lot of people would say that, but
yeah, Kai fucking loves, which they accidentally joined the VC earlier. They fucking love Borderlands 2. So.
Mm-hmm.
I think with the power hour, we should have it to where like we have only like 2 rows of characters. I think that'd be a good spot to press the, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, because I was thinking of doing that. All right, Hans Gruber from Die Hard.
Hans Gruber, another B tier.
Yeah, B tier. Rest in peace, Alan Rickman.
He's a different kind of intimidating in that he's intelligent.
He's also a terrorist. So.
He's also a terrorist, and I know like everybody talks about this, but yes, he's the guy with contingencies on top of contingencies on top of contingencies. Again, he's more villainous in that he is psychotic, but he does have intellect.
Yeah.
He's more of a brainy villain rather than like a brute force intimidation villain.
Yeah.
You never quite know what's up his sleeve.
And that's what makes him memorable. And again, rest in peace, Alan Rickman.
German.
Yeah.
Evil German guy.
I put him in don't know. I know who he is. I know Die Hard. My problem is just that I haven't seen Die Hard in like many years, so I don't remember
Fair.
anything from it.
Fair
So
enough.
that's the only reason I'm putting him in don't know.
All right, Goldie's gonna love this next character, Hawkmoth from Miraculous Ladybug.
Wait, why? I'd never seen that show, and I don't have a desire to.
We talked about it
fucking
on our
with
we talked about it on several of our tier lists before.
No, we didn't.
Yes, we did. It was on our Disney Channel tier list.
It was on the tier list.
Hawkmoth? I don't know who she is. I don't know Miraculous Ladybug. I can't even find her. Where is she? What does she look like?
Literally next to the icon of sin.
What's the icon of sin?
Oh my god. Okay. Imhotep from The Mummy. Next to them is the icon of sin from Doom.
I don't know.
Watch my screen.
I can't find things. I don't know. I don't know any of that. I don't know any of this. You're putting words in my mouth. I don't appreciate it.
Sai, do you know about Miraculous Ladybug or no?
A little bit, not enough to rank him really. I know who he is.
I mean, if I'm gonna be honest, he's not a very good villain. D tier.
Okay.
I'm putting her in D tier just for putting me through that.
Yeah.
Fair. All right.
Also, because D tier's looking a little lonely.
Yeah.
All right. Icon of Sin from Dune or Doom. Excuse me, not Dune.
Doom, not Dune.
He's kind of like Chernobog in the sense that like he has good presence, but he's
He's
not
more of a representation rather than like a
villain.
I mean, it's in his name, Icon of Sin.
Also, admittedly, his original form is pretty fucking lame in Doom 2. He's just a head on the wall.
So
Though they made him a much better. They made him an actual villain in Doom Eternal, and that's where he starts bumping up points for me. So they at least redeemed him, so I'll put him in B tier. Redeemed, well, not redeem him, but like redeem him in the sense that they made him an actual good boss. So
good villain. He can't really be redeemed, can't?
No, because he's supposed to be the representation of Satan in Doom's universe.
Yeah,
I was just gonna say that's like saying the devil can be redeemed. It's like no, that's kind of an impossible task.
Yeah, that's the point. All right. Any other takes on Icon?
I just did like don't know. Like I know what it is. I'm not familiar with Doom's lore.
Okay.
As well.
All right. Imhotep from The Mummy.
What does he look like?
That's
the bald guy.
The screaming bald man.
Bald man.
Well, the screaming bald man. There's 2 bald men on this right now. Actually, technically 3. 4. God.
A lot of people are bald, Sly.
If they're bald, they're evil.
Okay, I'm putting this guy.
That's not true.
Also in a B tier because he's another villain that he starts off as crappy CGI, which I mean 1999
it's the Mummy. It's kind of
iffy for CGI, but whatever. But like when he's in his human form, that's where he shines. He's a bit goofy at points, but like
it's the Mummy. Yeah, I say this with all due respect to the Mummy, but the Mummy is kind of campy, you know.
It's campy, kind of but I like it because not all action movies have to take themselves super seriously.
Yeah, like that's a part of the charm with the Mummy.
Yeah, and I don't know. I just think it's pretty cool. Any opinions?
Not really. I mean, you pretty much summed it up.
You pretty much said what was in my mind.
All right.
B tier for me.
All right. Jack Spicer from Shaolin Showdown.
Honestly, I it's been so long since I've watched Shaolin Showdown that I don't really remember much.
I'm not gonna lie, he's actually a pretty good villain for the show. Like he's way better than you think.
Isn't he like good for like the first half of the show, and then he gets kind of
No, he's already like a villain throughout the entire show.
No, I mean like he's a good villain for the first half, but then as the latter half goes, he becomes like kind of a joke of a character. Like he gets
Not necessarily, but whenever they brought him into Shaolin Chronicles, they made him a shell of his former self.
Oh, okay, that's what I'm probably mixing it up with.
Yeah, because
he's a bad adaptation.
Yeah, it's a bad adaptation. But as far as this version, like the original version go, he's pretty badass. I'll put him in A tier.
Yeah.
He also has a really cool design.
Oh, I love his design so fucking much.
It's like a steampunky kind of thing. I think that's cool.
They're very 2000s design.
Yeah. Because like I put him in A tier as well. Like he was one of my favorite parts of Shaolin Showdown.
Oh,
of all the villains, he's the one I definitely remember the most.
Yes, that's for sure.
All right.
Jafar from Aladdin, S tier.
S tier.
Yep.
Like,
Man,
again, you could tell Malistaire Drake was easily inspired by this guy because they have basically the same silhouette, but I don't care.
The same. Yeah.
But as far as Jafar is concerned, is it weird to say that he's actually my personal favorite Disney villain?
I wouldn't say. I wouldn't
like,
think so.
Like Frollo's easily the best, but Jafar is probably my personal favorite because he's just someone who, like, again, is someone who just is evil, but he's like manipulative about it, and he just like also just kind of relishes in it, and it's also helped by the fact that, well, he doesn't actually technically get what he wants until near the end of the movie. Like, he fails like half, like around like a good chunk, but then he like kind of learns, like, basically is able to adapt to try to, like, get his plan back up and running again. And there's very few villains that I feel like were able to like adapt like that. And I mean, it goes without saying, his fucking design's pretty cool. I mean, I like Middle Eastern stuff, so of course, goes without saying. So yeah, he's my personal favorite villain. He's also in Kingdom Hearts 1, right? So
he's in Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2.
Sweet. So I'll agree. S tier?
Yeah, S tier. He's a really great character.
All right, Kane from Command and Conquer. Also a terrorist. There's so many terrorists on this goddamn thing. This is another character. It's weird because he's kind of like Voss in that he has a lot of charisma to him, but he's fucking insane.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll still, I'll put him in high B tier.
Okay.
I'll put him next to the other bald man.
He's, if you know, you know.
You know.
I don't know. He's just.
What if you don't know?
Well, then just know the fact that, like, he manipulates millions of people to join his cause because of the way in which the unified, like, Earth government divided the Earth after Earth was destroyed by these minerals that came onto Earth. So, it's cooler than it sounds. Don't worry. Like, it's actually a lot more interesting.
It's not as lame as it sounds, guys.
Yeah, if you actually play Command and Conquer, you will appreciate his character. It's just kind of hard to explain. But anyways, all right, next up. Well, speaking of villains, Lord Dominator.
Lord Dominator.
How many people are willing to, like, destroy the universe just for her?
A lot of people.
Mm-hmm. Those people are weird.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Call people weird.
Goldie, what was that stutter?
I'm just saying.
Do you want to?
We shouldn't judge people for being weird.
Do you have something to say?
I'm just saying, like, we here are kind of a trio of weirdos ourselves. I don't think we can judge folks for being weird.
Okay.
Got a point.
No,
Anyways,
like,
she's B tier. She's fine.
B tier. Yeah. The song is catchy as hell.
I haven't listened to it in years, to be fair.
All right. Here's another entry to spite you, Goldie.
Oh no.
Garmadon from Ninjago.
I don't care. I love Legos, but I don't care. Just put them in like a D tier because like I just don't care. I'm sorry. You can get mad at me because I know Ninjago fans sometimes do that. I know they can be a little rabid sometimes, but it's like I don't care. Sorry.
I'll put him in C tier. He's
Make the whole
whatever.
show Lego. Come on. You can't call it a Lego show and have it not. Whatever. Move on.
All right. Sai, do you have anything to say?
I don't know. I don't know him.
All right. The Master from Doctor Who. It's very similar to the Doctor himself. It is a bit of a wild card depending on which Master it is. Though I will say, shit, I forgot his fucking name. The Master that was introduced at the end of season 3.
Yeah.
He's the best one. And I'm not gonna lie, the newest Master, also pretty good. Hot take, I know, because people like complaining about new Doctor Who, but he's actually a good, like, Master. I'll put him in a B tier. So, goes without saying. Any other takes?
I mean, I'll put him in A. For me, from what I've seen with Doctor Who, the Master is definitely an interesting one.
Yeah. All right.
Y'all's work for it and put him in a B tier.
All right.
B tier is basically like my respect tier. You know, it's just like I don't know what you're saying, but
yeah, my B tier is basically villains that like I at least like their designs or I think they're somewhat cool, and then A and S is just villains I definitely.
Yeah, like at the very least, it's like I like their concept and what little I know, I do think I could get behind.
Yeah. All right, Megatron. So, which is funny because I decided to choose a design of a movie that just came out like not too long ago.
I mean, to be fair, I've heard that movie's pretty good.
But like, you're talking to someone who doesn't give a shit about Transformers, so
yeah,
D tier.
So like,
he's not as bad as Skeletor or fucking like Cobra Commander, but I still don't care.
But like, yeah, it's also like I don't really. It's just not. I just put D because like it's not my thing. Transformers is not my thing. I know it's a lot of people's things. There are people that, you know, there are friends of mine who are into it, and that's fine, but it's not my game, not my sport.
Not your cup of tea.
Yeah.
Not my cup of tea.
All right. Mojo Joe. Oh shit, you go.
Yeah, I was gonna say I put him in B. Cause I do like Megatron. Because I liked Transformers growing up. I lost. Don't talk to me about the Michael Bay movies though. I lost track after the third fucking one.
Go ahead. Don't watch this. All right, Mojo Jojo.
Mojo Jojo.
Again, he's definitely another goofy villain, but again, that's a good thing in this case. So B tier. Like
Powerpuff Girls, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
Why didn't you choose him?
Because I didn't want to choose a character that was potentially has aged poorly.
Well, plus I feel like Mojo Jojo's the villain.
Yeah, he is the villain of the show for sure, regardless of how you feel.
Yeah.
Yeah, like definitely. I get. Yeah, pretty much.
I don't know. I just kind of am iffy about him. At least, just kind of in hindsight.
Him just makes you kind of uncomfortable, which I mean is.
But not in like the way that it was intended.
Yeah. You just.
I'm not blaming the writers. It was just. Late 90s.
It's a personal thing.
It's late 90s.
Like for you specifically, it just goes a little bit. It's just a little too much for you personally.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I feel like I have to say it. It just, to me, it just kind of feels like, at least in hindsight, potentially a negative trans stereotype. That's just I don't know. This is me personally.
I might have to give the show a watch again, I never got that vibe. But then again, I wasn't privy to that kind of stuff, admittedly, when I was.
Again, I'm not
watching that.
I'm not shitting on Craig McCracken. I love Craig McCracken. And it was just from 25, 26 years ago. It's, yeah. But anyways, Moonra from Thundercats, which you guys are probably going to be surprised how I feel about this. So I'll let you guys talk first.
I'm gonna put an adult no. I'm not familiar.
I don't know. I never watched Thundercats. I don't even know what this fucker looks like.
The red hooded figure.
Yep.
Right next to the king.
Oh, this little fella. He looks like a wrinkly little lizard.
I mean, he is. Which
and cats hate lizards historically.
Which is why it's cats versus lizards for Thundercats. But anyways,
You should have made like cats versus dogs, you know? Like
no.
Not trying to say that because I want to see like more anthropomorphic.
But anyways, normally I would not like these 80s types of like, you know, villains cuz I mean, I didn't like the other ones.
But
this is the exception though. I'm actually going to put him in A tier, specifically because of the 2011 version of Thundercats. And even the original version, I actually think he's easily the best, like the best design without a question. So
I did not expect you to put him that highly.
I actually really liked. I mean, it's a mummy design, and I think that looks really cool.
You do like mummies suspiciously.
I mean, I like Egyptian stuff too, you know.
Suspiciously.
I don't know. He kind of gives like I don't know. He's basically the type of villain I wish a lot of like 80s villains were, but well, that didn't happen.
More indicative of, I guess, maybe like heavy metal-esque, like that kind of culture.
Yeah, like it gives me more. It is very reminiscent of like the main like character that Iron Man uses. That's kind of like what it invokes.
Yeah, sort of the style of that culture, like that sort of subgroup.
Unlike the other villains, he doesn't have an annoying voice. So
that was a trend, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a trend in a lot of shitty 80s action cartoons, unfortunately. But yeah, no, Moon-Ra, I think he's actually unironically a cool villain. So,
Unironically, as opposed to being ironically.
All right, Prince John from Robin Hood.
Prince John. I love how this guy is just kind of like a man baby. Like,
yeah, A tier as well.
Like, yeah, like A tier. Like he just acts like a kid in a big coat. Like he's pretty harmless all the same, but it's like he's just like a man-child.
I mean, he's just the excuse to represent the, you know, corrupt nobleman and, well, give justification.
I was gonna say, judging from what little I know about medieval history, it seemed like a lot of the rulers were pretty much just man-children.
By the way, Robin Hood is secretly a socialist, but I don't want to get into that political commentary right now. So
that's a commentary age as old as time. All I'll say is, you know,
Beauty and the Beast. Sorry.
All right, so like B or A tier for you guys?
I say
A tier. You know, I'm biased with Robin Hood, so you know.
All right, Professor Calamitous from Jim Neutron.
He can't finish anything. He sounds like Tim Curry, voiced by the same guy who voiced Nigel Thornberry. I'm assuming. I'd be pretty damn surprised if it wasn't. I guess just a low B because I like his voice.
Yeah,
I'll put him in a C tier.
I put him in don't know because I mean obviously I know what Jimmy Neutron. Obviously, I don't remember him at all.
Damn.
Granted, it's another case of a saying I haven't seen in forever, but because obviously I remember Jimmy Neutron, obviously. But just him, I just don't remember.
You know what? I'll put him in a C and then like a higher C tier. It feels a little weird putting him in B.
All right, Queen of Hearts, also C tier for me.
Yeah, C tier. I mean, she's just kind of, I don't know.
Dictator as hell. Just like, why are you guilty? Because I said so.
Because I said so. Well, is that not a good reason?
Fair point.
All right.
Like, how would you like it if you wanted to do something and then someone told you no?
All right. Ripley from Metroid.
Fucking space pirate dragon.
C
Good
tier.
old Ripley. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of similar with Icon of Sin in Churtabog, except not as cool in my opinion. So
I put him in low B.
I do like her design though. I think her design is pretty cool.
Yeah.
But that's about it. That's about it. That just puts her in C tier for me.
Mm-hmm.
I like how she's kind of like a mix between a dragon and a xenomorph. I think that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, it's just kind of like just a bad alien.
Yeah.
Well, I feel
alien
like
thing.
the reason I give Ripley B is because she's like intimidating as hell for me.
Yeah,
That like
you know,
if
again,
I saw that, if
I mean,
saw
for you, we
Ripley
can say
fly
that you can
me,
technically say that about any big giant monster thing.
like it's true.
So.
No, like
But if it works,
I
it
like
works.
I like Ripley enough.
All right.
That
All right. Ripto from Spyro.
fucking Ripto, man.
Fucking Ripto, he stinks.
I'll put him in B tier.
Smells
If he had a better
nasty.
design, I'd probably put him higher. Because I don't know, he's just a bit too goofy looking for me. Though I do like how he plays out in Spyro 2.
Mm-hmm.
I think he definitely steals the show there.
Yeah. I'm willing to give him like.
No, he doesn't start the. He doesn't get mad because like the dragons say he smells bad. That's the other guy, isn't it?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, that's Ganasty Gnorc. So
Yeah, it's Ganasty Gnorf. I got it mixed up. No, he's not. That's why I was saying like, oh, he smells like. Okay, I got it mixed up. I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good. That's Spyro 1's villain.
yeah, that's Spyro 1.
That's Spyro 1.
Because Spyro 1 is Nasty Gnorc, Spyro 2 is Ripto, Spyro 3 is Sorceress.
Mm-hmm.
So I played all 3 of those games this year, so
Yeah.
it's still fresh in my mind.
Good for you.
So
I really liked Ripto when I played the Spyro trilogy, so I'll give him low A.
fair
I'll
enough.
give him low A.
Fair enough.
Somebody's secret agent man.
All right. Oh shoot, I gotta.
Look
Yeah.
at the 10-minute power hour.
All right. Skull of Visari. So you want to talk about other Nazis? This guy is literally just Space Hitler from Killzone.
Just Space Hitler.
Literally, if you see the beginning cutscene of Killzone 1, he is literally Space Hitler. So
It's very intentional imagery, as we like to call it.
I'm gonna put him in a C tier
Put him in a
because
C tier.
he's serviceable, but I wouldn't say that like he's impactful.
There's nothing
Hell,
much
I
past
doubt.
him beyond.
Yeah.
There's nothing much past him beyond just like being Space Hitler.
I mean, yeah. Though Killzone's more carried so by its gameplay, especially Killzone 3. Killzone 3 is fucking underrated. I just haven't played it
So
like
kind of
for you
like
guys
Mario. Okay.
yet. Kind of like
Yeah.
Mario. What?
Yeah.
That it's carried by the gameplay.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, I put him in don't know because like.
I mean,
haven't
it's
had
a
the
more
chance to play
obscure
Killzone.
PlayStation character, or franchise even nowadays. But you know,
Yeah.
just wanted to give some Killzone representation. All right, Sephiroth from Final Fantasy.
Sephiroth.
A tier. A tier. No
That's
question.
for me.
I mean,
Who is he?
Final.
No, I know.
I was about to say, Goldie, you better be fucking joking right now.
I'm fucking around. Well, just because you've been just because you threatened me, I'm gonna put him in a B
I
tier.
did. threaten
Damn.
You. I just said you.
Well, I haven't played the games, but I do like his design.
You know, fair, very fair.
He
And,
looks very like. This may sound like a negative, but he looks very like Woody, but like in a cool way.
I mean, he looks like a straight up edgelord.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say edgelord, but I was afraid like that would be too harsh.
Nah,
So
nah,
it's like
nah.
yeah,
I definitely understand why you don't think that. I mean, he's a very Probably the most. Not even probably. He is the most iconic Final Fantasy villain of all time.
Kefka is close though.
Kefka's close, but like more people know lot. Like you could say, take a Final Fantasy villain character to anyone who's never played Final Fantasy. They're gonna say Sephiroth.
Sephiroth. Yeah.
Fair. All right, Shan Yu from or Shen Yu from Mulan.
Another S tier for me.
I'll put him in B tier.
Kind of a B tier because it doesn't really have as much presence as it could have.
Yeah, for me,
but he is a fucking warmonger in general.
Yeah.
So
Reason I put him in S though, like yeah, he doesn't have as much appearances, but when he does, he makes it count.
I mean, yeah, that's for sure. All right, Shodan from System Shock.
I have not played System Shock, so I do not know.
I've never even heard of System Shock.
Damn, System Shock 2 is actually pretty. It's the reason why BioShock exists.
Yeah, it's kind of the predecessor to BioShock's, kind of.
Yes, because it was Irrational Games. Actually, technically, it was their first game, so yeah, they helped develop this, which then they took a long time trying to make BioShock because it took them 5 years to make it. So as a spiritual successor. But anyways, I'm gonna put her in C tier, mostly because she's pretty flat in the first game, although understandably so because, you know, game from '94.
She's an AI.
So
yeah,
it's what it is. All right, Shredder from TMNT.
Our last 80s cartoon toy character.
Which, I mean, he's not as bad as the others, but I'm still going to put him in C tier. He's only really carried by his design. I don't really give a shit otherwise.
So I'm gonna put him in B. I fucking love Shredder, dude. I mean, I like the Ninja Turtles too. I'm also considering different iterations of Shredder as well throughout the years, because obviously there's a big difference between like the TMNT, like Teenage Mutant Turtles cartoon from like the 2000s versus like the fucking one from the 80s. Definitely a major difference.
Yeah, it just depends on the version for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on who's working on that.
And
Right.
he can be an intimidating motherfucker too in later versions.
Yeah, especially in what, like the 2003 and the Rise of the TMT, I'd say. So
yeah.
All right. Oh, Goldie, did you say anything?
No, I guess I would just say that TMNT of all those 80s cartoons is definitely the one that has the most staying power. Like they actually did.
Yeah,
it took them a little while, but they actually did seem to.
Yeah, but where would you put him in a tier?
No. Oh, just a C tier.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah. All right, Ursula, Little Mermaid.
Ursula.
B tier.
I'd say B tier.
Yeah, B tier's good.
I mean, she serves her purpose. She's a decent villain.
She's a witch.
Yeah, she's a sea witch.
Witches.
So. Ursula's crazy sister.
No. That's great, by the way. I love how someone wrote that. I didn't think that was stupid.
Yeah. All right. Van Kleiss from Generator Rex.
Obviously, I know Generator Rex. I don't know Van Kleiss as much at all.
Yeah, he's the leader of the pack. C tier.
C tier.
He's a serviceable villain. That's all I gotta say.
Serviceable, but you know, not the strongest part of Generator Rex. That's for sure.
Yeah, Rex is the Rex and his crew is what makes the show, and also
Rex,
the fight scenes.
Strongest part. Yes, Rex is the strongest part of Generator Rex.
Yeah.
All right, Vlad Plasmus from Danny Phantoms.
He is a big Green Bay Packers fan, which makes my Wisconsinite family very happy. I don't know why they included that specifically. I guess it's like, haha, Wisconsin, funny, which, fair.
I mean, why would they include that Ben 10 likes movies?
I don't know.
And made it a plot point.
Because
I hate how I hate. Wait, actually, I don't remember where I put Dave. Whatever, I'll put him in a B tier.
B tier.
So
like his design. He's wants to bang Danny's mom.
I mean, yeah, that is what drives the plot. Let's be real here.
Like he wants to bang Danny's mom.
Danny's
To be fair, she's
mom
got it going on, but like
Yeah.
you gotta move on, man.
My God.
Damn.
She's married with children.
All right.
Come on.
What's your tier? What's your tier? What's your tier?
B tier.
B
All right.
tier.
All right. B.
Yeah.
All right. B. All right. And Zim from Invader Zim.
Zim.
So I'd say A. Again, a protagonist that's a villain. And he works.
Is this our first villain protagonist?
No, technically
No.
it was fucking villainous guy. Black.
Yeah.
Oh,
Black Hat.
funny because I feel like Invader Zim fans were a part of that crowd that show was trying to draw in.
Yeah, again.
Yeah,
hot
I'd say
topic.
so.
Yeah, that's what was going on. But yeah, no, Zim, obviously I met Richard Steven Horowitz.
You read
So-
Richard Steven Horowitz.
And obviously,
Saved his life.
yes, I did save his life. I
Did save his life.
But as far as Zim, he's just a fucking nerd. But like a fucked up nerd.
Fucking nerd.
Mm-hmm.
He's like a fucked up nerd.
Like he's trying to do all these schemes to try to take over the world, even though he was sent in exile to Earth without him like knowing that.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, I just kind of find that to be kind of funny as far as him trying to do whatever on Earth, and it allows for some pretty cool shenanigans. So
With
Yeah.
varying results.
yeah, with varying results, but at the end of the day, Zim's personality and him just being a fucking guy.
Maniacal. Like just maniacal.
Yeah, maniacal.
A maniacal nerd.
I think it works out. So
Oh yeah.
agree,
easily.
disagree.
Agreed.
Agree.
So tierings.
A.
All right.
I love this fucking little dude.
A is for Zim.
All right. All right.
Goldie, you really went to college.
God damn it.
Why
Okay.
is this- sorry.
Here we go. We've got the Dastardly 10 right
The
here.
Dastardly 10 right here.
Mhm.
So let's begin with Andrew Ryan.
Alright, this is gonna be where I pop off here.
Yeah, make it quick though, because I don't want to.
Andrew Ryan, I put him at an A tier on basically his sheer unlikability. Like, in a good way, because, obviously he's meant to be unlikable. He is your Howard Hughes / Walt Disney, esque character. Libertarian dumbass. Literally monetizes the air people breathe. And you know how I feel about big business, so obviously I'm gonna fucking hate this guy's guts and the grounds he walks on. Pretty much just a selfish, immature sociopath who likes to brag about earning his way to the top when in lore he pretty much lucked his way into getting money by just pretty much accidentally buying land that had oil on it. And just a selfish douche all around. I can
Sai?
say more, but I want to make it quick.
Yeah, Sai.
Again. I put him in Dalton. Like I know Bioshock. Obviously, it's my next game series to play for myself.
Ooh.
So I'll know more about him eventually.
Yeah, if I'm gonna be honest, this might surprise you, Goldie, but I'm kind of indifferent about Andrew Ryan.
I mean, I wouldn't blame you if you just found him too unlikable to really care about.
It's not that. I guess it's not the fact that it like the game makes you dislike him, and well, I frankly think he's abhorrent as far as characters. But I think I just am more. It's just weird because it's like obviously he is. I mean, he made Rapture, right? Like he made
Rapture.
And like Rapture is sort of his own image.
Yeah, I
But
mean, literally, he built fucking statues of himself in his own city, so we can add narcissist amongst his other.
Yeah, the whole no gods or kings, only man. That's the first thing you see at the beginning of the game.
So this guy certainly, ironically, views himself as both a god and a king.
Yeah, it's hypocrisy at its finest. So,
yeah,
but
libertarianism at its.
I guess I just don't like the fact that like I don't know if I like the fact that like he ends up not. Actually, I'm not going to spoil it for Saimori. Basically, the ending part of the game kind of is iffy for me about that. Goldie, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but
so
for me, I guess that's more so gameplay-wise rather than story-wise.
Well, for me, it's somewhat story-wise, but I can't spoil it here for Saimori. But
yeah,
all I'm going to say is that, like, don't expect him to be the final boss.
Okay.
So,
okay.
That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
And, I don't know, I put him in a C tier. So, that's all I got to really say. Alright, Bill Cipher. S tier. No questions about that.
S tier, no questions about.
Like, I think we all agree, and we know why. And he's the only example of a villain introduced halfway through, at least to my knowledge, other than Zareth.
That works.
That works.
That works.
So, and, well, millions of people have already said it, so I'm just going to make it quick. His charisma, but also the fact that he literally psychologically manipulates everyone around him.
Everyone around him.
And just... He's basically just Zinch from Warhammer. Like, but in like a kid's show. And I don't know, I just find that cool. So
everything is just a game to him.
Yeah.
Like,
everything is just a game to him, and he just likes, I mean, he's the type of motherfucker who would just look at a guy and purposely transform them into like an inanimate object, just to spite them.
Just for the funsies.
Yeah, that's Bill Cipher there. So, but people like him because of his charisma. So. So, but yeah, easy S tier.
Easy yes.
Easy yes.
Which thankfully. The rest of these villains are going to be like A or S tier, or B up from now on. So, for me.
For you, yes.
Which, speaking of, I know this one for you is going to be S tier. Syndrome from Incredibles.
Syndrome!
You can't count on anyone, especially your heroes.
Especially your heroes. I mean,
Syndrome was so fucking good.
Do I need to go on a rant? Like,
don't.
I mean, if you is just again one of those villains that I think is the best example of perfectly balancing on the line of being kind of silly but still intimidating.
Yeah,
I love how he's basically just kind of like I mean,
he's also a fucking nerd, but like he's...
Yeah, we've been saying this a lot. Like he's kind of just a psychotic man-child, but is also does have the malice and the intellect to back it up to compensate.
Yeah,
and he committed superhero genocide just to spite
Mr. Incredible.
Just to spite Mr. Incredible. Killed pretty much all of his friends and colleagues. Nearly all of his friends and colleagues, just to spite him for not giving him attention.
Yeah.
And like, it is fair, Bob did treat him pretty coldly, but it does not justify what Syndrome would end up becoming.
Yeah.
Well, I'm incredible.
Yeah.
All right, so S tier for you.
Oh, absolutely.
All right,
I can fly. Can you fly?
fly home, boy. I'm work alone,
Buddy,
or
I
Bucko.
work alone.
Yeah, I don't
Fly
remember.
home, buddy. I work
Buddy,
alone.
that's right.
Yeah, because that Buddy Pine is his real name.
But yeah, I'm gonna put him in A tier. But like mid to high A. I mean, you pretty much hit it right in the head.
I'm upset at you now.
That's like one tier below you. It's okay. It's okay.
Dare you.
So
if you don't 100% like the thing that I would 100% like, then I don't think I can see this friendship going any further.
Oh, no.
All right, let's move on to.
Let's move on before we ruin a friendship.
All right, Light Yagami from Death Note.
Yagami. This is you, Sai.
And me.
This is not applicable for me.
I mean, this one goes without saying. He's the best example of a villain protagonist. S tier.
Absolutely.
Not even a contest.
I talked to people about this that I had not during earlier today, actually, on the Mario Kart stream, that I hadn't seen Death Note myself. However, I obviously know enough and seen enough to put Light at S tier, like for the same reason L is, because L was a good like antagonist hero. Light is also a fantastic, like you said, protagonist villain.
Yeah.
And like obviously one of the smartest characters in like any form of media.
Yeah, like he. I mean, the fact that he was able to like. Well, here's the thing that's fucked up too, is that he thinks he's doing the moral correctness. Like, he thinks he's the good guy.
It starts off, sane enough, like, he's actually trying to help, and he just goes off the rails with power.
Yeah, because, well, guess what? Doesn't mean you're a criminal, doesn't mean you deserve the death penalty for every single injustice that you do. But in his mind, anyone who's a criminal deserves to die.
Yeah.
And
the American justice system.
And hell, even when not even just criminals either, too, when they faked him out with the whole L thing. And had the guy on. He's like, "Oh, you're getting my way. Okay, I'll just get rid of you." Like, not just criminals, if they're getting in his way.
I don't know. Like, as far as I'm concerned, he's probably the most, at least in my opinion, probably the most one of the most fucked up motherfuckers on this entire list. Like,
absolutely.
I will say though, I still don't know how I feel about the ending of the show. Like, I'm mixed, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's fair.
But regardless, fantastic villain. Easily the best villain in anime, in my opinion, and easily one of the best villains of all time. Especially for someone who went off the fucking deep end and thinks that they're the good guy. So...
Yeah. Well, from what I could gather, he pretty much has like a god complex.
Yes,
right?
he easily has a god complex.
Like,
no question.
Just a quintessential god complex.
All right. So let's end the fantasy antagonists. And funny enough, I'm actually going to start off with Sauron.
Ooh.
So I would have put him in A tier. But then 2022 brought us Rings of Power.
Rings of Power.
Unfortunately, it did kind of ruin his character.
Really? I'm told that he's the best part of Rings of Power.
Well, he is, but the thing is that the circumstances that surround his rise to power are dumb. Like, think the last 3 seasons of Game of Thrones.
Oh, that sounds lovely.
It's not very good. And it sucks, because, again, Sauron... you guys know, I fucking love Lord of the Rings. It's probably my favorite franchise. Like, it's my favorite movie trilogy ever.
Yeah.
You
And
always told me that, like, if you were ever to get a tattoo, you'd get a Lord of the Rings tattoo.
no, I
You
didn't.
always told me that. Yeah, you told me that, like, you
Oh,
tell me that, like,
you're
all the time,
gaslighting
so-
me. No, I'm not falling for that. No, I'm not gonna fucking fall for
Sorry,
that.
like he says that, like, all the time.
No, he's a liar.
I don't know. I think you're gaslighting us.
No.
I know he loves Game of Thrones.
You want a big mutant right now?
No, please.
I'm
All
a
right.
Mexican standoff of gaslighting.
I value my free speech. Please don't.
All right,
Yeah.
fair enough. Anyway, I'm sorry. Anyways, I am still gonna put Sauron on beats here because he's similar to Gygas in the sense that he's more of a threat that like is unnerving. Like you don't necessarily know if he's gonna come back, and if he does come back, what type of horrors he's going to unleash. He's more of a psychological villain in the sense. He has a physical form, obviously at the beginning of the movie, but like it's the fact that he isn't physical is what's scary. Just the imagination.
Anywhere and anything.
And I mean, his physical representation as the Eye of Sauron itself on a giant tower is pretty fucking creepy. Like,
Yeah.
Gets to your soul. Gets to your soul, kind of.
yeah, like it's pretty fucked up. So,
Like, I can't even imagine living in Gondor, just seeing that across the way.
oh, that'd be fucking terrifying. Oh my god.
That's the right grim dark shit.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, which oh wait, before speaking of Grimdark, do you guys have opinions on Sauron?
I mean, I put him in A because thankfully I haven't seen Rings of Power. So
Yeah,
I
don't
have-
don't consider, don't watch it. It will ruin it for you. So,
Mhm.
so Goldie.
I have not seen Rings of Power, so I will say that he is a bad motherfucker.
So what tier?
That made me sound. A.
Oh,
okay.
dang.
A is for ass.
Yeah.
All right.
A is for angry, which is what you are at me.
I'm not angry at you. I'm
Just
just
disappointed.
No, it's a reference.
Okay,
Oh,
okay.
all right.
I'm referencing A by Bare Naked Ladies.
Oh, god damn it. Anyways,
so
let's talk Grimdark. So, obviously I like Warhammer, and I didn't choose a Warhammer hero because there's not really heroes in Warhammer, either fantasy or, well, okay, I guess fantasy, but definitely not 40k.
The darkness of the franchise.
But I decided to go with a Warhammer fantasy character for this one, because I could have chosen one of the Chaos Gods, but then I would have been leaving the other ones out, and you kind of have to have all four of them if you want to talk about them. And I could have talked about Horus. I could have talked about Horus from 40k because of just, you know, his shadow lingering on. But I decided, you know what? I'm going to talk about fantasy. And the villain I ended up choosing is basically the parallel to Sauron in the Warhammer universe. Archaon the Everchosen. So, you guys obviously don't know him, so I'm obviously not going to ask you.
Yeah, I don't know 40k.
No,
It's
fantasy.
not really
No,
my
it's
thing.
Warhammer Fantasy.
Yeah, it's Warhammer Fantasy. Like,
And Age of...
Well, I get them mixed up, so yeah.
It's fine. I know. It's... But yeah. Basically, I mean, he's different from Sauron in the sense that, like, he still has his physical form. But I don't know, I just find the fact that, like, his cursed birth, you know, led him into becoming the Dark Lord that he is. Because he used to be devoted to Sigmar, which is, like, the good god of Warhammer's universe. And just him kind of falling off from that sort of pureness of his original god that he worshipped, and then falling into depravity more and more and more, to the point where he becomes the living embodiment of, you know, evil in human form, I find to be very fascinating. And because of that, I'm going to put him in A tier.
okay.
So, like, if you want a good villain, he's pretty good there. I could have chosen Nagash because he's the second closest villain for this, but I wanted to choose a parallel to Sauron, and frankly, they haven't fucked him up yet. So
Yeah.
don't fuck him up.
Characters can always get fucked, Sly.
So
Never forget that.
well, it depends on what you mean by that. But anyways, next
Oh.
up, High Prophet of Truth from Halo. I could have chosen Gravemind, but he's not technically the main villain because colloquially, Flood is only in a few games. This is the leader of the Covenant, so therefore he is the main villain by proxy.
The main bad guy.
He's B tier. Like, I mean, I think he's more... weirdly enough, even though I like Halo 3 more, I think he's better in Halo 2. Because of his sort of, indifference about what's going on with, like, the different species. And, well, basically inadvertently starting a race war between several of the different species. So...
Cool.
And, well... let's be real here. I'm pretty sure one of the only people who knows, like, in the Covenant that knows that the Halo Ring is going to destroy the universe if he activates it. It's just, he's leading on an entire religious empire who thinks that it will give them salvation, that elevates his motivations even more to a more evil presence for Halo.
Yeah.
So that's why I put him in B tier. So
Like Dr. Breen, he's indifferent to the destruction of I guess in this case.
He sees that his death will lead to salvation. That's basically his motives. So
so he does believe that.
He knows that it's going to kill him, but that's his philosophy in that will bring
I will vindicate him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but yeah. Thoughts?
I feel like B's a good one for him.
Yeah.
Like, talking about it now, I kind of really want to replay some of the old Halo games at some point.
Yeah, you fucking better. Goldie's never played them, and that still makes me upset.
I will say Goldie, Halo 1, 2, 3, Reach, and even OST. I did buy the OST. I liked it.
And Halo Wars. Basically Bungie era. So.
Bungie era Halo. Got it.
So.
Yeah.
Because I've never played a Halo game. I know that sounds weird. I never played a Halo game.
Well, it's on Steam, so you have no excuse.
To be fair, modern day Halo, I know it's not that good.
Yeah.
I mean, Infinite's better than the last two games, but it's... yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck what they did to Cortana, though. I'll never forget that.
I've never played Halo was kind of like me saying I've never watched a Star Wars movie, but
yeah, which we'll get to that in a second. But let's first talk about Queen Vexus from My Life's Teenage Robot.
Ooh.
I'm gonna put her in A tier.
She's got a great voice.
Rest in peace, because she also voiced Yzma from Emperor's New Groove.
Yeah, rest in peace, Eartha Kitt.
That's okay. I will admit, I do have to put her in Don't Know because I don't have much memory of her in the show.
Damn.
But like I said, it's just another case of not seeing it forever. Same with Jimmy Neutron's villain.
There. Yeah, she's a good. She's pretty. She's not she's another character. Well, funny enough, similar to Risky Boots. Another parallel between Shantae and them and ATR, where she takes it safe. She takes it straight, but she's not the most serious villain. So, and that's why I like Vexus. So. So, I guess you don't have any thoughts, Goldie?
No, I agree.
All right. Where's the placement?
I put her in a B tier.
All right, fair. All right.
Yeah.
The last two villains, I'm just going to be frank, these are my two favorite villains of all time.
We've truly saved the best. Well, Fly's best for last. If we were saving the best for last, for me, it would have been Syndrome of Bill Cipher.
Yeah. So
this isn't my tier list.
But let's start with my boy Palpatine. So obviously they're both S tier. It should.
Yeah, they're both S tiers.
So yeah.
Both these fellows are S tiers.
So Palpatine. Like, Ian McDiarmid knows this character in and out, and he steals the show in Return of the Jedi and the prequels. Like,
Mhm.
he
Probably
fucking
knows this character
kills the
himself.
role. Like,
Mhm.
and no, I mean, he has some pretty memorable quotes. Everyone obviously quotes Revenge of the Sith, but even in Return of the Jedi, he has some pretty good quotes like, I am afraid that it is you who are mistaken about a great many things. I'm sorry, I love that quote.
That's a great many things.
But like, he's such a I'd honestly say probably the closest on here, as far as a parallel, funny enough, is Aku, which is weird, because he's no. He's a villain. I guess he's another villain that like he takes he I don't know. I guess it just comes from the fact that like you can tell that Ian McDiarmid is having fun with the role, but at the same time, Palpatine does play it super fucking straight a lot of the time, and well, it can be a scary motherfucker. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, let's be real here. It would like obviously I could go on and on about Revenge of the Sith, but even in Return of the Jedi, like he was kind of intimidating, especially if you see the cover, like the thumbnail that I ended up choosing for this tier list. Just he's just like the embodiment of evil. Like he's the embodiment of like evil in a way that I don't think any other character is able to do. There's no other character in my mind that can just be the embodiment of pure evil that Palpatine was able to do. Except for one other character, but we'll get to them in a second. So, you guys have anything else to say?
Man is completely got the entire galaxy at his will.
Yep.
You know, master manipulator.
I feel like the first time you see him in Return of the Jedi, he's just very unsettling to see.
Yeah, like he's a lot more serious in that movie. Like, and he's kind of fucking creepy, especially since, they allude to him in A New Hope. You don't see him until Empire, but he doesn't really start getting involved until Jedi in the original trilogy. And, well, he's obviously pulling the strings in the prequels. So.
Yeah.
And I'll even say this, as much as I fucking hate Rise of Skywalker, he at least looked fucking cool in that movie with that like nice like red drip that he has.
Yeah, and plus how excited everyone was when Rise of Skywalker, the trailer came out, and you hear the laugh at the end.
Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, it makes their justification for bringing him back is fucking stupid. But I'm not gonna get into that. Point is,
I always knew the justification would be stupid. So like, for me, anything, it was more of a big fucking eye roll.
But despite that, Palpatine is a fantastic villain and easily is one of the best, like most iconic and one of the best villains of all time. Obviously, people might say Vader is arguably iconic, but I'd argue Palpatine is just as iconic. So,
no doubt.
And that leads us to the final villain.
Yeah. So. Oh, can I add one more thing real quick to Palpatine?
Yeah, you go ahead.
I do think Vader's the more iconic one. However, there would be no Vader without Palpatine.
Exactly.
So.
Exactly.
But now we get to go on to the man.
Yeah. The only other villain on this list that can be the most purest of all evil and still be able to, like, bring out so much dread and just honestly kind of fucked up when you think about it. Because Clockwork, from Sly Cooper, by the way, of course, He's a fucking creepy motherfucker. He stalked an entire generation of, entire lineage of, thieves just out of pure jealousy and spite.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he let his inner, emotions take control of him, and that resulted in him literally destroying his original body just to survive for thousands of years, just to torment entire family lineage.
Yeah.
That's straight up something from a horror movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think I need to tell you why Clockwork is honestly one of my favorite villains ever. Especially considering that his death and his shadow is kind of the real villain of Sly, too. Like, he's one of those villains, similar to what we talked about with some of these other ones, where his death affects the rest of the series.
Yeah.
Like, and it's a damn shame that he's a villain that I feel like isn't really talked about as much. Because I would argue he's amongst the best villains of all time. He's up there with GLaDOS. He's up there with Palpatine. Like, he's up there with Bill Cipher.
Yeah.
He's up there with Azula. So,
he is a great villain.
Yes, he is a fantastic villain.
Yeah. There's a character on here. There's a reason I'm mentioning this character real quick. That I if I would have added as well, another S tier character I would have had is Dio from JoJo, but for the same reason as Clockwork, where they're just petty enough to beef with not just one person in the family, but entire generations of the family.
Yeah, like it's one of the
real life.
Yeah.
Do you know how petty you have to be?
So yeah.
That's so me, dude.
Suffice to say, easily, like him, like Clockwork and Palpatine are my two favorite villains of all time because of just them being the purest of evil as you can get in the best way possible. There's no other villain I can think of that is of pure evil likeness as them.
Yeah.
That do it that damn well. So, although to be fair, Azula is pretty close.
Azula's, yeah, I mean,
so
personally, I feel like Azula would be at second for me next to Palpatine. But Clockwork's definitely up there.
Damn. Putting down my childhood game.
Well, I'm sorry, but I still give Clockwork the A tier.
Yeah.
I mean,
I give him S.
All right.
Is he still my favorite villain? No, but you'll see on the tier list who my favorite villain is once we share.
Well, that's everything on the list.
That's wow. 4 hours in.
That's
4?
No, it's
6
almost
hours.
6 hours.
Jesus Christ.
But
7 o'clock. 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay.
That's why I tried telling you guys to speed up.
Thank God it's a Saturday night.
That's why I was emphasizing we should do it on one of the Friday or Saturday, and it worked.
But
yeah, because last time when we did it on a Sunday was a little.
But
we did it
on the list.
Oh,
it's on the list.
You're gonna add?
It's one more villain, a very important villain that we should not forget.
Yes, the word listen.
I mean, yeah.
Yes.
All right, actually, I'm not gonna. Let me not share my screen to you guys.
Yeah, don't share. I'm not looking at your stuff. I'm not even looking at your screen.
Ow.
Oh God.
Ow.
All right, refresh your screens right now.
Okay, who did you add?
Right now.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah, brother.
Everyone's favorite villain. Everyone's most loved, most quotable villain of all time. Professor Robert Callahan.
Robert Callahan.
So,
That was his mistake.
Oh, I forgot that was fucking Callahan.
That was his mistake.
Fucking
That
a
was
bunch of
his mistake.
nanobots. Didn't give a fuck about like what is people dying in an event that he directly caused.
Okay, unironically though, he actually would be a fucking D tier villain.
Yeah, like I mean, yeah, it sucks that his daughter got lost in like the void, but you know, he's just not a very good twist villain. It's
But
really
we
obvious that-
still give him an S tier
because we love him.
because we love him.
We still, you know, it's kind of like your fuck up brother who just kind of can't do anything right, but you still love him because he's family.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you know, what is this just a 10-hour loop?
Oh no.
That was his mistake. That was his mistake. That's his
Oh,
mistake. That was his mistake.
Wait, I don't-
That's mistake. Was his mistake. That's mistake. Was his mistake.
That was his mistake.
That was his mistake.
Oh my God.
What red? No, red bone, please. Oh wait, no, that'd be copyrighted, maybe.
That was his mistake.
That was a mistake. See, he's hitting his redemption arc.
That was his mistake. God damn it, he'd be saying that.
10
on
out
my
of
way
10 line. Delivered
10 line.
in the most straightforward way you could possibly do.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Amazing.
Perfect villain, just like Benny.
Perfect viewing. Just like Benny. I put Benny in second place, of course. Get out of the way, Syndrome. Get out of the way, Voss. Get out of the way, Palpatine.
Yeah. Benny, Callahan. Best villains, 10 out of 10.
Benny Callahan. Best villains.
All right.
Yeah, dude.
That's about it. You guys shall share your things right now if you guys can, so I can share them on stream. God damn it. We went 40 minutes over the previous tier list. God damn it.
That's fine.
No, I like those odds. Those aren't odds, but I like those. I can deal with those results.
But yeah, of
Yeah.
course, if you guys... Alright, yeah, you guys got links.
Yeah. I'm about to share mine.
Good guts.
Alright,
There's
so
me a nine.
Goldie just shared his, so... Yeah, I
Yeah,
got a
shared
beautiful
yours.
transition this time.
Mine.
So-
Oh, fuck. Yeah, I was like, how did you do that?
Alright, so what do you got here?
How did you do that? How did you do that?
Oh, you might have to...
Oh,
Might have
fuck
to-
you.
Alright, so... F tier, I mean, valid. D tier, yeah. C tier, yeah. B tier, yeah. I mean, I'd say this is a pretty fair list.
Yeah?
Really,
will make-
especially when you look at the first two picks of S tier.
My god.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, download the picture and, like...
Oh,
put
just
in the
send it
DM.
to you.
Yeah,
Okay,
send
okay.
it to the DM.
I would download the picture then.
So, yeah. I'm
Just
so
download.
glad you put White Diamond and, like, Voldemort in F tier.
Well, yeah.
So I'm trying to
You
save
think I am a phony?
save image as. Oh, I can just copy.
Alright, I'll get the links ready, so... Alright, there we go.
All right, I've sent it to you.
Alright, sweet.
My list.
Yep, just popped up. And this is your list. I am very saddened about some of the ones you don't know,
Yeah,
but I'm at least happy you put Voldemort in F tier.
I'm happy I put Kaguya in F tier.
Yeah. Also, White Diamond in D tier.
Mhm.
God damn.
I
Oh,
was
you
being
put
honest.
Callahan in B tier. Okay.
It's great
How
as
dare
that
you.
line, as great as the line delivery
dare
is. I
you.
have to be an honest man.
I mean, fair
Wow.
enough.
How dare you?
Oh, Virgil's your top, it looks like.
Yeah, Virgil is my top. I thought Virgil was just such a good character.
Alright, well, there you go. Confirmed. My favorite villain's Clockwork / Palpatine. Simari's is Virgil, and Goldie's is Syndrome.
Professor Callahan.
Professor Callahan. But you know what they say about that?
Was it my mistake?
Hold on.
That was his mistake.
There we go. Thank you, Sly.
Yeah.
God, I was scrolling forever on my Discord sound list.
Your mistake that you didn't fucking choose Callahan as your number one top pick.
Yep.
Also, I realized it was at the very top. I could have been there so soon.
I could have been there so soon.
All right. Well, anyways, that's gonna be it for tonight. Oh my god, I'm so sorry I dragged you for another 6 hours just talking about villains.
I volunteered and I had fun.
Exactly.
Of course.
That's the reason.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you go.
I was gonna say that's the reason we chose a Friday or a Saturday.
I mean, this would have been the best time anyways because next week is the giving of thanks. So.
Yep.
Next week is the giving of thanks and
Stuffing your
for
food.
me,
out your
yeah.
food.
And the giving of thanks is going to be celebrated at my house, so yeah, it'd be way too loud around here.
Yeah. But yeah, of course, if you guys haven't already, of course, make sure you guys check out Saimori. They should be in the Twitch thing down below, and I'll make sure to get like you on your link over on the YouTube side of things real quick. And of course, if you guys haven't already, check out the links for Goldie on the side for his Instagram if you guys want to support his art, because that would it would be greatly appreciated if you guys can do that.
Do it.
So
I haven't updated that much because I've been pretty busy with schoolwork, and with finals coming up, that's probably only going to get worse.
I mean,
so, keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. I surprisingly do have a life outside of this. It's not much. It's not much of a life, but it's something.
I mean, it's something, and that's worth a little bit. So,
Even a little bit is worth a lot.
But yeah, either way, I hope you guys. Oh shoot, this thing. There we go. All right, I hope you guys did enjoy. If you guys did, of course, do the pleasantries. If you're watching this on Twitch, of course, hit that follow button down below and turn on the bell icon. If you guys are watching this on YouTube, on either of my channels, of course, hit the subscribe and the bell icon over there as well. While you guys are at it, make sure to check out the links down below as well, specifically the Discord and SoundCloud and Linktree. If you guys want to directly support me on Twitch, you can also hit the subscribe button. If you can't necessarily do that, that's completely fine. I'm just glad that you guys kind of watch this. But regardless of all that, though, make sure to share the stream to other people as well. And, well, be awesome people. And if you guys stayed, I genuinely think you guys are legends. So,
absolutely.
But until then, I'll make sure that our next tier list is not going to be as long. So,
you gotta do a small one.
Just depends on what topic I end up choosing. I have a few ideas, but who knows. But in any event, I'll see you guys on the next one, and I hope to see both of you in the future. So,
yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Have a good night, everyone, and peace out.
Peace.
Bye.
Good night. Peace.